Chapter 3983. The black-clothed youth was controlled by the eye of despair as he stood aside, shivering. Now, even an ordinary person could kill him. Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang's faces sank. They didn't expect that the black-clothed youth, who was supposed to be a stalker, would be followed by the four of them. They even caught one of them red-handed. Their previous conversation must have been heard by the four of them. Suddenly, Jiang Yunshuang's eyes flashed, and his expression eased a lot. He looked at the demon ancestor and smiled. Actually, we can talk. Talk. The demon ancestor was stunned. That's right. You have the eye of despair, and your future is limitless. However, if you stay in the Sky Cloud realm, it will definitely affect your development. After all, a place like the Sky Cloud realm won't be able to display your greatest value. Moreover, the Sky Cloud realm stage is too small for you. Jiang Yunshuang smiled slightly. The demon ancestor and Dong Xingyang looked at each other with a hint of playfulness in their eyes. Then they looked at Jiang Yunshuang curiously and asked, "What do you mean?" "What I mean is, you should come to our divine kingdom. Our divine kingdom, whether it is resources or background, surpasses the Sky Cloud realm by too much. Only by coming to our divine kingdom can you fully display your value. And as long as you agree, we will immediately report to the monarch and bestow you with the inheritance of an ultimate law." Jiang Yunshuang smiled. An ultimate law, inheritance of an ultimate law. Mu Tianyang and the other two looked at the demon ancestor enviously. They didn't expect this guy to be so valuable. Dong Xingyang smiled and transmitted his voice. "Why don't you agree with him first, and after you get this inheritance you can fall out with him? Do you think others are fools?" The demon ancestor smiled bitterly. How could the other party hand over the inheritance of an ultimate law to him so easily? "No. 3. Ryuko suddenly spoke. "What?" Jiang Yunshuang was shocked. Ancestor Fiend and the other three were dumbfounded. Ryuko waved his hand to stop Jiang Yunshuang. He looked at the demon ancestor and said, "As long as you agree to come to our divine kingdom and make a blood oath to be loyal to the divine kingdom forever, I will immediately take you to see my grandfather. At that time he will give you the inheritance of 3 ultimate laws." When the fiend ancestor heard that, he sent a voice transmission. "Did you hear that? If you want these ultimate profundity inheritances, you have to first swear a blood oath." How could the other party be so foolish as to directly pass the inheritance to him? No one else would do such a thing. But speaking of which, the inheritance of 3 ultimate laws was truly an irresistible temptation. You might not know the strength of the divine kingdom. If the older generation of the divine kingdom were to intervene, even if you and Qin Feiyang had the strongest fighting souls, killing you would be a piece of cake. Don't look at the current situation. The Sky Cloud realm has been suppressing our divine kingdom. When the time agreed upon by Qin Feiyang and the monarch arrives, the Sky Cloud realm will inevitably suffer a catastrophe. You are a smart person. You should know what to do," Ryuko said faintly. In the face of the inheritance of 3 ultimate laws, he really couldn't think of any reason for the other party to refuse. The demon ancestor was silent. "Don't tell me you are really tempted. Let me tell you, a person can't violate morality. You know better than anyone how Qin Feiyang has treated us all these years. Especially to you. Think about it yourself. How did you treat Lin Yi and the mermaid princess back then? How did Qin Feiyang treat you later? You can't be ungrateful." Mu Tianyang sent a voice transmission. When the demon ancestor heard these words, he couldn't help but look at Mu Tianyang in surprise. He thought that Mu Tianyang would encourage him, but he didn't expect that Mu Tianyang would reprimand him with righteous words. It seemed that Mu Tianyang had changed a lot during these years in the Black Tortoise world. This was good news. What he was most worried about was that Mu Tianyang would change sides at the critical moment. As for himself, as early as the end of the battle at Demonic Dragon Island, he had already turned over a new leaf. Mu Tianyang's worries didn't exist at all. He was just thinking about how to cheat the inheritance of the ultimate profound from Ryuko. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. The inheritance of the ultimate profound was not a cabbage. It didn't matter even if it was given to others. First of all, he must make a blood oath in advance. But a blood oath, even the sovereign divine weapon couldn't withstand it, let alone him. If he really made a blood oath and turned hostile after getting the inheritance, it would definitely be a dead end. After thinking about it for so long, you should have thought about it. Ryuko started to get impatient. The demon ancestor shook his head and laughed. He looked up at the two and said, "If it was in the past, I would definitely agree to it because I used to be a person who would do anything to achieve my goals. This is more to our liking. Our divine kingdom needs talents like you. Ryuko smiled. But now I don't need you. Now I'm no longer such a person. So, I hope that you will stop bothering me. Of course. If you insist on bothering me, I can't stop you. But next time, find someone smarter to follow me. The demon ancestor smiled faintly and grabbed the head of the black-clothed youth. What are you doing? Ryuko's face darkened. Isn't this obvious? But I really have to thank you. Thank you for thinking so highly of me and coming to kill me personally. I will repay you in the future. As his voice fell, the demon ancestor exerted force. The black-clothed youth screamed on the spot. His head exploded like a watermelon, and his divine soul was annihilated. The black-clothed youth died, and the voice transmission stone also dimmed. Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang's phantoms also disappeared. You're courting death. Immediately after, an angry roar sounded in the suburbs east of the city. It carried a strong murderous aura and shocked the entire Qianshan city. The demon ancestor and the other three looked at each other and quickly changed their appearances. They turned around and walked out of the alley, blending into the crowd on the street and gradually disappearing. Whose voice is that? Why does it sound so familiar? The people in the city all looked in the direction of the eastern suburbs. Boom. With the emergence of a monstrous power, the entire Qianshan city suddenly trembled as if there was a huge earthquake. Crack. The surrounding city walls began to collapse. The ground also cracked rapidly. What a terrifying aura. Who is it? Wait. Why does it feel like the aura of Ryuko of the Divine Kingdom? Ryuko of the Divine Kingdom? Isn't he in the land of the buried gods? Why would he come to our Qianshan city? Everyone was shocked and puzzled. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the eastern suburbs and stood above the city. Who else could it be but Ryuko? It's really him. What does he want to do? Looking at Ryuko in the sky, everyone's face couldn't help but turn pale. Whoosh. The next moment, Jiang Yunshuang also rose into the air. Looking at the furious Ryuko, he said, "What do you want to do? Massacre the city?" Long Zi enunciated each and every word. That murderous aura-filled voice transmitted into everyone's ears. What? He wants to massacre the city? As soon as these words came out, Qianshan city was suddenly in a mess. Countless people rushed out of the city. Jiang Yunshuang was also shocked by Ryuko's words. He quickly stopped Ryuko and said in a deep voice, "Calm down, your grandfather has already issued a death order. We are not allowed to kill innocent people in the Sky Cloud realm." "I don't care," Ryuko roared. A terrifying divine aura surged out in all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. "Okay. I won't stop you. However, you know your grandfather's temper better than I do. If you let him know that you disobeyed his order, I hope you have the courage to bear the consequences." Jiang Yunshuang sneered. When Ryuko heard this, his eyes trembled slightly. His anger gradually calmed down. He glanced at the chaotic Qianshan city. After a long time, he turned around and left with a cold snort. Looking at Ryuko's back, Jiang Yunshuang sneered. She thought he really dared to massacre the city. From a selfish point of view, she actually hoped that Ryuko would massacre the city. Because in this way, not only would Ryuko be punished, but even the monarch would face the danger of a blood oath. For the god race there were only benefits and no harm. As for her. Anyway, she had already advised him, so he couldn't blame her. But regrettably, this Ryuko was all bark and no bite. However, from this confrontation, it could be seen that this demon ancestor was not a simple character. She wanted to strangle him in the cradle. But the result was that they were made a fool of. Why were the younger generation of the Sky Cloud realm so difficult to deal with? What? Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang appeared in Qianshan city of the northern continent. And they want to massacre the city? The land of buried gods. Pei Tianhong's tribulation had already passed by more than half. The news of Qianshan city also quickly spread here. Hearing this news, Long Qin, Madman, White-Eyed Wolf, and Yun Xiang suddenly stood up, their faces instantly gloomy. They were wondering why Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang hadn't returned after so long. It turned out that they ran to Qianshan city without anyone knowing. They are courting death. Madman waved his hand and a space-time passage opened. But at this moment, a space-time passage also appeared in the sky. Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang both walked out. Madman was taken aback and looked up at the two. Killing intent burst out from his eyes. "You really know how to run. In the blink of an eye you ran to Qianshan city?" Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang landed in front of them. Jiang Yunshuang said indifferently, "We just had nothing to do and went to Qianshan city for a stroll." What are you so excited about? Stroll? The Sky Cloud realm is so big. Why did you go to Qianshan City? Moreover, there is news that you are planning to massacre the city. Don't you plan to explain this matter to us? Madman's eyes were already suffused with wisps of bloody light. Then go to Qianshan City and see if we have massacred the city or not. Jiang Yunshuang sneered. You dare to act recklessly in our Sky Cloud realm and even put on such a face. Do you really think that I don't dare to cripple you? Madman flew into a rage and instantly turned into a giant. The power of the all-evil seal rolled out. Looking at Madman at this moment, everyone felt that he was even more terrifying than Pei Tianhong's tribulation. At the same time, White-Eyed Wolf landed beside Madman and a golden beast shadow roared out. At this moment, all the creatures present felt a fear from the depths of their souls. Chapter 3984. What do you want to do? Jiang Yunshuang's face darkened. If it were Long Chen and Yun Xiang, she wouldn't be so nervous. But both the Madman and the White-Eyed Wolf had means no weaker than the God Race's mark. Especially the White-Eyed Wolf. She had already suffered 2 big losses at the hands of the White-Eyed Wolf. Every time she thought of the ability of the White-Eyed Wolf's battle soul, she couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle. You broke the rules first, so don't blame us for being ruthless. Long Chen and Yun Xiang also stepped to the side of the White-Eyed Wolf. The 4 of them were imposing. The atmosphere at the scene was also solemn to the extreme. Especially the people of the Divine Kingdom, they were panicking now. Any one of the 4 people in front of them could crush the whole audience, let alone if they joined forces. Perhaps Ryuko and the goddess could only be crushed. As for Ryuko, he didn't say a word the whole time. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but because he was very sullen and didn't know what to say. Previously in Qianshan City he was played around by the demon ancestor and the other 3, and now the madman and the other 3 were aggressive. As the grandson of the Divine Kingdom's lord, he had always been the sun in the sky, the center of attention. But now in the Sky Cloud realm, anyone dared to ride on his head and behave atrociously. It was simply driving him crazy. Jiang Yunshuang looked at Ryuko and saw that he didn't speak for a long time. She was even more irritated. At least he was a man. Could he not let her deal with everything? If she had already eliminated the demon ancestor, she could still accept it. But now she didn't get anything and still had to face the anger of the madman and the other 3. What was this? Since coming to the Sky Cloud realm, nothing had gone smoothly. Seeing that the madman was about to make a move, Jiang Yunshuang clenched her hands and gritted her teeth. I apologize, I'm sorry. Apologize? The dignified goddess of the god race was forced to take the initiative to apologize? I'm afraid this is the first time in her life. The people of the Sky Cloud realm muttered. They revered the goddess as if she were a god. After all, they weren't as strong as the mad scientist and the others. As for what kind of apology, they didn't even dare to imagine it. This was because it was even more difficult to make such geniuses apologize and not kill them. At this moment, another piece of news came. Qianshan City was not massacred. Furthermore, someone mentioned the fiend ancestor. Upon hearing that the demon ancestor and the others were also in Thousand Mountain City, Madman and the others were suddenly enlightened. They finally understood why the 2 of them had gone to Thousand Mountain City. You guys are truly shameless. Ryuko and the goddess of the Divine Kingdom actually went to assassinate someone who didn't even have an ultimate law. Yun Xiang looked at the 2 of them and said sarcastically. What? According to Yun Xiang's words, their purpose in going to Thousand Mountain City is to kill the demon ancestor. Damn it. How sinister. Everyone started cursing angrily. These people from the Divine Kingdom were truly shameless. Madman also mocked. You guys are really stupid. You actually want to kill them. Is that how you kill them? Before you take action, don't you guys investigate them first? When Ryuko and the mad scientist heard this, they became even angrier. Who said they didn't investigate? But they couldn't find any information about the demon ancestor. How pitiful. I might as well tell you guys that even we don't dare to underestimate their brains and methods, let alone you idiots. The White-Eyed Wolf sneered mercilessly. The 2 of them were shocked. So powerful? Moreover, the White-Eyed Wolf was talking about them, which meant that the White-Eyed Wolf wasn't just talking about the demon ancestor but the other 3. The demon ancestor had the Eye of Despair, which was obvious to all. But what kind of amazing methods did the other 3 have? Whether you guys massacred the city or not, you guys broke your promise and caused Thousand Mountain City to fall into chaos. This is an indisputable fact. So, you guys must pay the price for this. Madman said. His words were as sharp as a blade. What do you want? Jiang Yunshuang frowned. It's very simple. Madman grinned and said, "Take out an ultimate law inheritance as compensation and we will let bygones be bygones. Your appetite is too big. Why don't you say that I'll give you all the rewards of this friendly competition?" Jiang Yunshuang was furious on the spot. "If you want to give it all to me, I won't be polite with you." Madman snickered. "Impossible." Jiang Yunshuang shook his head decisively. They did go to Thousand Mountain City and caused a sensation, but they didn't cause any casualties. Why should they compensate? It can't be? Then let's see whose fist is harder. Madman took a step forward and threw a punch at Jiang Yunshuang. Jiang Yunshuang was furious, and the god race mark appeared between his eyebrows. The ultimate law of death, the 18 layers of hell, also instantly attacked Madman. Boom. One grasped the power of the root of all evil, and the other grasped the power of the god race mark. But the Madman was unarmed. But even if he was unarmed, he wasn't afraid and threw a punch at the 18 layers of hell. A deafening explosion immediately echoed in the area. Madman's body was like a demon god, and the lethality of his punch wasn't inferior to the ultimate law enhanced by the god race mark. The 18 layers of hell were shattered. Madman was also forced back a few steps. He laughed and said, "The god race mark can only increase the power of the law, but this daddy's power of the root of all evil can not only increase the power of the law, but also strengthen my body in strength. What do you have to fight this daddy?" Before he finished speaking, the mad scientist's laws of space, laws of destruction, laws of thunder, and laws of slaughter for ultimate profundities appeared in the sky. It's just like the rumors, he has mastered the 4 ultimate laws. So strong. He has already surpassed the previous Dragon King Feng Ho and the Qilin Master. The people of the Sky Cloud Realm were incomparably excited. With such a peerless existence overseeing them, what were they afraid of? But on the other side, the people of the Divine Kingdom were horrified to the extreme. As expected of the existence that made Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing, the 2 prodigies of the god race, flee for their lives. It was their first time coming to the Sky Cloud Realm and they hadn't seen Madman in action with their own eyes. However, the news of Madman fighting Jiang Chen in the Demon Palace had long spread in the Divine Kingdom. Not to mention the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom, even the upper echelons of the Divine Kingdom were shocked by this matter. After all, whether it was Jiang Xing or Jiang Chen, they were both top prodigies of the Divine Kingdom. Many of the older generation of the Divine Kingdom had to be wary of them. But in the end, the 2 joined forces and still couldn't beat Madman? One could imagine. This was such a shocking piece of news. However, many people who hadn't come to the Sky Cloud Realm felt that it was a bit exaggerated, including the hundreds of thousands of people here. But now, they had witnessed it with their own eyes. 4 ultimate mysteries. Among them there were even 2 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. Even among the prodigies of the Divine Kingdom, it was enough to dominate. So now they looked at Madman in fear. But Jiang Yunshuang didn't seem to admit defeat. Boom. The time law, destruction law, and death law, the 3 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws appeared out of nowhere. Retreat. Whether it was the people of the Sky Cloud Realm or the people of the Divine Kingdom, they all turned around and fled. The 2 had already gone all out. If they didn't leave now, they would definitely be in trouble later. Pei Tianhong was still in the middle of his tribulation and couldn't leave. But he wasn't afraid. Because he had the mid-level Dominator Divine Weapon, the Heavenly God Sword, and the 3 low-level Dominator Divine Weapons. So many ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws? It seems a bit unfair. The white-eyed wolf laughed. The golden beast opened its mouth and shouted, "Strip!" Between heaven and earth, a strong wind suddenly blew. Jiang Yunshuang also immediately felt that the 3 ultimate laws seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand and poured out of his body uncontrollably. "Bastard! Don't go too far." Jiang Yunshuang roared. The 3 ultimate mysteries crazily attacked Madman. "Aren't you the ones bullying others? You still dare to bite back?" Madman snorted coldly. The 4 ultimate mysteries roared in the sky and collided with Jiang Yunshuang's 3 ultimate mysteries. A destructive godly aura burst out from it. Clang. But at this time, the Heavenly God Sword appeared. A barrier instantly appeared, enveloping Madman and the others. But even the barrier it set up was constantly distorting in the face of the impact of this divine power. Madman glanced at the barrier, then looked at Jiang Yunshuang and laughed, "Then let's fight." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his mountain-like hand. With his current body, the giant hand was enough to cover the sky and the sun as it slammed toward Jiang Yunshuang. Madman. What a complete madman. Jiang Yunshuang's heart skipped a beat. If this palm landed, her body of flesh and blood would probably be shattered on the spot. She wouldn't even be able to protect her divine soul. Because the power of the source of all evil had already allowed Madman's body to have a lethality that surpassed a sovereign weapon. Boom. Madman's 4 ultimate mysteries couldn't beat Jiang Yunshuang's 3 ultimate mysteries. Because Madman's 4 ultimate mysteries only had 2 ultimate laws, while Jiang Yunshuang had 3. However, as Madman's palm landed, this gap was made up. Accompanied by a loud bang, the ultimate mysteries shattered in the void, then continued to slam toward Jiang Yunshuang. Seeing that Jiang Yunshuang was about to die under the giant hand, Ryuko finally reacted. He took a step in front of Jiang Yunshuang and activated his 3,000 clones. One after another, ultimate intents appeared out of nowhere. If this continues, even I won't be able to withstand the shockwaves of your battle. Sword of God shouted. Don't worry. His 3,000 clones won't be of any use. Long Qin smiled faintly. His god's domain instantly opened and directly enveloped Ryuko. A heaven-defying divine power appeared. The 3,000 clones immediately dissipated in the god's domain. But Madman didn't stop. Not only Jiang Yunshuang but even Ryuko was under his giant hand. In other words, now not only Jiang Yunshuang but Ryuko would also suffer a devastating blow. Stop. I promise to give you the inheritance of an ultimate mystery, Ryuko said gloomily. Ha! Madman suddenly laughed. Because of his huge body, his laughter covered the thunder of Pei Tianhong's tribulation. The giant hand also stopped above Jiang Yunshuang and Ryuko's heads. An invisible force rushed over, and the two were like fallen leaves in the wind, swaying. Chapter 3985. Madman's complacent laughter was undoubtedly another humiliation to Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. Because they didn't willingly give out this inheritance, but were forced to do so. Now they really had the heart to eat Madman's bones. So embarrassing. Jiang Qifei, who had fled to the distance, looked at Ryuko and Madman and muttered to himself. Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang in the Divine Kingdom, which one of them wasn't a high and mighty lord? Usually it was difficult to even talk to them. But now, they were completely trampled under Madman's feet. They even had to agree to their unreasonable demands to protect themselves. The inheritance of the strongest law's ultimate profound. Frankly speaking, not only Jiang Qifei but everyone in the Divine Kingdom couldn't help but envy. If this inheritance of the strongest law's ultimate profound could fall into their hands, wouldn't it be great? Although some of them had mastered ordinary law's ultimate profound couldn't play a role in this war between the Divine Kingdom and the Sky Cloud Realm. Moreover, only by mastering an ultimate law's ultimate profound could one be considered to be standing at the peak of the younger generation. Unfortunately, for them this was a kind of extravagant hope. Although the Divine Kingdom's resources were countless times better than the Sky Cloud Realms, it wasn't to the point where everyone could get an inheritance. Resources like the ultimate profound inheritance could only be enjoyed by the most outstanding prodigies of the Divine Kingdom. That's right. Even the most outstanding prodigies might not be able to get it, but their chances were greater than others. Finally, Madman's laughter disappeared. The white-eyed wolf's battle soul also stopped depriving. In this situation they naturally couldn't be too ruthless. In short, in one sentence, quit while you're ahead. Being able to force the two to submit was actually more satisfying than directly killing them. Moreover, getting an inheritance of the strongest law's ultimate profound was also a big gain. Yun Xiang's eyes flashed as he looked at the two and said, "Let's make it clear, the inheritance you gave us now can't be counted as the reward for this friendly competition. Okay. Just think of it as paying for our impulsiveness." Ryuko nodded. That's very true. As a person, you must not be impulsive. Once you act on impulse, I'm afraid you'll have to pay a terrible price. Madman snickered. Ryuko clenched his fists. His expression was extremely dark. He was getting more and more arrogant. Hurry up. Don't waste my time. The white-eyed wolf urged, his eyes glowing green. This inheritance could not be snatched away by Long Qin and Yun Xiang. Especially Long Qin. Yun Xiang was a little better now. He was getting closer and closer to them. Moreover, he was the disciple of the princess of the Divine Kingdom. Yun Zhongtian, Yun Guanghui, Yun Zifeng, and the others were also in the Black Tortoise realm. But Long Chen's position in the future was really hard to say. Ryuko took a deep breath and took out a palm-sized metal box. He glanced at Madman and the other three and directly threw the metal box at Long Chen. Because he had already seen that Long Chen and Madman and the others were not true partners. Perhaps this inheritance could be of great help to him. Let the four of them fight for it and break the unity of these people. However, Long Chen's actions disappointed him greatly, because Long Chen was looking at the metal box and had no intention of snatching it at all. But the white-eyed wolf was faster than anyone else. He activated the moment of time and rushed up to grab the metal box. Madman and Yun Xiang could only stare at him. "What's wrong with you?" The white-eyed wolf grabbed the metal box and turned to look at Long Chen. He frowned. The inheritance of the ultimate law was right in front of him, but he was still indifferent? If someone said that Long Chen didn't want it, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Because in this world, no one could resist the temptation of the ultimate law inheritance. Some people want to see us fight among ourselves, so I definitely can't let them succeed. Long Chen smiled faintly. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He pursed his lips and said, "You're really great. But if you do this, won't this brother seem a little low?" Long Chen shook his head and laughed. "Don't worry about this as long as you like it. Since you said so, hey. Then I won't be polite." The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. "I don't think I've seen you being polite to me." Long Chen's face was full of helplessness. "Ha!" The white-eyed wolf laughed and slowly opened the metal box. At the same time, Ryuko looked at Long Chen and frowned slightly. What kind of person was this Long Chen? Not only did he realize his purpose so quickly, but he could also be so generous. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. At this moment, he realized, compared to others, Long Chen was more terrifying. Long Chen's terrifying place wasn't his strength, nor was it the domain of gods, but his mentality and his eyes. That pair of eyes seemed to be able to see through everyone's thoughts. Ryuko didn't know if there was anyone like Long Chen in the Sky Cloud realm, but he knew that there was definitely no one like him in the Divine Kingdom. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Madman reached out and stopped the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf was taken aback. He raised his head and looked at Madman suspiciously. Madman ran in front of the white-eyed wolf and stared straight at the metal box. "What are you doing?" The white-eyed wolf hurriedly protected the metal box behind him and said angrily, "Can't you learn more from Long Chen? Take care of me, the younger generation?" "You're still the younger generation?" Madman was stunned and his face was full of disdain. For the sake of the inheritance, he didn't even care about his face. Cough cough. Seeing that he was ignored by Madman and the white-eyed wolf, Yun Xiang coughed dryly and tried to make his presence known. "Shut up." But who would have thought? The white-eyed wolf and Madman stared at him at the same time. The corner of Yun Xiang's mouth twitched. "Who did I offend that I can't even say a word?" Madman looked at the metal box again and suddenly clasped his hands together and prayed sincerely, "Heavenly Spirit, Earth Spirit, please bless the inheritance inside." It must be the ultimate meaning of the law of death. Because the white-eyed wolf and Yun Xiang had already grasped the ultimate meaning of the law of death. But he hadn't. Therefore, if it was the inheritance of the ultimate meaning of the law of death, the white-eyed wolf naturally wouldn't snatch it from him. Get lost. When the white-eyed wolf heard this, his face darkened. He kicked Madman away and pretended to be serious. "Bodhisattva, please don't let it be the law of death. Do you have any interest in going against me?" Madman said angrily. "I'm happy to do so." The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. Long Chen and Yun Xiang on the side couldn't help but look away. Please don't say that they know these two guys. It's too embarrassing. Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang also had a look of anger. What the hell is this? But they were defeated by these two top-notch people again and again. Thinking about it, they felt wronged for themselves. As for the onlookers in the distance, they were even more dumbfounded on the spot. It turned out that these two great figures who shook the Sky Cloud realm and intimidated the Divine Kingdom had such a character. It was really a bit surprising. However, such a person is the true nature of their character. They don't think of others and only know how to backstab others. Finally, the metal box was opened by the white-eyed wolf. A terrifying aura surged out from the cave. The white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up and immediately laughed. Madman had a bitter look on his face. Because the inheritance inside was the space-time law. Back then in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, the Primal Chaos Divine King gave the Madman the ultimate inheritance, which was the space-time law. Yun Xiang had also integrated the space-time law's ultimate inheritance left to him by the Divine Kingdom's princess. The ultimate inheritance that Long Chen obtained from the Black Flame Demon Theta Wang was also the space-time law. In this way, no one would compete with the white-eyed wolf for it. "Do you want it?" The white-eyed wolf looked at the madman. "Nonsense." The madman glared at him fiercely and turned to look at Ryuko with a very angry look. Ryuko's veins suddenly bulged as he said angrily, "What are you looking at me for? Do I have to ask you in advance what kind of inheritance you want? You should be satisfied with the inheritance I gave you." He really couldn't have too much contact with these people, otherwise he would be angered to death sooner or later. The white-eyed wolf looked at Ryuko and waved his hand. "Brother, don't bother with him. He's such a person. Just treat him as heir." "Who's your brother? Is he familiar with you?" Ryuko was about to go crazy. He really didn't want to see these people anymore. Otherwise he would go crazy sooner or later. The white-eyed wolf laughed and said, "Don't be so cold. We can be considered old friends now. Old friends have to love each other." "To hell with it. You stay here and watch. I'm going back first. I can't stand it anymore." Ryuko glared fiercely at the white-eyed wolf and said something to Jiang Yunshuang before turning around and leaving without looking back. "Take care. Come drink and chat with us when you have time. By the way, I'll introduce you to a wife. She's definitely prettier than Jiang Yunshuang." The white-eyed wolf waved his hand. Ryuko staggered and almost fell down. Jiang Yunshuang also suddenly frowned. "Damn wolf cub, did I provoke you? Why did you drag me into this? Prettier than me? Then why don't you go and find one?" At this moment, not only the people of the Divine Kingdom, but even the people of the Sky Cloud Realm couldn't help but sympathize with Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. Not only did they lose the inheritance of an ultimate profound meaning, but they were also complained about by the madman. Now they were being ridiculed by the white-eyed wolf. "You can't stand it? You're too weak. It's hard for you to become someone great." The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Jiang Yunshuang's mouth twitched. Fortunately, Ryuko had already left. Otherwise he would probably vomit blood on the spot. She finally understood that Long Qin didn't compete with this wolf cub for the inheritance to prevent internal strife was only secondary. The most important reason was that he didn't want to provoke this wolf cub. This was a problem. If you provoked him, he would have 100 ways to torture you. In the future, if it wasn't necessary, it was better to stay away from him. "You don't want it either." The white-eyed wolf looked at Long Qin and Yun Ziang. "No, I don't want it. As long as you like it." Yun Ziang waved his hand. Long Qin directly used his actions to prove it. He took a step back. "Righteous. You're not a friend for nothing." The white-eyed wolf grinned and put away the iron box without hesitation. He was really lucky. Originally, he had no interest in the friendly competition here. If it weren't for the appearance of the demon ancestor and others on the battlefield half a month ago, he wouldn't have come at all. Who would have thought that he would get such benefits? He really made a fortune. Chapter 3986. A moment passed. Pei Tianhong's heavenly tribulation was finally over. The ultimate meaning of the law of slaughter was completely formed. When he left the battlefield, Wang Changyuan and the others immediately went up to him, their faces full of joy. "Old Pei, congratulations. Such a joyous occasion, you must treat us tonight. Let's go to Tianyue restaurant and have a few drinks." "Good idea. Why don't I inform Yueqing now and ask her to prepare a table of good food and wine for us?" Looking at these smiles, Pei Tianhong also felt warm from the bottom of his heart. These people in front of him used to be his subordinates. Because the commanders were already elders of the Blood Hall. In the past, when these elders saw him, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. But now, everyone was like friends. This feeling was unprecedented. Seriously. At first he was not used to it. Because at that time he had already developed a high and mighty character. Think about it. A group of former subordinates suddenly became people on equal footing with him, who could accept it? With Pei Tianhong's character at that time, he definitely could not accept it. However, as everyone slowly got along, coupled with the influence of Qin Feiyang, Frenzy and the others, he found that this kind of relationship was actually not bad. Because in the past, it was purely superior and subordinate. And there was no trust between them, only interests. But now, when they were free they could gather together and chat. When they were fighting they could become each other's reliance. When they were in danger they worried about each other. When they were in trouble they helped and encouraged each other. No scheming, no disputes over interests. They became the most reliable comrades in arms, the most trusted partners, and established the purest friendship. So now they all cherished this kind of relationship. Jiang Yunshuang looked at Pei Tianhong, looking a little tired, and said to Frenzy and the others, "Why don't we end today's friendly competition here?" "Okay." Long Qin nodded. In fact, it was all expected. After a series of events, whether it was Ryuko or Jiang Yunshuang, they were already mentally and physically exhausted. How could they still have the mood to play here? "Let's go." Jiang Yunshuang waved his hand, and the hundreds of thousands of people from the Divine Kingdom immediately followed Jiang Yunshuang and disappeared from the inner area. What two fools! You can even come up with an idea like assassination. The white-eyed wolf scoffed. After all, the strength is right in front of me. Of course, I am confident that I can assassinate the demon ancestor. However, they don't know that the devil ancestor and the others are all old foxes. This can be considered a lesson for them. Long Qin shook his head and smiled. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "Speaking of which, you should give the demon ancestor the ultimate inheritance of the space-time law. After all, it was because of him that all of this happened. He hasn't comprehended the laws of space and time, so why give it to him? Given the current situation, the inheritance of the ultimate profound must be used wisely," White-Eyed Wolf said righteously. Long Qin was slightly surprised and asked, "Are you Dao Ren?" "It's obvious." The white-eyed wolf bared its fangs. Long Qin rolled his eyes. How shameless. In fact, he also understood. Even if the demon ancestor grasped the laws of space and time, the white-eyed wolf wouldn't give the inheritance to the demon ancestor. This was because when he was in the Great Qin, he had specially investigated the past of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Among them was the grudge between Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor and the others. Although the demon ancestor and the others had been in the Black Tortoise world all these years and didn't cause any trouble, it was indeed difficult for everyone to trust them without reservation. Of course, one couldn't blame the white-eyed wolf for being narrow-minded, because no matter who it was, they had to pay for their mistakes. Shua. The madman took a step forward and landed in front of Pei Tianhong and the others. He smiled cruelly and said, "Not bad, not bad. Old Wang, you guys have to work harder too. Don't be left behind by old Pei." Of course. Wang Changyuan and the others nodded. Long Qin, the white-eyed wolf, and Yun Xiang put away their ruler divine weapons and landed beside the madman. Long Qin smiled and said, "Such a good thing. Do you plan to tell Qin Feiyang?" "No." Pei Tianhong shook his head and said, "Plus, this isn't a big matter. It's better not to disturb the young master." "Where is he now?" Long Qin was curious. "I can't say. This is the young master's order." Pei Tianhong smiled apologetically. "We can't say it either?" The madman frowned. "Yes." Pei Tianhong nodded. "This bastard." The madman cursed. Pei Tianhong was helpless. The young master was comprehending the laws of life and death, not slacking off. Why did he have to scold him? "I hope he can succeed." Long Qin smiled and turned to look at Yun Xiang, saying, "Then we'll have to trouble you. If there's any sudden change, you can't go alone. Send us a message immediately." "Okay." Yun Xiang nodded. He also wanted to cultivate. Although he had mastered the 4 ultimate laws of life and death, they were all from the inheritance. He hadn't comprehended any of them yet. Besides, who didn't want to become stronger? But there was no other way. There must be someone here. Wang Changyuan suddenly said, "Why don't we call Blood Ancestor and the others to help? This way you can all go and cultivate." "I have no objection. As long as you can persuade them to come to the burial ground." Long Qin smiled. "Forget it. What's the deal? This is a dispute between the younger generation. The older generation won't intervene. We can't let the Divine Kingdom get hold of us. Moreover, they have fought for the Sky Cloud Realm for so many years. They really should have a good rest. Let me keep an eye here. You guys can do it." Yun Xiang smiled slightly. "Then I should be considered as someone from the older generation. After all, I am the reincarnation of the Blood Demon King." The madman secretly laughed. "You." Yun Xiang and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. If you want to be lazy, just say it. Why find such a lousy excuse? Although he was the reincarnation of the Blood Demon King, he had been reincarnated. How could he be considered as someone from the older generation? "What's that look?" The madman was dissatisfied. The white-eyed wolf suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, "Wait, if the Divine Kingdom learns that the little madman is the reincarnation of the Blood Demon King, will they use this as an excuse to make a fuss? This depends on whether they are reasonable or not. If they are unreasonable, then there's nothing we can do." Long Qin shrugged and smiled. In fact, the madman's seniority is really hard to define now. If you say he is from the younger generation, he is indeed the reincarnation of the Blood Demon King. In a sense, they are the same person. But to say he is from the older generation, I feel that it is too forced. Yun Xiang shook his head. "Who cares? Anyway, I am the madman now. No one can change it. As for the Blood Demon King, he has become history." The madman waved his hand, not caring at all. The past and the present life were already destined. There was no need to worry about it. The white-eyed wolf and the others looked at each other and smiled. Immediately, everyone took out their divine sound stones and suggested a contract bridge to facilitate communication in the future. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and pulled the madman to look at Long Qin. Little Qin, look, we can't find Little Qin Z now. We have nowhere to go. Why don't you kindly take us in? What do you mean? Long Qin was startled. Nothing, we just want to go into seclusion in your dragon lair. The white-eyed wolf said. Goodbye. Hearing that, Long Qin opened a space-time channel and ran in. Don't be like this. The white-eyed wolf dragged the madman and chased after him. Pei Tianhong and the others looked at each other and asked Yun Ziang, what are they doing? How would I know? Yun Ziang smiled bitterly. The white-eyed wolf was full of evil tricks. Who could see through his mind? As for having nowhere to go, it was complete nonsense. The Sky Cloud realm was so big, where couldn't they go? Why did they have to go to the dragon lair? Don't worry about them. Wang Changyuan waved his hand and pulled Yun Ziang. Let's go to the Heavenly Joy building for a few drinks. Dragon lair. After Long Qin appeared, he turned and looked at the spatial tunnel with a helpless expression. Because he could already feel the aura of the madman and the white-eyed wolf. So, the madman and the madman also came out. What do you want? Long Qin stared at the white-eyed wolf angrily. Nonsense, of course I'm here to cultivate. The white-eyed wolf said while looking at the current dragon lair. The current dragon lair, which was the former phoenix lair, didn't change much. Mountains stretched up and down and green trees towered into the sky. It was a scene of vitality. What are you looking at? Long Qin was suspicious. Nothing. The white-eyed wolf shook his head and smiled. I haven't had a good stroll in the dragon lair yet. I'm going to take a stroll, you guys can do whatever you want. After saying that, he disappeared without a trace. We can do whatever we want? Why does it sound like I'm the guest? Long Qin looked at the back of the white-eyed wolf in a daze. After a long time, he recovered and turned to look at the madman. What does he want to do? The madman shrugged. Who knows? However, this place was rather quiet and suitable for closed-door cultivation. I really don't know how Qin Feiyang can stand his personality. Long Qin shook his head helplessly and smiled. Since we're here, let's go have some tea and chat for a while. Okay. The madman nodded. The two of them flew like a giant mountain. At the top of the mountain there was a courtyard. This was Long Qin's residence. Around the courtyard there was a small bridge with flowing water, birds chirping and flowers fragrant. It was exceptionally quiet. But not long after the two of them sat down, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the depths of the mountain on the other side. The madman raised his head and looked over in surprise. When Long Qin looked up, he frowned. Damn wolf cub, what are you doing here? Following closely. An angry roar rang out. It was Long Qin's voice. After all this time you came to flirt with this woman? The madman was stunned. Everyone was bored. Whoosh. Very soon. Two figures, one in front and one behind, chased after each other. The one fleeing in front was the white-eyed wolf, and the one chasing behind was undoubtedly Long Qin. What a headache. Long Qin rubbed his forehead. He really couldn't let the white-eyed wolf stay in the dragon lair, otherwise he would definitely not have a peaceful life. Wait. But at this moment, the madman raised his head and looked at the mountain where the aura erupted. He didn't pay attention before and thought that it was Long Qin's aura, so he didn't think too much about it. But now that he saw Long Qin flying over, he realized that the aura that erupted before didn't seem to be Long Qin's aura. He pondered for a moment and a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Chapter 3987. Whoosh. The white-eyed wolf ran to the top of the mountain and immediately hid behind Frenzy. There's someone you're afraid of? Frenzy was surprised. I'm not afraid of her. I'm just a man who doesn't fight with women. The white-eyed wolf snorted. Long Qin also landed on the top of the mountain. Hearing the white-eyed wolf's words, he immediately looked at Long Qin and said, Brother, what are you doing? Why did you bring them to the dragon's nest? Long Qin had an innocent look on his face. Do you think I want to? I don't want to either. But I have no choice. They want to shamelessly follow me. What can I do? Long Qin stared at Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf and said angrily, Hurry up and leave. You're not welcome here. Including me? Frenzy pointed at his nose. Yes. Long Qin nodded. The corner of Frenzy's mouth twitched. He was really implicated. He was the fish in the pond. Brother Wolf, what do you want to do? Frenzy transmitted his voice. Don't transmit your voice. I can hear you. Just say what you want to say. Long Qin looked at the two coldly. The white-eyed wolf smiled and said, It's nothing. I just want to introduce you to a marriage. What the hell? Long Qin looked at the white-eyed wolf in shock. Long Qin also had a look of astonishment. Introduce a marriage? What was going on this time? Previously in the land of the buried gods, didn't I tell Ryuko that I wanted to introduce him to a wife? I think your sister is very good. The white-eyed wolf looked at Long Qin and grinned. When Long Qin heard this, his veins suddenly popped out. It was originally a joke, but he didn't expect that it would really help Ryuko. And he even had his eyes on his sister. This damn wolf cub. You want to introduce me to Ryuko? Ryuko of the Divine Kingdom? Long Qin still hadn't reacted. Yes. Look, he is the grandson of the king of the Divine Kingdom. He can get whatever he wants. Most importantly, he is the purple gold divine dragon. As for you, her looks are alright, but her personality is too bad. His talent is not bad, but his temper is too fiery. Overall, it's 60 points, just enough to pass. It's definitely not good enough for us, but it's more than enough for Ryuko. White-eyed wolf rubbed his chin as he sized up Long Qin. He didn't notice at all that Long Qin's face was already pitch black, his hands were tightly clenched together, and his eyes were about to spit out flames. Long Qin was also infuriated. His younger sister's temper was indeed bad, but it shouldn't be that bad. I'll kill you. Long Qin went berserk, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws as she pounced towards the ingrate. Seeing this, Frenzy quickly hid to the side. It was better not to get involved in this matter, lest he got into trouble. White-eyed wolf shuddered and quickly turned around to run. Stop right there. Long Qin was extremely angry and chased after him. Long Qin looked at this scene, glanced at Frenzy and asked, "Do you also think of my sister like this?" Frenzy looked at Long Qin with a stunned expression. How could he answer this? Say yes? Long Qin would definitely fall out with him. Say no? He really couldn't say such words that went against his heart. Is it hard to answer? Long Qin frowned. No. I personally think that your sister is very good. Frenzy quickly waved his hand. Long Qin looked at Frenzy's expression and snorted coldly, "Hypocrite." Ha! Frenzy laughed dryly and glanced in Longzuan's direction. A light flashed in his eyes. A long while later, White-eyed wolf flew over resentfully behind Long Qin. Long Qin was very pleased with himself. He didn't come to the mountain peak, but instead left directly. White-eyed wolf landed on the mountain peak and looked at Long Qin's back with eyes full of anger. Yo! What's going on? Frenzy looked at White-eyed wolf with a playful expression. With White-eyed wolf's strength, he shouldn't have been at a disadvantage. White-eyed wolf sat down next to Frenzy and snorted coldly, "I didn't attack her because of Little Chen. Don't call me Little Chen." A row of black lines appeared on his forehead. Then what should I call you? Little Ryuko? White-eyed wolf chuckled. Long Qin looked at the sky, speechless. He stood up and said, "You guys talk. I'll go visit my mother." After saying that, he turned around and left. After seeing Long Qin leave, Frenzy immediately put down his teacup and sent a message. "Brother Wolf, what are you trying to do?" "I'm trying to find out more about Revered Dragon." White-eyed wolf's eyes lit up. As expected. Frenzy murmured. He had already thought of this possibility when he sensed that chi. That old witch, she has always been with dragons, but she never showed herself. That's why I'm curious, what is she doing? White-eyed wolf thought to himself. Did you see her? Frenzy asked. Yes. White-eyed wolf nodded. His eyes looked dignified as he sent a message. I can feel a sense of danger from her. A sense of danger. Frenzy's heart shuddered. With White-eyed wolf's current strength, there weren't many people who could make him feel a sense of danger. That old witch must have gotten a lot of benefits from Ice Dragon. Her current strength. I guess she might be stronger than Long Chen and Long Qin. White-eyed wolf sent a message. It's really different to have a backer. Frenzy could only sigh in the face of such a thing. If they had an existence like the Ice Dragon behind them to rely on, they would also be able to get whatever they wanted. Unfortunately, they didn't have that luck. Without Dragon King, the current dragons are even more terrifying than before. What is the meaning of Ice Dragon and Small Beast? They want Little Qinzi to destroy the Divine Kingdom. Can't they do it with their strength? Do they want us to do it? White-eyed wolf frowned. I'm not sure about Ice Dragon's strength, but Small Beast's strength. I remember Snowflake and Bloodshed mentioned that many years ago, Small Beast swallowed an entire world in one gulp. You can imagine how terrifying that is. If even they can't deal with it, then the ruler of the Divine Kingdom, I'm afraid. Frenzy's face was full of worry. The road ahead was long and full of danger. The next day, Not only Long Qin, Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf didn't go to the battlefield, but Ryuko didn't go either. There was only one person on each side, Yun Xiang and Jiang Yunshuang. Although everyone was puzzled, no one dared to ask. However, one day after half a month, Ryuko finally appeared, accompanied by a dozen people. These people all had extraordinary auras. Among them there were a few familiar faces. They were Jiang Qin, Jiang Xing, the blue-haired youth and the others. As for the other faces he hadn't seen before, they all had the mark of the god race between their eyebrows. They were obviously the prodigies of the god race. Why is there only Yun Xiang? The group of people came to the battlefield and saw that there was only Yun Xiang on the Sky Cloud Realm's side. They couldn't help but be puzzled. I don't know. Long Qin and the others haven't appeared in the past half a month. Jiang Yunshuang shook his head. He's alone. Jiang Xing murmured. His eyes were full of resentment. Why don't we take the opportunity to entertain him? Although it had been so long, the scene of being suppressed in Soul Sealing Valley was still vivid in his mind. All the time he was thinking about revenge. All of you behave yourselves. I don't want to cause any more trouble. Ryuko glanced at Jiang Xing and Jiang Chen with a cold light in his eyes. Their pupils shrank and they lowered their heads in silence. Act natural. Don't let Yun Xiang notice anything unusual. Long Zi then swept his gaze over the others, especially the five among them. He gave them a serious look. Okay. The group of people nodded and then silently stood behind Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang, quietly scanning the creatures of the Sky Cloud Realm. About a few hundred breaths later. Ryuko, Divine Lady, no. I didn't find anything either. Me too. The five people that Ryuko paid attention to secretly transmitted messages to Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. Not a single one? Ryuko frowned. Yes. The five people secretly responded. Jiang Yunshuang looked at Ryuko and transmitted his voice. Could it be a misjudgment? Impossible. Since there is no one in our divine kingdom, they must be in the Sky Cloud Realm. Don't worry. There are countless creatures in the Sky Cloud Realm. The ones that have come to the battlefield now are just the tip of the iceberg. Let's wait. Sooner or later, one or two will appear. Ryuko secretly said. One or two is enough for us to turn the tables. Jiang Yunshuang muttered. It's best if your old enemy appears. In this way your Eye of Life can evolve, and then we will have an immortal body. When facing Long Chen and the others, we will definitely be in an invincible position. Ryuko secretly laughed. Jiang Yunshuang's eyes were full of yearning when he heard this. On the opposite side, Yun Xiang glanced at the group of people with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Why were there so many people? And looking at their expressions, it seemed that something was wrong? It seemed that there was a need to tell Long Chen and the others. When Long Chen received the news, he pondered for a long time, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Qin, come to see me immediately. His voice resounded over the dragon's nest. Whoosh. Very soon. Long Qin came to Long Chen's courtyard and directly pushed the door open and walked in. Qin, I have a mission for you. Long Qin smiled slightly. What mission? Long Qin was suspicious. This is a mission that only you can complete. You will go to the battlefield now and help Yun Xiang, but not to help him deal with the Divine Kingdom's supreme talents. You will use your fighting soul. Long Qin whispered a few words in Long Qin's ear. I see. Long Qin suddenly understood and smiled confidently. This is too easy for me. I promise to complete the mission. Then I will wait for your good news. Long Qin smiled and opened a space-time tunnel to send Long Qin away. When the space-time tunnel dissipated, Long Chen's eyes immediately shone with a wisp of light. These supreme talents of the Divine Kingdom only saw the fighting souls of him, the White-Eyed Wolf, the Lunatic and Qin Feiyang, but they did not know that his sister's fighting soul was also very terrifying. Just wait. Soon the truth would be revealed. On the battlefield. Seeing Long Qin appear, Yun Xiang immediately greeted him and asked suspiciously, Why are you here? My brother asked me to investigate something. Long Qin secretly said and glanced at Ryuko opposite him, his eyes full of disdain. What kind of joke was this? How could he be worthy of her with this kind of conduct? Investigate what? Yun Xiang was puzzled. Their purpose of organizing this friendly match. Long Qin transmitted his voice. Yun Xiang was stunned and said in astonishment, How are you going to investigate? The Divine Kingdom might have some ulterior motive for organizing this friendly match. However, these secrets were hidden in the other party's heart. How could Long Qin investigate? He could not force them to speak. Chapter 3988. Long Qin was stunned. She turned to look at Yun Xiang and asked, "Didn't Qin Feiyang and the others tell you about my ability?" "What ability?" These words left Yun Xiang scratching his head in confusion. "They didn't even tell you about this kind of thing. How much do they look down on me?" Long Qin snorted coldly. Yun Xiang was completely dumbfounded. What kind of ability was that? "You will know in the future." Long Qin whispered and looked up at Ryuko and the others. Her dark eyes were faintly glowing. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to notice. For example, at this moment, Ryuko and the others on the other side didn't notice at all. The Sky Prides who came to the Sky Cloud realm for the first time all looked at Long Qin curiously. "This woman seems to be very powerful," a young man from the God clan said. "She is Long Qin," Jiang Qin said secretly. "It's her." Knowing Long Qin's identity, the new Sky Pride's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. "I really can't figure it out. How can a place like the Sky Cloud realm cultivate such an outstanding woman?" "Ryuko goddess, does the Sky Cloud realm have the inheritance of the ultimate profound?" Someone was suspicious. "Finally, there is a person with better vision." Long Qin laughed secretly. Hearing that she was outstanding, she felt very comfortable. Even the epitome of the laws can be regarded as a treasure. Will there be the inheritance of the ultimate profound in a place like this? Ryuko sneered secretly. In that case, Long Qin's ultimate profundity was comprehended by herself? This is too amazing. Incredible. Several Sky Prides muttered secretly. When Ryuko heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He looked at Long Qin from a distance and said quietly, "Do you have any repulsion towards her?" "Repulsion?" Long Qin was slightly taken aback. What did this mean? "No." 5 of them said secretly. "Then it seems that she is not the owner of the strongest battle soul." Ryuko was a little disappointed. Possessor of the strongest fighting soul? Long Qin frowned slightly. Suddenly, her gaze trembled slightly. Repulsion? Possessor of the strongest fighting soul? Could it be that the 5 people who were secretly talking to Ryuko all possessed the strongest fighting soul? Immediately, Long Qin realized that this was an extremely important clue. He turned to look at Yun Xiang and said, "Send me back to the dragon nest." "All right." Yun Xiang nodded. He had just arrived and now he wanted to leave? It was a little strange. However, he didn't ask any more questions. He opened a space-time tunnel and Long Qin immediately walked in. Dragon Lair. Sensing Long Qin's presence outside the courtyard, Long Qin immediately opened his eyes and walked out of the room. Looking at Long Qin standing outside the door, he smiled and said, "Why are you back so soon? There must be some gains." Long Qin smiled proudly. "You got something just like that?" Long Qin was dumbfounded. This efficiency was too fast. Long Qin turned and walked to the edge of the cliff. He looked down at a certain place in the mountains and asked, "Are Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf both in seclusion?" "Yes." Long Qin followed to Long Qin's side and asked suspiciously, "Is there something that you can't let them know?" "I'm indeed thinking about this. You should know that possessors of the strongest fighting soul are basically people around Qin Feiyang." Long Qin transmitted his voice. "I know this." Long Qin nodded and asked doubtfully, "But does this have anything to do with the friendly competition?" "Of course it has something to do with it." Long Qin sneered and whispered, "If I'm not wrong, among those supreme talents who came this time, there are 5 possessors of the strongest fighting soul." "What?" Long Qin looked at Long Qin in shock. Long Qin immediately told Long Qin what he had heard without missing a word. Long Qin listened and pondered for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "Since they mentioned the word repelling, it seems to be true. So I came back to tell you immediately. Do you think the appearance of these 5 people is directly related to this friendly competition?" Long Qin frowned. Long Qin lowered his head and looked at the mountains with a thoughtful look. Seeing this, Long Qin did not disturb him. After a long time, Long Qin smiled and shook his head. These people really did put a lot of thought into this. "What do you mean?" Long Qin immediately asked. "I can roughly guess what they are going to do. They must grab the other half of the strongest fighting soul to fully evolve it. Only a complete strongest fighting soul can exert its incredible power. The friendly competition held by Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang should be to lure Mu Tianyang and the others out." Long Qin smiled and said, "In other words, they have the same plan as Mu Tianyang and the others?" Long Qin was surprised and doubtful. "Yes. Mu Tianyang and the others want to use this friendly competition to see if they can find their enemies and evolve their fighting souls. The Divine Kingdom is the same. I didn't understand why they would offer such a generous reward for a friendly competition. So this is their purpose." Long Qin shook his head. They were really willing to pay a high price. You can't trap a wolf without risking your child. Who would be able to resist such a reward? But it turned out that Mu Tianyang and the others were smarter. They didn't directly show up. Long Qin said with a smile. Long Qin was stunned and said with a smile, Qin, from what you said, it seems that you are looking down on the people of the Divine Kingdom. You can't blame me for looking down on them. They are stupid. Long Qin snorted coldly. Wrong. The people of the Divine Kingdom are not stupid. It's just that they are unlucky to meet you. Long Qin shook his head. Hearing this praise, Long Qin seemed to have eaten a happy fruit and asked, Then should I tell Frenzy and the others about this? This matter? Long Qin looked at the mountains below and pondered for a moment and said with a smile, Let me think about it. You still have to work hard and continue to go to the battlefield to keep an eye on them. Find out what fighting souls they have. After that, he opened another space-time passage. Okay. Long Qin nodded and stepped into the passage and quickly disappeared. It looks calm on the surface, but there is a hidden killing intent. This friendly competition is really interesting. However, he could also understand Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang's approach. Now, facing Qin Feiyang's Eye of Heaven and the Devil Ancestor's Eye of Despair, the pressure on the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom was increasing. Moreover, his fighting soul, Frenzy's fighting soul, and White-Eyed Wolf's fighting soul could also threaten the Divine Kingdom. So now, the 5 people of the Divine Kingdom must find their enemies as soon as possible, including Jiang Yunshuang. If Jiang Yunshuang could snatch the Mermaid Princess's Eye of Life, for her, there would be an earth-shaking change in an instant. In short, if the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom wanted to break the current passive situation, they must snatch the fighting souls of the Mermaid Princess and the others. At this moment, Long Qin was a little conflicted. The owners of these fighting souls were definitely good news for the Sky Cloud realm. Because as long as the fighting souls of the Mermaid Princess and the others evolved, they would undoubtedly be more confident in dealing with the Divine Kingdom in the future. But these people had a deep relationship with Qin Feiyang. If he really helped them, they would definitely become his great enemy in the future. Wait. But suddenly, Mu Tianyang's eyes flashed. Among these people there were also a few uncertain factors. As long as he could make good use of this, if he really fell out with Qin Feiyang, they would definitely become his trump card. Son of God. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. A woman in a silver-white dress broke through the air like lightning and landed in front of Long Qin. This woman was the little princess of the dragons. Linglong, why are you here? Also, don't call me Son of God anymore, just call me Long Qin. Long Qin smiled slightly. How would I dare to call you by your name? Although her tone was very respectful, Linglong's expression was neither servile nor overbearing. Isn't a name used to be called? Long Qin shook his head and laughed, asking, Do you need something from me? Yes. Linglong nodded, looking expectantly at Long Qin, and said, What do you think about the matter I told you last time? When Long Qin heard this, his face suddenly sank and asked, Do you really want to do this? I have no choice. If I don't take action, they will find me sooner or later. So, it's better to take the initiative. When this sentence was said, the woman seemed to have changed in an instant, and her eyes were sharper than a blade. Long Qin looked at Linglong, took a deep breath and sighed, This is really not a trivial matter because whether it succeeds or fails, you will face their anger. I have long been prepared. Linglong smiled. You little girl? Long Qin looked helpless, shaking his head and said, This matter can't be rushed and don't make it difficult for me. How about this? Let's see how the situation develops in the future. If it really comes to that point, I will help you. Then how long do I have to wait? And if the final situation is like this, then I will never be able to complete it, right? Linglong frowned. If it can really be like this, then wouldn't it be a very perfect ending? Linglong. I know you are not satisfied with the status quo and want to be like us. But in fact, we are not happy. Although it seems that we are fighting with the heavenly talents of the Divine Kingdom, at the same time, we are facing a lot of pressure. To be honest, I am a little envious of you. You are carefree, and even if the sky falls, there is someone tall to hold it up. So, you really don't have to force it. Long Qin patiently explained. You are under pressure, but so am I. If you don't help me, then I will think of a way by myself. The worst that can happen is death. Linglong clenched her hands, and her eyes were full of determination. Absolutely not. Do you know why I forbade you from leaving the dragon nest after knowing about your fighting soul? I am protecting you. I did not even tell my biological sister and mother about your fighting soul, so I hope you can understand my painstaking efforts. If you really insist on doing this, then I can only imprison you in my space divine item in the future. Long Chen's attitude was also very firm. When Linglong heard this, she was immediately unhappy. Chapter 3989. You're still not convinced? Actually, I've been patient enough with you. I repeatedly warned you to not come in contact with Qin Feiyang and the others. Yet what did you do? Not long after they entered the Black Tortoise realm, you took the initiative to look for them. Long Chen's eyes were slightly cold. How do you know? Linglong was flustered. I also know that you cooperated with Qin Feiyang to get rid of your brother. It was also you who told Qin Feiyang about the Eye of Heaven. Back then, the place where you met was in the Western continent. These words caused Linglong to panic to the extreme. She really couldn't figure out why Long Chen knew so much. It was as if he saw it with his own eyes. Originally, your brother was very useful to me. But because of you, he lost the Eye of Heaven. But I don't blame you for this. After all, this is a fair battle between your big brother and Qin Feiyang. As the saying goes, those who bet must accept their loss. When you contacted Qin Feiyang, I didn't ask. Because I believe that you know what to do. But now, you've come to find me and urgently want me to help you. This is very irrational and immature behavior. Long Chen's face became colder. One had to know. After interacting with Frenzy and the others for so many years, his face had never changed. But now, it was obvious that his anger was erupting. Exquisite lowered her head, her body faintly trembling. Normally, Long Chen gave people a feeling that he was easy to get along with. But at this moment, Exquisite felt a great pressure from Long Chen, and her soul couldn't help but tremble. Do you know what the current situation is? Long Chen looked at her deeply, raised his head and looked in the direction of the land of buried gods and whispered, "The Divine Kingdom's strength is obvious to all. To deal with the Divine Kingdom, we have to join forces with Qin Feiyang to have a chance of winning." I know. Linglong nodded. Then do you know what will happen once the Sky Cloud Realm falls? Long Chen asked. Linglong was silent. Let me tell you. If the Sky Cloud Realm falls, not only the creatures of the Sky Cloud Realm, but all the continents in the lower realm will suffer a catastrophe. Billions upon billions of living beings will welcome the end of the world. Long Chen retracted his gaze and looked at Linglong. If such a disaster happened because of you, then you will be a sinner for all eternity. Can you bear this sin? Linglong trembled uncontrollably, her face deathly pale. So now, our Sky Cloud Realm cannot have internal strife, especially Qin Feiyang and the others. We must maintain our current relationship. As for your matter, if you're willing to wait, then wait until the Divine Kingdom retreats. If you're not willing to wait, then give up. Long Chen said. Give up. Linglong's body and mind trembled. She raised her head and looked at Long Chen. Not bad. You only have these two choices. If I find out that you went to Qin Feiyang again, I will kill you directly. His words were very calm, but they were full of great deterrence. Linglong did not dare to have any objections. She lowered her head again, her face incomparably painful. Long Chen saw this and couldn't bear it. He stretched out his hand and straightened out the messy hair on her forehead. His expression eased a lot. He smiled and said, "In fact, you don't need a war soul. You can still become a heaven's pride in the Sky Cloud Realm. Because your talent is better than all the princes and princesses." This was not false at all. Whether it was the first prince of the dragons or the second princess of the dragons, they were all afraid of this little princess. And you are very smart. You also know how to endure. I really don't want to see you embark on a path of no return. How about this? You go to my mother. She still has the inheritance of the ultimate profound. You tell her that I asked you to go, and she will arrange it for you. Long Chen smiled slightly. Linglong's eyes suddenly trembled. She hurriedly looked up at Long Chen. Was this real? Was this a dream? Go. Long Chen patted Linglong's head. There was a trace of affection on his face. It was like the love of a brother to his sister. Thank you. Linglong bowed. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, "Then the grudge between me and my brother, you. I will not interfere in the grudge between you two. But it must be fair." Long Chen smiled. Understood. Linglong nodded. The meaning of these words was quite obvious. He did not allow her to borrow Qin Feiyang's hand. If she wanted to take revenge, she would have to go and have a fair fight with the first prince of the dragons. Also, Qin my mother, and I will leave the dragons sooner or later. You must not let me down. Long Chen turned around, looked at the horizon, and said with a smile. Linglong had just turned around and was about to leave. When she heard these words, her body suddenly shook. She slowly turned around and looked at Long Chen's back. But Long Chen did not turn around. He did not say anything more. Ling Long took a deep breath, bowed and said, "I will try my best." Then, without waiting for Long Chen's response, she turned around and flew away. Others may not understand, but she understood the hidden message in Long Chen's words. He wanted her to be the future Dragon King, to lead all the dragons. Time passed day by day. The friendly competition was in full swing. Anyone with the slightest bit of courage would have already tried it. However, although there were countless people from the Sky Cloud field participating, the winning rate was too small. Apart from the battle with the demon ancestor, who won a complete victory, the people after were almost completely defeated. The only few times they won, they relied on the secluded old antiques of the various races. Even these old antiques were lucky to win because they challenged the humans of the Divine Kingdom. As for the God race, apart from Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan, no one dared to challenge them. Others were scared out of their wits when they saw the people of the God race. But Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and the others were specifically watching the people of the God race. With their strength, they were definitely not the opponents of the God race. But they were not afraid. After a crushing defeat, they rested for 2 days and continued to challenge. Anyway, the other party did not dare to take their lives. They might as well use these people to train themselves. Therefore, in every battle, they used all their strength and did not leave any leeway for themselves. Sometimes, even if they fell down and could not stand up, they still persevered. Such perseverance and fighting spirit, even the great geniuses of the Divine Kingdom could not help but look at them in a new light. They even investigated the situation of Pei Tianhong and the others. After some investigation, it turned out that these people were Qin Feiyang's subordinates. No wonder they had such courage. Where there was effort, there was gain. In battle after battle, Wang Changyuan and the 9 commanders broke through successively and comprehended the ultimate profundity of an ordinary law. Even though it wasn't the ultimate profundity of a strongest law, they were already very satisfied. Because when they were in the Western continent, they did not even dare to imagine that they would be able to comprehend an ultimate profundity in this life. Just like that, 10 years. An entire 10 years passed. The people of the Divine Kingdom were no longer unfamiliar to them. Even if they encountered the people of the Divine Kingdom in the 4 continents, they would not be nervous at all and would even speak a few words sometimes. Because they were used to it. On this day, Ocean of Cloud City, Tianyue Pavilion. Within a private room. Over a dozen people sat around a table and all of them were familiar faces. It was Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, the other commanders and the demon ancestors group. Mu Qing looked at Pei Tianhong and the others and shook his head. All of you have really been influenced by Qin Feiyang. You're all so desperate. You already know. Pei Tianhong smiled. Right now, everyone in the Sky Cloud realm is talking about all of you. It's difficult not to know. Moreover, all of you should go and take a look for yourselves. Who doesn't say that all of you are desperate? Even the God race of the Divine Kingdom is worried when they see all of you. Do you know why they are worried? Endless challenges, but they can't kill all of you. It's hard to bear. Mu Qing shook his head. He really felt pity for the God race. They were completely treated as sparring partners by these people. Pei Tianhong and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they heard this. Dong Xingyang smiled, but all of you are quite formidable. You've all broken through in battle. Qin Feiyang has gained over a dozen more generals under his command. What do you mean by that? We are the young master's generals. The second commander spoke proudly. You're really arrogant. In the current situation, without an ultimate profundity, what can we do? Even if we comprehend the ultimate profundity of an ordinary law, it doesn't mean much. The most important thing is the ultimate profundity of a strongest law. So, not only you, the few of us have to work hard too. Otherwise, we will be thrown to the horizon by Qin Feiyang sooner or later. Mu Qing sighed. Thinking back to when he was in the Great Qin and Forgotten Continent, he was similar to Qin Feiyang. But now, one was the sky, the other was the earth. They were not on the same level at all. They were both possessors of the strongest battle soul. Why was the difference so big? Actually, we still have to go out more to gain experience. For example, when the Sky Bell Divine Treasure opened, we should have gone to gain experience. Mu Tianyang shook his head as he drank his tea, feeling rather regretful. If he knew that the Sky Bell Divine Treasure had so many heaven-defying opportunities, he would have gone no matter what. If you guys want to go, the young master might not agree. After all, you guys are going to drag him down. Wang Changyuan chuckled. The few of them weren't angry. Even Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing weren't angry at all, but they rolled their eyes at Wang Changyuan. Have you guys gained anything in the past 10 years? Pei Tianhong asked. No. We've been to almost all the big and small towns on the 4 continents. Dong Xingyang sighed helplessly. Apart from the towns, aren't there still many small villages? Pei Tianhong said. You're underestimating the strongest battle soul too much. Those who possess the strongest battle soul all have extraordinary talent. How can they stay in a small village forever? Apart from the Divine Kingdom, there are only 3 major races left. We want to find time to visit the 3 major races. But, at this point, Dong Xingyang frowned, looking somewhat worried. Are you worried that the 3 major races won't let you guys go? Pei Tianhong asked. And? Dong Xingyang nodded. Pei Tianhong pondered for a while and analyzed. The Feng people shouldn't have any objections. As for the Kirin race, let's inform Qi Shaoyun in advance. With his relationship with the young master, it shouldn't be a big problem. The only difficult thing to deal with is the dragons. That's what we think too. The dragons are now under the control of Long Zun and Long Qin. Long Qin is still fine, but Long Zun and Long Qin, this pair of mother and daughter, won't be easy to get along with. Dong Xingyang smiled bitterly. Actually, we don't have to go personally. Fire Dance, Qi Shaoyun, Long Qin is from the 3 major races. They definitely know if anyone in the race has awakened the strongest battle soul. Can't we just ask them directly? Wang Changyuan looked at everyone and said, No. Fire Dance can be trusted now. But Long Qin and Qi Shaoyun, to be honest, I don't trust them at all. What if they're hiding something? Won't we just brush past each other? Brushing past each other is a small matter. The most terrifying thing is that Long Qin already knows about our battle souls. What if he's plotting against us behind our backs? So, we have to find an opportunity to confirm it personally. Mu Qing shook his head. He didn't know much about Qi Shaoyun, but if Long Qin was really plotting against them behind their backs, the consequences would be unimaginable. Pei Tianhong pondered for a while and looked at them. If you insist on going, then we can only ask Feng Zi and Brother Wolf for help. Mu Qing frowned and asked, Is there no other way? He really didn't want to ask Feng Zi and White-Eyed Wolf for help. There really isn't. If you go in your own name, let alone the dragons, even the Feng people might not give you any face. Pei Tianhong chuckled. Chapter 3990. In the current Tianyun realm, if you don't rely on the young master and the others, even if you have the strongest battle soul, it is useless. Blood Ancestor is still okay. The Eye of Despair has evolved. But for Mu Tianyang and the other 2, what use can the semi-finished strongest battle soul be? Any reclusive old antique from the 3 major clans is enough to make them suffer. Sigh. Mu Qing sighed deeply. Although he was a little unwilling, he could only do so. Pei Tianhong immediately sent a message to Madman. However, after waiting for a while, Madman didn't reply. He then sent a message to the White-Eyed Wolf. But the response this time was very quick. The image of the White-Eyed Wolf appeared. What is it? The White-Eyed Wolf looked at Pei Tianhong suspiciously. Pei Tianhong briefly explained the situation. The White-Eyed Wolf froze for a moment, the corner of his mouth pursed into a playful smile. Let them beg me, then I will help them. Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang's faces instantly darkened. Dong Xingyang also had a helpless expression. Pei Tianhong simply turned the sound transmission godstone and faced Mu Tianyang and the other 2. Is it so difficult for you to lower your head and beg me? The White-Eyed Wolf looked at the 3 of them in ridicule. If you want to help, then help. If not, then forget it. Mu Qing snorted. You have personality, I like it. Then you guys have to think of a way yourselves. After the White-Eyed Wolf finished speaking, he turned off the sound transmission godstone. This bastard, Mu Qing was stunned. What kind of attitude was this? I know you are very powerful now, but you don't have to be so arrogant. After knowing each other for so long, you still don't understand the character of this wolf cub? A typical example of being amenable to coaxing but not coercion. The demon ancestor looked at Mu Qing helplessly. After so many years, this arrogant character should be put away. If you don't want to help, then don't help. I don't believe that if we leave them, we can't handle this matter. Mu Qing snorted coldly. Fine. You have the ability, you go. Anyway, I won't go and ask for trouble. The demon ancestor said indifferently. You're not going either? Mu Qing was stunned. He was counting on the fiend ancestor. Because the demon alpha's Eye of Despair had already evolved, the 3 races would definitely give the demon alpha some face. Mu Tianyang glanced at the demon ancestor and frowned. You are helping the white-eyed wolf to bully us. I didn't bully you. I just want you to personally experience the status of the white-eyed wolf and the others in the sky cloud realm. I'll explain it to you like this. If you leave them now, you will achieve nothing. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. The demon ancestor said indifferently. I'll give it a try. Mu Qing snorted coldly and immediately got up to leave. You really won't cry until you're in the coffin. The fiend ancestor sighed. Pei Tianhong and the rest looked at each other and quietly followed, ready to watch the show. Let's go take a look too. Dong Xingyang looked at Mu Tianyang and the demon ancestor as he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Kanglan Snow Mountain. An invisible barrier enveloped half of the Kanglan Snow Mountain, blocking the invasion of ice and snow. After all these years, the barrier had long been filled with green mountains and clear waters. The Feng people lived here peacefully. Whoosh! A figure broke through the air and arrived. It was Mu Qing. Who is it? Before he could get close to the barrier, a middle-aged man rushed into the sky and blocked in front of Mu Qing. Mu Qing took a deep breath and cupped his hands. I am Mu Qing. I would like to enter the phoenix nest to take a look. I hope you can make an exception for me. Mu Qing? The middle-aged man sized up Mu Qing and shook his head. The Feng people have nothing to see. Please leave quickly. This attitude was already very polite. If it was the Feng people of the past, they would definitely chase him away directly. Mu Qing's expression stiffened and hurriedly said, I know Huo Wenchang. The middle-aged man had already turned and left. Hearing this, he couldn't help but stop and look at Mu Qing again. I'm not lying. Huo Wenchang and I are old friends. If you don't believe me, you can ask Huo Wenchang to come out. Mu Qing said anxiously. I'm sorry, the patriarch is not in the phoenix nest now. The middle-aged man said apologetically. Not here? Mu Qing frowned. Yes. The patriarch is in the land of the buried gods. He might only be back at night. Since you know the patriarch, why don't you contact him directly? If he agrees, I can let you enter the phoenix nest. The middle-aged man said. Can't you let me in now? Mu Qing frowned. No. Although the Feng people have an agreement with the demon palace, our phoenix nest is not a place you humans can enter as you wish. We respect you, so please respect us. The middle-aged man said expressionlessly. Mu Qing's expression was a little ugly. I knew it. With your prestige, you can't do it at all. At this moment, the demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang, Dong Xingyang, Pei Tianhong and a group of people walked out of the space divine item. You followed me? Mu Qing raised his eyebrows. That's not the point. Pei Tianhong shook his head and looked at the middle-aged man. He cupped his hands and smiled. I'm Pei Tianhong. Please forgive me for offending you. The middle-aged man scanned the group of people. Wasn't this the demon ancestor? And Pei Tianhong and the rest. They were also Qin Feiyang's subordinates. What were these people doing in the phoenix nest? Whoosh. Suddenly, a golden figure appeared from a glacier not far away. Golden-winged Wolf King. The middle-aged man looked up and his expression changed drastically. Seeing the white-eyed wolf appear, Mu Qing's expression turned extremely ugly. Aren't you very capable? The white-eyed wolf walked over and looked at Mu Qing mockingly. Mu Qing looked at the middle-aged man and sent a sound transmission. Bastard, don't go too far. Leave me some face. The white-eyed wolf looked at the middle-aged man with disdain. He said indifferently, if brother wants to enter the phoenix nest, do I have to get the permission of my father-in-law? When he mentioned his father-in-law, his expression was very unnatural. No need, no need. The middle-aged man waved his hand and quickly ran to the front of the barrier. He took out a token and opened the barrier. Then he retreated to the side and said respectfully, Lord Wolf King, please. The white-eyed wolf was very satisfied. He looked at Mu Qing and stepped into the phoenix nest. How shameless. Mu Qing secretly snorted. This is prestige. You have to admit it. Pei Tianhong chuckled and also stepped into the phoenix nest. After the group of people entered the phoenix nest, the middle-aged man smiled and said, Lord Wolf King, I will go and report to the ancestral patriarchs and ask them to welcome you personally. No need. The white-eyed wolf waved his hand. When the middle-aged man heard this, he stood aside resentfully. Then should we ask them to gather all the people of the Feng people? It will be easier to investigate. Pei Tianhong secretly asked. No need. If the Phoenix clan really has someone with the strongest fighting soul, they will definitely hide if they know about it in advance. So, we have to launch a surprise attack at this time so that they have nowhere to hide. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed and he sent a sound transmission to Mu Tianyang and the other two. However, don't be too hopeful. Sister Feng has never told me that the Feng people have the strongest fighting soul. Regardless, we have to go and take a look. Dong Xingyang secretly said. Then follow me. The white-eyed wolf took a step forward and rushed to the center of the phoenix nest like lightning. While the white-eyed wolf was leading Mu Tianyang and the others to investigate the three major clans in the Shin family village in the western mainland. Boom. A powerful aura rolled out from the back of the mountain. In the village, the children were playing. The elders in the village were also sitting outside and basking in the sun. However, the appearance of this aura did not cause a commotion. Everyone seemed to be used to it. Qin Feiyang was also sitting at the entrance of the village, drinking tea and playing chess with Shin Mulin. The two of them did not pay attention to the aura that suddenly erupted. However, Qin Feiyang had already turned into a middle-aged man. That's right. He now looked like a middle-aged man. His body was a little plump, and strands of white hair could be clearly seen at his temples. He was filled with an aura of vicissitudes. Opposite him, Shin Mulin looked at the chessboard and his eyes suddenly lit up. He picked up a black piece and pressed it on a certain spot. The white piece on Qin Feiyang's side immediately became a dead end. Brother Gu Feng admitted. Shin Mulin chuckled. Qin Feiyang glanced at the chessboard and shook his head. I didn't expect Brother Shin's chess skills to be so good. I haven't won a single game in 10 years. Even his voice was filled with the magnetism of a middle-aged man. He had been playing chess since he was young and his skills were not bad. However, in front of Shin Mulin he was like a child, unable to withstand a single blow. I'll let you win next time. Shin Mulin laughed loudly. After taking the Eternal Youth Elixir, his face was flushed red and he was full of energy. How can I let you win in chess? Qin Feiyang shook his head. At this moment, the aura at the back of the mountain disappeared. After a while, a group of young men and women in their 20s ran out from the back of the mountain in high spirits. The leader was a woman. She was about 1.75 meters tall and had an exquisite figure. Although she was dressed very simply, it couldn't hide her elegant and refined temperament. Xiaojia, you've finally broken through. Congratulations. Qin Feiyang looked at the woman. It's all thanks to you, Brother Gu Feng. If it weren't for your guidance, how could I have broken through so quickly? The woman giggled. That's right. This was the little girl from back then. The group of young people behind her were also the children who followed behind this little girl back then. 10 years had passed. They had all grown up. Shin Xiaojia had already become a slender and elegant woman. Even that snotty kid had turned into a handsome young man. And the aura from before was the aura of Shin Xiaojia's breakthrough. This was no longer a rare thing. Ever since Qin Feiyang took out the Eternal Youth Elixir to help Shin Mulin prolong his life, the people in the village treated him like family. They had never said anything about letting him go. Moreover, after living together for so many years, no one had inquired about Qin Feiyang's background. For them, Qin Feiyang's background was no longer important. Because now they had already regarded Qin Feiyang as a member of the village. And Qin Feiyang had also thoroughly integrated into the village life in these 10 years. He followed the men in the village to hunt, followed the women to plant vegetables in the fields, and played with the children in the village. Sometimes even he forgot his true identity and thought that he was Gu Feng. Similarly, if the children in the village encountered any difficulties in their cultivation, he would tirelessly guide them as if he was teaching his own children. Chapter 3991. It was also because of Qin Feiyang's guidance that the strength of the young people in the village had increased by leaps and bounds. One had to know. With his current cultivation, any casual word from him would be priceless advice to these young people. Just like the young people of Shin Xiaojia's generation, they had been by Qin Feiyang's side since they were young. Not only had they been influenced by Qin Feiyang, their perseverance and potential had also far surpassed their peers. Shin Xiaojia was only in her 20s. But in her 20s she had already broken through to 1-star War Master. This was under the condition that the gate of potential had not been opened. If the gate of potential had been opened, it would have been even more terrifying. Big Brother Gu Feng, I'm about to break through too. A handsome young man looked at Qin Feiyang and chuckled. This person was of course that snotty baby. Good. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at Shin Mulin and smiled. Brother Shin, your village is full of talents. What do you mean by your village? Shouldn't you be talking about our village? Shin Mulin was displeased. Qin Feiyang was startled, then shook his head and laughed. That's right, our village. That's more like it. You've already lived here for 10 whole years. Look at everyone who has ever treated you as an outsider. So, don't treat yourself as an outsider. Shin Mulin smiled, then turned his gaze to Xin Xiaojia and the group of young people. He shook his head and said, "As for them, if they didn't have your guidance, how could they be so outstanding? So this is all thanks to you. You're treating me like an outsider." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Shen Mulan looked at Xin Xiaojia and smiled. "You guys go and play first. Your big brother Gu Feng and I still want to play another round. What's the point of playing chess all day?" Xin Xiaojia pouted, hugged Qin Feiyang's arm and said, "Big brother Gu Feng, accompany us out to hunt." That's right, that's right. I heard from big brother De Zhuang that a war king level beast king has recently appeared in the mountains ahead. I really want to meet it. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. I think you guys are really arrogant. With your little strength, you dare to challenge a war king? Xin De Zhuang walked out from the nearby forest with a gigantic beast on his shoulder. It was a black tortoise. Although it was already dead, the aura it left behind was quite shocking. Brother De Zhuang, didn't you go to the city? Why are you carrying a ferocious beast back? Xin Xiaojia and the others surrounded him. I packed it on the way back. Xin De Zhuang threw down the black tortoise and ran in front of Qin Feiyang and Shen Mulan. He smiled and said, "Grandpa, big brother Gu Feng." In the past 10 years, Qin Feiyang had given Xin De Zhuang plenty of pointers. Now he was already a war god at the initial success stage. "I'm back." Shen Mulan smiled. "Yes." Xin De Zhuang nodded and brought over a stool. He sat beside the two of them and said excitedly, "I heard some shocking news today." Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment and asked with a smile, "What news?" Xin De Zhuang said, "In the battlefield of the land of buried gods, there is a group of people called the Gui Jianqiu." Gui Jianqiu? Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Yes. I heard that the people of the divine kingdom can't help but worry when they see them." Xin De Zhuang nodded. "Who are they?" Qin Feiyang was curious. To be able to make the people of the divine kingdom worry, could it be the White-Eyed Wolf's group? But it couldn't be. If it was really the White-Eyed Wolf's group, there was no need to be so curious. "De Zhuang, tell us, who are they?" Xin Xiaojia and the group of young people also surrounded him with stars in their eyes. "What's the hurry? Look at me, I've said so much, but you don't know how to get a cup of water." Xin De Zhuang glared at the group of people. Okay, I'll go get it now." A young man turned and ran into the village. Soon he came out with a bowl of water. Xin De Zhuang drank it in one go and let out a long breath. He looked at Qin Feiyang and Shen Mulan and said, "This group of people has a big background. The leader is the Blood Hall Master of the West Continent, Pei Tianhong." "So it's them." Shen Mulan nodded in realization. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head and laughed. Xin De Zhuang asked suspiciously, "Big brother Gu Feng, why are you shaking your head? Don't you believe me?" No. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. "What I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can go to the city with me and ask around. Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and a few elders of the Blood Hall have all been on the battlefield these years. I heard that they specially targeted the people of the god race to challenge them. It said that they all comprehended the ultimate profound during the battle. Ultimate profound, I'm so envious." Xin De Zhuang looked at the sky with a yearning expression. Comprehended the ultimate profound? Qin Feiyang was stunned. It was really unexpected. There's another news. It said that the people of the divine kingdom wanted to kill someone called the demon ancestor, but they didn't succeed. In the end, they even compensated our sky cloud realm with an inheritance of the strongest law and ultimate profound. Xin De Zhuang said again. Really? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Many people are talking about this. It should be true. Xin De Zhuang was also a little uncertain. After all, he didn't see it with his own eyes. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Since it spread to such a remote place, then it should be true. These guys are not bad. They actually got an inheritance of the strongest law and ultimate profound. For the current situation, it was indeed good news. Xin De Zhuang asked, Big brother Gu Feng, do you know the person behind Pei Tianhong and the others? The person behind? Qin Feiyang was stunned. I guess that you didn't know. The person behind Pei Tianhong and the others is the famous Qin Feiyang of our sky cloud realm. Xin De Zhuang's face was full of admiration. Qin Feiyang laughed and asked, Is this Qin Feiyang very powerful? Of course. Not only the people of our sky cloud realm, even the people of the divine kingdom who saw him were like mice seeing a cat. In recent years, the famous madman Mo and the golden-winged wolf king are his brothers. Xin De Zhuang said with a smile. So it's like that. Qin Feiyang laughed. I really want to meet this legendary figure. However, for small characters like us, it's probably harder than ascending to the sky to meet him. Shen Dezhuang sighed in disappointment. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. It's not that exaggerated. Maybe you've already met him but you just didn't notice. It's not exaggerated at all. After all, he's in existence standing at the top of the sky cloud realm. How could he come to meet a small character like me? Shen Dezhuang said. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He really didn't expect that in the eyes of the world, he had become so unattainable. Don't think about such a big character. You guys go ahead. I'll play another game with Brother Gu Feng. Shen Mulin waved his hand. Okay. Shen Dezhuang nodded, got up and looked at Shen Shaojia's group and shouted, "Come and help me deal with this black tortoise." After the group of young people left, Shen Mulin cleaned up the chess pieces on the chessboard while looking at Qin Feiyang. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang noticed Shen Mulin's abnormality and asked suspiciously. Brother Gu Feng, although I don't know how strong you are, from the way you tested Dezhuang, you're definitely not an ordinary person. But why have you aged so much in the past 10 years? And your aura is getting weaker and weaker. Shen Mulin frowned. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile, Brother, you found out. A young man turned into an old middle-aged man in 10 years. It's hard not to notice such an obvious change. Shen Mulin glared at him angrily. Actually, it's nothing. Qin Feiyang shook his head. How can it be nothing? You obviously have something to say. If you really treat us as a family, tell me the truth. Shen Mulin said. This? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile, All right then, I'll tell you the truth. Actually, I'm also nearing the end of my life. What? Shen Mulin's hands trembled, and the chess pieces in his hands fell to the ground. What's wrong? Hearing the commotion, Shen Dezhuang and the others immediately looked over. Nothing. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said telepathically, Brother Shen, calm down, calm down. Shen Mulin looked at Shen Dezhuang and the others and said angrily, How can I calm down? Why didn't you say so earlier? It's already destined. What's there to worry about? Besides, what's the use of worrying? Worrying can't change fate, so it's better to accept it and live happily every day. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Shen Mulin was speechless. He shook his head and sighed. I really admire your attitude. You know my situation. To be honest, before I took the Eternal Youth Elixir, I couldn't be as calm as you. Qin Feiyang smiled and bent down to pick up the chess pieces on the ground. Shen Mulin sighed and also bent down to pick up the chess pieces. But suddenly, he was stunned and said telepathically, Brother, don't you have the Eternal Youth Elixir? I've already taken one. The Eternal Youth Elixir is the same as the Life Extension Elixir. It can only be taken once. The second time will have no effect. Qin Feiyang smiled. Shen Mulin's expression froze. He looked at Qin Feiyang silently. Qin Feiyang looked at Shen Mulin and shook his head. Brother Shen, you don't have to sympathize with me. I'm not sympathizing with you. I'm just sad for you. Shen Mulin sighed. Although they had only known each other for 10 years, he could already tell that this was a kind person. Why was he facing such a desperate situation? If it was something else, he would try his best to help. But when it came to the end of one's lifespan, even if a deity came down, there was nothing he could do. Please don't be sad. It's because I saw that the people in the village are simple and kind. Everyone is living happily. That's why I decided to stay and live the rest of my life peacefully. Qin Feiyang smiled. Hearing this, Shen Mulin picked up all the chess pieces. Looking at the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, he seemed to be relieved. He smiled and said, Okay, I promise to keep it a secret for you. I also promise to let you live the rest of your life peacefully. Thank you. Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully. Shen Mulin shook his head and smiled. Then let's continue. Okay. This time I'll definitely win. Qin Feiyang nodded and laughed heartily. Chapter 3992. After several days of investigation, the Feng people and the Kirin clansmen were all excluded. Almost nothing was missed. The white-eyed wolf didn't even let go of the spatial divine items. Although spatial divine items could be hidden, they couldn't hide from his divine sense. No matter whose spatial divine item it was, he had to check it. He didn't even let go of Qi Shaoyun's spatial divine item. Of course, Qi Shaoyun was also very cooperative. Finally, a group of people arrived at the dragon lair. What's going on? Long Chen looked at the group of people with a stunned expression. The white-eyed wolf grinned and said, Aren't we here to see if you have the people we need hidden here? Long Chen was stunned and shook his head speechlessly. If I did, I would have told you long ago. That's not necessarily true. Back then, You didn't tell us about the first prince of the dragon's eye of heaven, right? The white-eyed wolf looked at him mockingly. Fine. There's no point in talking too much. Look for it yourself. Long Qin shrugged helplessly. However, at this moment, Long Qin flew through the air and stood in front of the white-eyed wolf and the others. She said coldly, "Do you think you can check just because you want to? What kind of place do you think our dragon lair is?" "I'm not in the mood to mess with you now." The white-eyed wolf frowned. "Am I messing with you? Get lost immediately." Long Qin stood on the barrier and her eyes flashed coldly. The white-eyed wolf narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman. Suddenly he turned to Long Chen and laughed. "Are you feeling guilty?" Long Chen's pupils shrank slightly, but he immediately concealed it and looked at Long Qin with a smile. "Qiner, just let them check." "No. Do they really think our dragon lair is a place where they can come and go as they please?" Long Qin snorted coldly. She had also returned from the land of buried gods. Since she had returned from the land of buried gods, she had naturally found the answer Long Qin wanted. "Damn woman, I'm not joking with you. Get out of the way immediately." White-eyed wolf's gaze turned cold. "You still want to threaten me?" Long Qin shouted angrily. "If you continue to stop me like this, then I have reason to suspect that you are hiding something." The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed with killing intent. Strands of the power of law spread out. The law of time, the law of death, the law of karma. There was also his newly fused inheritance, the law of space and time. The power of the four supreme laws surged in the void behind the white-eyed wolf like rolling waves, exuding a destructive aura. Long Qin's face darkened when he saw this. Long Qin stepped forward and pulled Long Qin away. He said in a low voice, "Let them investigate." But Long Qin frowned. This wolf cub's attitude was too arrogant. Furthermore, it was clear that he did not trust them. "All right. It's not like we'll lose anything." Long Qin smiled faintly. "You have a good temper." Long Qin snorted. He was extremely unhappy. Long Qin smiled, looked at White-Eyed Wolf and asked, "Do you need me to gather all the people of the dragons?" "That would be for the best." White-Eyed Wolf withdrew the power of laws. Long Qin had long known about Mu Tianyang and the others' war souls, so there was no need to launch a surprise attack because it was meaningless. "Everyone listen to my order and gather immediately." "Remember, everyone," Long Qin said. His voice was like a bell resounding throughout the entire dragon's nest. As soon as his voice fell, figures rushed out from the mountains in all directions, rushing over in a steady stream. Among them there were many familiar faces. The patriarchs of various clans. The princes and princesses of various clans. The elders of various clans and reclusive antiques. There were also the followers of the princes and princesses. As soon as these people arrived, their gazes fell on White-Eyed Wolf. White-Eyed Wolf could feel many gazes full of hatred. For example, the second princess of the dragons, the third prince and the others. These people, whether it was towards White-Eyed Wolf, Qin Feiyang and Frenzy, were full of resentment. However, today they were no longer on the same level as Qin Feiyang and the others. Could even be said that, now in front of Qin Feiyang and the others, they had to humbly call themselves juniors. So, White-Eyed Wolf was too lazy to glare at them and directly ignored them. This was a very realistic problem. Although you were once my opponents, now you are no longer worthy. It was very efficient. In just a few hundred breaths, tens of thousands of divine dragons had gathered in front of them. Of course, most of them were in human form, and only the newborn dragons had the body of a divine dragon. This efficiency also reflected Long Chen's current status among the dragons. "Look carefully." White-Eyed Wolf looked at Mu Qing and the other two and said. The three of them rose into the air and scanned everyone in the dragons. At the same time, White-Eyed Wolf's spirit sense rolled out and enveloped the entire dragon's lair in an instant. Immediately, he raised his eyebrows. There were still two people who hadn't arrived. These two people, one was Long Zun, and the other was the little princess of the dragons. Long Qin looked at White-Eyed Wolf and said, "If you want to investigate anyone else you can, but only my mother. This is my bottom line." "Is that little princess of the dragons also your bottom line?" White-Eyed Wolf asked. "Ling Long is a very obedient and sensible girl, so my mother kept her by her side. If you want to investigate her, you have to ask my mother's opinion." Long Qin smiled faintly. White-Eyed Wolf frowned imperceptibly. Frankly speaking, he was really a little afraid of Long Zun. But what he was afraid of was not Long Zun's strength. No matter how strong Long Zun was, he was not afraid. The reason he was afraid was Ice Dragon. After all, this woman was Ice Dragon's wife and could not be offended. Putting this matter aside for the time being, White-Eyed Wolf continued to search the dragon's lair. Finally, his divine sense searched the entire dragon's lair. Other than Long Zun, Ling Long, and Madman who was in seclusion, he did not find anyone else. Don't worry. I knew that you would come sooner or later, so even the clansmen who were participating in the friendly competition in the land of the buried gods have been recalled in advance. Long Qin smiled. White-Eyed Wolf retracted his divine sense and turned to look at Long Qin. You really have foresight, but if that's the case, then can I also understand that you knew we would come, so you also made arrangements in advance? What do you mean? Long Qin raised his eyebrows. Slowly comprehend it yourself. After White-Eyed Wolf finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at Dong Xingyang and the other two. The three of them slowly retracted their gazes with a trace of disappointment in their eyes. Then they landed beside White-Eyed Wolf and shook their heads. Could it be that they are really in the Divine Kingdom? White-Eyed Wolf frowned. Suddenly, he once again released his divine sense and shrouded the thousands of dragons in front of him. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't seen it, but when he did, he was shocked. There were at least hundreds of thousands of divine spatial items on these dragons. White-Eyed Wolf's eyes flashed. He looked at Mu Tianyang and the others and said, investigate their divine spatial items. Devil Ancestor, Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, help me. What? The people of dragons were in an uproar. This is too much. They were already very polite to cooperate with the investigation, but now they want to investigate their divine spatial items? Brother Wolf, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Long Qin also frowned. Little Qin, why is it inappropriate? Since we have already found this place, we naturally have to get to the bottom of it. Not only them, do you want me to take a look at your divine spatial items as well? White-Eyed Wolf turned around and looked at the siblings. Bastard, you've gone too far. Long Qin immediately pounced on him angrily. White-Eyed Wolf took a step and calmly avoided him. He landed beside Long Qin and laughed. Don't worry, I'm only interested in people now. I will not touch your treasures. Alright, I'll do as you say. Long Qin was helpless. He waved his hand and the two of them appeared in an unfamiliar place. This was a vast expanse of land. There were mountains and rivers, the sun, moon and stars. Dense essence chi permeated the air like white mist. The entire land was cultivated with countless medicinal herbs, fruit trees and even a tea garden. But other than that there was nothing else. White-Eyed Wolf said in astonishment, there's even a sun, moon and stars. Is this also an independent world? Long Qin was amused when he heard this. Do you really think that an independent world is like a cabbage that can be found everywhere? The sun, moon and stars here were all formed by his law. White-Eyed Wolf smiled embarrassedly and released his spirit sense to cover the entire land. He did not find a single living thing. This should be a place that Long Qin specially used to cultivate medicinal herbs. How is it? Long Qin asked with a smile. Cough cough. White-Eyed Wolf coughed dryly, looking slightly embarrassed. But suddenly, his gaze swept across the tea garden with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Seeing this, Long Qin decisively took White-Eyed Wolf and left the spatial divine object. White-Eyed Wolf was stunned for a moment. Glancing at Pei Tianhong and the others, he moved closer to Long Qin and laughed. Young man, not bad, you're hiding such a treasure. Long Qin's mouth twitched and secretly said, I'll tell you, but you must not tell Qin Fei Yang. Then is there any hush money? White-Eyed Wolf looked at him sneakily. No. Long Qin's face suddenly darkened. This damn wolf cub really did not miss any opportunity to blackmail. You should know that little Qin Zi's favorite tea is this. If he knows that you're hiding so much divine tea, he will definitely keep an eye on you. White-Eyed Wolf laughed. That's right. In the tea garden he found at least 3 different kinds of tea trees, and they were all divine tea. Long Qin glanced at him and said lightly, up to you. At most, I'll give a few to Qin Fei Yang. In short, if you want to blackmail me, there's no way. I can't spoil this guy's bad habit. You win. White-Eyed Wolf glared at him, then looked at Long Qin and said, Little Fairy, let's go. Little Fairy? Long Qin was stunned. This name sounded quite comfortable. It seemed that this wolf cub was not so hateful and had good taste. Hey, what are you waiting for? I said you're a little fairy. Do you really think you're a little fairy? Why don't you look in the mirror? You're more like a little witch. White-Eyed Wolf pursed his lips. White-Eyed Wolf? Long Qin suddenly roared in anger, took out an intermediate dominator divine weapon, and attacked White-Eyed Wolf. Damn. Are you crazy? White-Eyed Wolf's face changed greatly, and he turned around to run. His battle soul was powerful, but it could not do anything to a dominator divine weapon. Not to mention it was an intermediate dominator divine weapon. Chapter 3993. Serves you right. Who told you to be arrogant? It's best to kill you with one sword. The people from the dragons were all gloating as they watched the white-eyed wolf escape. Long Qin touched his chin and looked at the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin, but his expression was somewhat thought-provoking. Don't you feel that the two of them are quite compatible? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Long Qin was slightly stunned and turned his head to look. Unknowingly, Demon Ancestor was standing beside him. At this moment, he was also laughing as he looked at the two chasing white-eyed wolf. Cough cough. Long Qin coughed and shook his head. Don't talk nonsense. The golden-winged wolf king is already taken. It's not a problem to marry another one, Demon Ancestor said. Long Qin looked at Demon Ancestor in shock. Demon Ancestor laughed. What a pair of enemies. If they really come together, for us it's really a good thing. The more you say, the more you go overboard. Long Qin's face darkened. Isn't that so? Although we haven't been in contact much, I know that you don't want to pursue the past. But there's no other way. This isn't something you can decide. You have to consider your mother and your sister. So, as long as we have a marriage, your troubles will naturally be solved. I don't believe that your mother will force you to kill her future son-in-law. Similarly, if we have a marriage, the grudge between Qin Feiyang and your father can also be resolved. Look, what a perfect ending. Demon Ancestor laughed. Long Qin looked at Demon Ancestor in a daze. After a long while, he shook his head and laughed. I really didn't expect that the person who understands me the most in this world is actually you. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game clearly. The reason why Qin Feiyang and the rest can't see through you is because they value you too much. But I'm different. In my eyes, you're no different from others. There's trouble, pain, helplessness, and also a goal that you want to pursue. Demon Ancestor laughed. Long Qin was stunned and asked with a smile, then what do you think I want to pursue? World peace. Family reunion. A normal life. Demon Ancestor said. Even Long Qin couldn't help admiring the Devil Ancestor for being able to see through everything. He nodded and sighed. Not bad. That's all I want. It's not much and it's not excessive. But to me it's an extravagant hope. It's the same. Look at Qin Feiyang. That's all he wants. However, there are many things in this world that are beyond our control. Demon Ancestor sighed. Yes. He nodded. The Demon Ancestor faintly smiled. Then he continued to help investigate the space god item. Enemy? Long Qin muttered. Looking up at the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin who were still chasing each other, a smile gradually crept onto his face. Don't say. Looking at them seriously, they were really a good match. Wait, what was he thinking? As a man, how could he sacrifice his sister's happiness in exchange for an easy life? However, what if they really liked each other and fell in love with each other? In that case, it would not be considered a sacrifice. Instead, he would find happiness. But then how would he solve Fire Dance's problem? Demon Ancestor's words made Long Qin's mind very confused. A moment passed. Long Qin walked over proudly. The white-eyed wolf followed behind with a gloomy face, staring at Long Qin's back. His eyes were full of anger as if to say, if you have the ability, put down the sovereign divine weapon and fight with me. That's enough. Long Qin calmed down and looked at the two helplessly. Who's messing with him? If it wasn't for you, I would have crippled him. Long Qin's face was full of disdain. You talk as if you're very strong. If it wasn't for the dragon's territory, I would have trampled you on the ground. The white-eyed wolf rubbed the big meat bun on his forehead and snorted coldly. The meat bun was naturally beaten up by Long Qin. Why don't you try? Long Qin took out the sovereign divine weapon again. The white-eyed wolf took a big step forward and hid behind Long Qin. He said angrily, Little Qin, don't you care about your sister? With such a fiery temper, no one would want her even if she gave herself to him. You? Long Qin gritted his teeth. Stop, stop. Long Qin rubbed his forehead and turned to the white-eyed wolf. He said, do you still want to check her spatial divine item? What's wrong with these two? They fight every time they see each other. They don't even stop for a moment. Of course. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Then it's settled. You're a man. Why are you fighting with a woman? Long Qin said helplessly. Long Qin was unhappy again. He looked at Long Qin unhappily and said, Brother, why do I feel like I'm being unreasonable? No. You're right. It's not a problem to complete it. Long Qin quickly comforted him. How tiring. The white-eyed wolf rubbed his forehead and looked at Long Qin. He said, "Hurry up. Don't waste everyone's time." Long Qin reluctantly put away the sovereign divine weapon and entered the spatial divine item with the white-eyed wolf. "Maybe it'll work," Long Qin murmured. "The fiercer the fight, the more they'll care about each other. It's hard for the person involved to notice this kind of thing, but it's easy for others to notice." In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. The inspection of all the spatial divine items was finally completed. Mu Tianyang and the other two were extremely disappointed because they didn't find their old enemy. Dong Xingyang said, "Now we can basically confirm that things are going in the worst direction." "Yes. The person we're looking for is most likely in the divine kingdom." Mu Tianyang nodded. "The worst direction?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. What did he mean? "If our old enemy is in the sky cloud realm, then even without your help, we can snatch it with our current strength. But if it's someone from the divine kingdom, at that time while snatching the war souls, we'll also be in great danger. Because the divine kingdom's strength is too strong." Dong Xingyang sighed. "That's true." The white-eyed wolf nodded and rolled his eyes. He looked at Long Chen and said, "Forget about your mother. Everyone has seen her in the ancient realm. But I have to see the little princess of the dragons." "Up to you. But you can't offend my mother. That's the premise." Long Chen said. "How troublesome." The white-eyed wolf snorted and led the demon ancestor and the others to fly toward the mountains not far away. "Let's go." Long Chen looked at the people around him and ordered. He also took Long Qin and chased after the white-eyed wolf and the others. Most people immediately turned around and left. But some people turned to look at the white-eyed wolf and the others. The second princess and the others were among them. "I'm really not convinced. Why can they ride on our heads and behave so atrociously?" The prince of the Blood Dragon clan clenched his fists, his face full of hostility. "What? That's because of their strength. If you have their strength, you can also be so arrogant. In short, we're no longer people of the same world as them." The second princess sighed. "Isn't it all someone's fault? If he hadn't lost to Qin Feiyang back then and allowed Qin Feiyang's Eye of Heaven to evolve, would Qin Feiyang be so heaven-defying now?" The prince of the White Dragon clan sneered and glanced at the first prince of the dragons not far away. He didn't lower his voice and it fell clearly into the first prince of the dragons' ears. The first prince of the dragons looked at them and said coldly, "Since you're so powerful, why didn't anyone kill them back then? When you went to deal with them, it seems that Qin Feiyang's Eye of Heaven hadn't evolved yet." "You." The princes and princesses glared at the first prince. "Things have already come to this and there's no way to change it. Instead of blaming the heavens and blaming others, it's better to work hard and strive to catch up to them. Look at our little sister. In the blink of an eye, she's already connected with the dragon sovereign." The first prince of the dragons glanced at them and turned to leave quickly. Ling Long. The group of princes and princesses looked at the place where the dragon sovereign was, their eyes filled with jealousy. This woman was really something. She had unknowingly gained the favor of the dragon sovereign and was even allowed to stay by his side. No one knew what kind of fortune she had obtained. At the same time, behind the crowd, the silver dragons looked at the dragon sovereign's residence with a worried expression and muttered, "Ling Long, don't let them see your battle soul." A small stream meandered down from the mountainside. The stream water was clear. On both sides the vegetation was lush and the scenery was pleasant. Beside the small stream, there was an antique pavilion. At this moment, on the balcony of the attic, there was a graceful and elegant woman sitting there. This person was the dragon sovereign. In front of her was a round table with an incense burner on it. Wisps of green smoke floated, emitting a faint fragrance. Next to her, there was also a teacup with the fragrance of tea. She sat on a bamboo chair with her eyes slightly closed as if she was resting. Lord Dragon Sovereign is really leisurely. This junior is a little envious. Accompanied by laughter, the white-eyed wolf led the demon ancestor and the group to the pavilion. The dragon sovereign did not open his eyes. There was no response. It was as if he did not hear anything. Long Qin and Long Qin followed and landed on the balcony. "Mother?" Long Qin wanted to say something, but the dragon sovereign raised his hand to stop him. He slowly opened his eyes and looked down at the white-eyed wolf, a cold light flashing in his eyes. At this moment, the demon ancestor, Pei Tianhong, and the others could faintly feel a sense of oppression. But the white-eyed wolf did not seem to feel it. He took a step forward and directly stepped onto the balcony. He looked at the empty bamboo chair opposite the dragon sovereign and sat down on it. "After so many years, you are still so presumptuous." The dragon sovereign looked at the white-eyed wolf sitting opposite him, and the cold light in his eyes slowly disappeared. After so many years you are still so domineering. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed with a touch of ridicule. He looked at Long Qin and said, "Woman, why are you so insensible? The guest is already sitting here. Why don't you hurry and pour tea for the guest?" Long Qin rolled her eyes and pointed at the stream next to them. "There is water there. You can drink as much as you want." "Lord Dragon Sovereign, look at this, your precious daughter really can't do it. I'm worried about her future." The white-eyed wolf sighed. "Bastard, don't talk nonsense in front of my mother." Long Qin glared fiercely. "Can't I speak the truth?" The white-eyed wolf laughed and looked around. He asked curiously, "Where is the little princess? Why don't I see her?" The dragon sovereign picked up the teacup on the table and slowly took a sip. Then he said, "Is there something you need from Ling Long?" "Lord Dragon Sovereign, aren't you asking the obvious? Besides, if there is nothing, would I dare to disturb your cultivation? In any case, you are an elder." The white-eyed wolf grinned. When the word elder came out of his mouth, it was completely different. Chapter 3994. Long Qin was very nervous now. He was afraid that the white-eyed wolf's behavior would anger his mother. But unexpectedly, Longzuan was not angry. While drinking tea, he looked at the white-eyed wolf indifferently. That kind of gaze was full of coldness, as if he was looking at a clown. On the contrary, the white-eyed wolf was a little annoyed. He was most annoyed by others looking at him like this. This made Ancestor Devil and the others nervous, because they all knew the white-eyed wolf's temper. Once the white-eyed wolf's anger was aroused, he would even dare to provoke the emperor. "You must calm down. Now is not the time to fight." Fortunately, the white-eyed wolf did not flare up. Although he was usually a little unreliable, he still had a sense of the big picture. Not to mention, now that there was no Qin Feiyang, he had to be more careful with every matter. He said indifferently, "Lord Longzuan, let's not stare at each other here. Quickly let Ling Long out. Ling Long is now my adopted daughter. What qualifications do you have to let her out?" Longzuan said indifferently. "Adopted daughter?" The white-eyed wolf was shocked. Ancestor Devil and the others also looked at each other. What was so outstanding about this little princess of the dragons that made Longzuan value her so much and even take her as his adopted daughter? At the same time, Long Qin also frowned without leaving a trace. Looking at the reaction of the white-eyed wolf and the others, he said, "Mother, you shouldn't say that. I said that because I'm protecting her at your request. Is there a problem?" Longzuan was suspicious. "You do have good intentions, but the effect will be counterproductive." Long Qin sighed secretly. "Counterproductive?" Longzuan was puzzled. "That's right. If you don't show that you care so much, they won't be suspicious. But now you said that Ling Long is your adopted daughter. Then they will definitely guess why you value Ling Long so much? In short, hearing what you said, they are now more interested in Ling Long." Long Qin sighed secretly. When revered dragon heard this, he transmitted his voice, "I was careless. What do we do now? What else can we do? Right now they will definitely only leave when they see someone. Let Ling Long come out. We have to face them sooner or later." Long Qin thought. He could only hope that the white-eyed wolf would not let Ling Long activate her fighting soul in front of everyone. Long Zun put down his teacup and looked at the white-eyed wolf. He said coldly, "Fine, I'll let Ling Long come out. But you better behave yourself. After the examination, get lost immediately. You can rest assured. If there's nothing important, I won't disturb your meditation." The white-eyed wolf sneered. "That better be the case." Long Zun snorted coldly and turned to look at the inner room. He said indifferently, "Ling Long, come out." Not long after he finished speaking, Ling Long pushed open the door and quickly walked out, obediently standing behind Long Zun. The white-eyed wolf immediately winked at Mu Tianyang and the other two. He then raised his head and looked at Ling Long. He smiled and said, "Long time no see." Receiving the order, Mu Tianyang and the other two immediately stared at Ling Long. Ling Long looked at the white-eyed wolf indifferently and did not say anything. She was very calm. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flickered as he glanced at Mu Tianyang and the other two. The three of them shook their heads and did not reject Ling Long. The white-eyed wolf frowned. Without the strongest fighting soul, how could she be protected by Long Zun? Could it be, immediately? He released his divine thought and shrouded Ling Long. Just then, Long Zun waved his hand and dispersed the white-eyed wolf's divine thought. He said indifferently, "You don't have to search her. There is indeed a space divine item in her body. Ling Long, take it out and let him check." Ling Long nodded. With a wave of her hand, a palm-sized ancient pagoda appeared and flew in front of the white-eyed wolf. Looking at the ancient pagoda floating in front of him, the white-eyed wolf's eyes flickered. He immediately entered the ancient pagoda and began a thorough search. But in the end, he found some spirit veins, crystal veins, and herbs. It seems that Long Zun values this woman's talent. The white-eyed wolf muttered and took a deep look at Ling Long. He then looked at Mu Tianyang and the others and said, "Let's go." It seemed that the person they were looking for was really in the divine kingdom. At the same time, seeing the white-eyed wolf and the others rise into the air and leave without looking back, Long Qin could not help but let out a long breath. "Brother, what are you nervous about?" Long Qin looked at Long Qin suspiciously. "You don't understand." Long Qin waved his hand. Long Qin was displeased. "If you don't explain it, of course I don't understand." She looked at Long Zun again. "I don't know either. Anyway, your brother just asked me to protect Ling Long." Long Zun shook his head and smiled bitterly. She was also puzzled by Long Chen's actions. It was obviously impossible to say that it was because of Ling Long's talent. Ling Long was still a distance away from being a true genius. But other than talent, what other reason could there be? Wait, could it be that this guy had taken a fancy to this girl? Long Zun looked at Long Chen. It seemed that this was the only reason that made sense. Not bad, not bad. Finally he was moved. Ling Long was still a little bit away from being his daughter-in-law. But as long as Long Chen liked her, it was fine. "Mother, don't let your imagination run wild in your mind." Long Chen looked at Long Zun and said helplessly, "You know what I'm thinking?" Long Zun pursed his lips and teased, "I came out of your stomach. How can I not know what you're thinking?" Long Chen shook his head. "Since you know what I'm thinking, then hurry up. I want to hold my grandson soon." Long Zun smiled secretly. As expected. Long Chen smiled bitterly. Strange, white-eyed wolf. After leaving the attic, he had been thinking about it and felt that something was wrong. "What's wrong?" Pei Tianhong looked at him suspiciously. White-eyed wolf frowned and said, "Did you notice that both Long Zun and Long Chen care about this woman?" "Long Zun does care about her, but Long Chen? My attention was on Long Zun and Ling Long before. I didn't pay attention to him." Pei Tianhong pondered for a while and shook his head. "You didn't notice, but I did. I feel that Long Chen seems to be more nervous than Long Zun. This is what I can't figure out. How can someone like Long Chen be nervous about a woman who doesn't have a close relationship with him? Moreover, even if Ling Long has a close relationship with him, as long as he doesn't do anything wrong, there's nothing to be nervous about." White-eyed wolf frowned and suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Everyone also stopped and looked at him in confusion. "I know Long Chen too well. Even if the sky falls down, he won't change his color. There must be a reason behind this." White-eyed wolf's eyes flashed and suddenly asked, "Who knows what Ling Long's battle soul is? We don't have much interaction with her. How could we know her battle soul?" Demon Ancestor was speechless. At this time, a young man with dragons passed by. White-eyed wolf's eyes lit up and immediately rushed over and blocked the young man with dragons. Golden Wings Wolf King. The young man with dragons was shocked and a trace of panic appeared on his face. "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. I just want to ask you something. As long as you tell me the truth, I won't make things difficult for you." White-eyed wolf comforted him. What is it?" The young man with dragons trembled and asked. "Do you know the little princess of dragons?" White-eyed wolf asked. "Dang?" The young man with dragons stammered and couldn't say a complete sentence. "Dang, dang, dang, what nonsense." White-eyed wolf's face darkened and said angrily, "Hurry up and tell me." "Yes, yes, yes." The young man with dragons quickly nodded and said, "She is the princess of the Silver Dragon clan. Of course I know her." "Then do you know what her battle soul is?" White-eyed wolf asked curiously. "Battle soul?" The young man with dragons was stunned. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, "I don't know." "You don't know?" White-eyed wolf was stunned. Ling Long was the little princess and the focus of attention. How could he not know her battle soul? "I really don't know. Because she has never activated her battle soul. Many people in the clan used to say that she might not have a battle soul." The young man with dragons said. "No battle soul?" White-eyed wolf and Pei Tianhong looked at each other. How was this possible? Although there were people in this world who couldn't activate their battle soul, as long as one's talent was good, they could activate their battle soul. Ling Long's talent was not bad. It didn't seem right that she didn't activate her battle soul. "Is there anything else?" The young man with dragons asked nervously. "No, go." White-eyed Wolf waved his hand. Immediately, the young man with dragons ran away like lightning as if he had been granted amnesty. Brother, am I that scary? White-eyed Wolf was speechless. He looked at Pei Tianhong and the others and said, "What do you think of this matter? As the little princess of the dragons, it is indeed a little unreasonable for her to not activate her battle soul." Wang Changyuan nodded. Could it be that she is hiding her battle soul? The ninth commander was bewildered. Hiding? Mu Tianyang and the other two looked at each other and frowned, but when we saw her, we didn't feel a trace of rejection. Is there any way to avoid this kind of rejection? White-eyed Wolf asked curiously. No. This is the fate of the possessor of the strongest battle soul. Once they meet, nothing will be able to cut off the connection between them. Dong Xingyang shook his head. White-eyed Wolf heard and sighed, then it seems that we are thinking too much. She might not have activated her battle soul. No. Suddenly, Demon Ancestor's eyes flashed and said, although Mu Tianyang and the others did not reject Ling Long, it does not mean that she does not have a battle soul. It is possible that she has activated another strongest battle soul. White-eyed Wolf was stunned when he heard this. Then he slapped his head. That's right. For example, Ling Long had activated the Eye of Heaven. When Mu Tianyang and the other two saw her, they naturally would not reject her. Because of this rejection, there must be two similar battle souls. In that case, Ling Long was still suspicious. It was possible that she was one of the possessors of the Eye of Reincarnation, the Eye of Destruction, the Eye of Oblivion and the Eye of Nothingness. Then do we still need to go back and investigate? Pei Tianhong asked. This, White-eyed Wolf pondered for a while and said with a smirk, don't alert the enemy first. Long Chen, this brat, thinks that he has fooled us. In the future he will definitely lower his guard against us. When the time comes, we will seize the opportunity to catch him off guard. I agree too. Demon Ancestor nodded and smiled. This wolf cub had grown a lot and already knew how to think. Chapter 3995. Let's go. Now let's go to the battlefield. I heard that Jiang Qin and the others have come to the Sky Cloud realm again, and there are several unfamiliar faces. Maybe your old enemy is among them. The white-eyed wolf said, turning his head to look at Longzuan's residence. His eyes flashed and then he waved his hand to open a space-time tunnel. If it's really these people, then you can't just stand by and watch. Dong Xingyang smiled faintly. Aren't some people very powerful? Why are you asking me for help? The white-eyed wolf glanced at Mu Qin, and then entered the space-time tunnel without looking back. What are you so proud of? Mu Qin snorted secretly. When the all-seeing eye evolves, let's see if you will beg me. The all-seeing eye has the ability to see through all things and see through illusions. In the battle against the Divine Kingdom, the all-seeing eye will definitely play a key role. But looking at Mu Qin's current attitude, it would not be easy to get him to cooperate in the future. In the attic. After chatting for a while, Long Chen looked at Longzuan and said, Mother, I'll take my leave first. Okay. Longzuan nodded. You will stay with Mother from now on. Long Chen looked at Ling Long and said, Okay. For Ling Long, staying with Longzuan was of course what she wished for. Because of this, not only could she protect herself with the cover of Long Chen and the others, but she could also get an unexpected opportunity. Immediately, Long Chen turned and left. Brother, wait for me. Long Chen hurriedly chased after him. Go do your thing, don't follow me. While speaking, Long Chen opened a space-time tunnel and walked in without looking back. Long Chen stopped in front of the tunnel. She could have followed in, but seeing Long Chen's serious tone, she hesitated. Just as she hesitated, the space-time tunnel dissipated. Battlefield. Not far away on the top of a giant mountain. The white-eyed wolf and a group of people walked out of the space-time tunnel and stood on the cliff, looking at the battlefield. On the battlefield there was a familiar figure. It was the white-haired old man from the Feng people. This person was a reclusive old antique of the Feng people. His battle prowess was extraordinary. Although his opponent was not of the God clan, his strength was also very strong. It was hard to tell who would win. The white-eyed wolf glanced at them briefly before looking up at the sky above the battlefield. Yun Xiang sat cross-legged in the air, closing his eyes to recuperate. Opposite. Jiang Yunshuang also sat on a palm-sized chair and narrowed his eyes. Strange. The white-eyed wolf frowned. What is it? Everyone was suspicious. The white-eyed wolf looked at the several 100,000 people of the Divine Kingdom and asked with a frown, Why don't I see Jiang Qin and the others? Yeah. Where are they? Ancestor Mo and the others looked at Pei Tianhong and the others. Because Pei Tianhong and the others had been on the battlefield, they should know the situation. We don't know where they are either. Back then they only appeared for a short period of time. After that, they never appeared again. Even Ryuko rarely came to the battlefield in recent years. Pei Tianhong shook his head. Could it be that they are in seclusion in the core area? Ancestor Mo frowned. I'll go to the core area to take a look. The white-eyed wolf opened another space-time tunnel and descended in the sky above the core area. In the mountains there were towering trees everywhere, full of vitality. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of breaking air, Ryuko rushed out from the mountains and landed in front of the white-eyed wolf. He frowned and said, "What are you doing here? You really think this is your territory? Don't forget, this place is under the jurisdiction of my sky cloud realm. I can come and go as I wish. Do I need your permission?" The white-eyed wolf sneered. His divine sense rolled out and covered more than half of the core area. "What are you looking for?" Ryuko raised his eyebrows. "I heard that Jiang Chen and the others also came to the sky cloud realm, so I wanted to visit these old friends." The white-eyed wolf laughed. "You're so kind?" Ryuko sneered and said lightly, "They have already gone back." Gone back? The white-eyed wolf was slightly taken aback. He couldn't help but look up at the gate of the divine kingdom suspended above the clouds. Ryuko said indifferently, "The last time they came to the sky cloud realm, they were purely here to watch the show. After watching the show, of course, they would return to the divine kingdom to cultivate." Watch the show. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. This answer was really a bit unexpected. He then retracted his gaze and looked at Ryuko. "Is that all?" Ryuko heard this and his heart trembled. Could it be that the golden-winged wolf king had already noticed? Impossible. They had never made this matter public, and it was impossible for it to be leaked. This guy must be here to trick him. Thinking of this, Ryuko was extremely calm and said lightly, "What do you think? I thought you had some unspeakable secrets." The white-eyed wolf grinned. "Your imagination is too rich." Ryuko smiled and said, "Since you're already here, why don't you go down and have a seat? In fact, I've long wanted to have a good chat with you." The white-eyed wolf was stunned and said jokingly, "What is there to talk about between us? Don't be so absolute." Ryuko laughed and said, "For example, if you follow Qin Feiyang, you can only dominate the sky cloud realm at most, but if..." Before Ryuko could speak, the white-eyed wolf said, "But if I follow you, not only can I dominate the sky cloud realm, but I can also dominate the divine kingdom." Is this what you want to say? That's right. I've investigated your situation. 6 supreme laws. Can be said to be shocking. Now you have mastered the ultimate mysteries of the death law, the karma law, and the time law. No, you also got the ultimate mysteries of the space-time law from me last time. So, now you have mastered the ultimate mysteries of the 4 supreme laws. If you master the ultimate mysteries of the destruction law and the life law, then you have 6 ultimate mysteries. 6 ultimate mysteries of the 6 supreme laws, plus your battle soul, you're almost invincible. However, if you rely on yourself to comprehend the ultimate mysteries of the destruction law and the life law, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for many years." Ryuko smiled. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed and asked, "From what you said, you have the inheritance of the destruction law and the life law? As long as you join the divine kingdom, you'll have everything you need. And I always believe that there are no eternal enemies in the world, only interests are eternal." Ryuko spoke frankly with assurance. His eyebrows were full of confidence. He didn't believe that the white-eyed wolf wouldn't be tempted in the face of such temptation. "Big brother agrees." The white-eyed wolf nodded. Hearing this, the smile on Ryuko's face grew wider. "How about this? You express your sincerity first and give me the inheritance of the ultimate mysteries of the destruction law or the life law." The white-eyed wolf looked at him teasingly. "Do you think it's possible?" Ryuko chuckled. "Why not? Now that you're the one who's inviting me, you have to show your sincerity first. Who doesn't know how to make empty promises? Or do you think I look like an idiot and can be easily fooled? As soon as I hear about the inheritance of the ultimate mysteries, I run to you and flatter you?" The white-eyed wolf said with a smile. Ryuko raised his eyebrows. "Let me tell you. The idiot isn't me, it's you. Since you've investigated me, you should know about my relationship with little Qinzi. If you know, then why are you still saying this to me? If you're not an idiot, then what are you? Although I agree with you that there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests, it depends on who the other party is. Even if you give me the entire divine kingdom, don't even think about destroying my relationship with little Qinzi, let alone 2 inheritances." The white-eyed wolf smiled contemptuously and opened a space-time passage. but it's really fun chatting with you. I'll come find you next time. After saying this, with a laugh, the white-eyed wolf entered the space-time passage without looking back. Ryuko clenched his fists and his expression darkened. He said word by word, "Let's see how long you can be arrogant." At the top of the mountain. Seeing the white-eyed wolf come back, Pei Tianhong immediately asked, "Is he in the core area?" "No. I heard from Ryuko that he has returned to the Divine Kingdom." The white-eyed wolf shook his head. "He returned to the Divine Kingdom so soon?" Everyone was surprised. "Wait, where are Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing?" The white-eyed wolf scanned the top of the mountain and did not see Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing. Wang Changyuan said, "They seem to have something to do and have to leave for a while." "Something to do?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He shook his head and said, "What can happen to them?" "At the border area. In a mountain somewhere." "Are you sure?" Mu Tianyang and Long Chen stood opposite each other and looked at Long Chen in surprise. Mu Qing stood beside Mu Tianyang with a look of surprise on her face. "Of course. I've never joked." Long Chen nodded. Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing looked at each other with joy in their eyes. They asked, "Who is it?" Long Chen smiled and said, "I'll tell you as long as you agree to my previous conditions." Hearing this, the two immediately frowned. "I'm not in a hurry. Think about it carefully and come to the dragon's nest to look for me. The benefits I promised to give you are still valid. But before that, you must not go to the battlefield again." Long Chen reminded them. "We can't go to the battlefield again?" Mu Tianyang's eyes flashed and he frowned. "Don't tell me that our old enemies are on the battlefield now? That's impossible. We just saw the people on the battlefield. None of them made us feel repulsed." Mu Qing shook her head. "Anyway, you can't go. Otherwise, you will definitely be targeted by them." Long Chen smiled and said. He opened the space-time passage and turned to leave. Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing watched Long Chen leave and frowned. Should we believe him? When the space-time passage disappeared, Mu Qing turned to look at Mu Tianyang and asked. From the confidence he showed, it should be true. Mu Tianyang whispered. "Then what are we hesitating for? Anyway, we don't have a good impression of Qin Fei Yang. We might as well cooperate with him and evolve our battle souls as soon as possible." Mu Qing said. "What's wrong with you? You can't be so unprincipled. Although we have a personal grudge with Qin Fei Yang, he has taken care of us over the years." Mu Tianyang glared at him. "Taking care of us is also because of us, the war souls. If we didn't have the all-seeing eye and the evil eye, do you think he would care about us?" Mu Qing snorted coldly. "Yes, what you said makes sense. But not for the sake of the monk. If Qin Yuan hadn't helped us in the Great Qin Empire back then, he would have become a wandering ghost long ago. So I have to think about this matter carefully. I'm warning you. Don't be careful. In short, without my permission, you are not allowed to take any action in private." After saying this, Mu Tianyang turned and left. It seems that the ancestor has been influenced by the demon ancestor and Dong Xingyang and has become indecisive. Looking at Mu Tianyang's back, Mu Qing couldn't help but sigh deeply. Chapter 3996. When the two returned to the top of the mountain, the white-eyed wolf turned his head and glanced at them. "Didn't you have something to do? Why are you back so soon?" "It's nothing serious." Mu Tianyang shook his head and smiled. "What about the other sky cloud realm in the Divine Kingdom?" "They have returned to the Divine Kingdom. It seems that it will be difficult for you to find your enemy." The white-eyed wolf frowned. Hearing this, Mu Tianyang sized up the white-eyed wolf. He was trying his best to help them find their enemy. If he really cooperated with Long Chen at this time and schemed against Qin Fei Yang and the white-eyed wolf behind their backs, he still felt a little uneasy. Sigh. Mu Tianyang sighed inwardly and smiled. "Anyway, they have returned to the Divine Kingdom. It's useless to be anxious now. Moreover, you have been running around for so long for our matter. Why don't I invite you to Tianyue restaurant for a few drinks?" The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned. He turned his head and looked at Mu Tianyang. "At least you have some conscience." Mu Tianyang couldn't help but laugh. He did hate Qin Fei Yang and the white-eyed wolf because Shen Mei died in their hands. However, he still wanted to defeat them with his own ability. "What do you want to drink now? Why don't we take the opportunity to go to the battlefield to gain experience just like Pei Tianhong and the others? If we can comprehend an ultimate profound in the war, then our efforts won't be in vain." Mu Qing's eyes flashed as he looked at everyone and said, "What are you doing?" When Mu Tianyang heard this, he immediately raged in his heart. Long Chen had said clearly that they couldn't enter the battlefield. Since Long Chen said so, Then their enemy must be hiding somewhere at this moment. Once they went out, they would definitely be targeted by the enemy. When the time came, they were in the open while the enemy was in the dark. It would be impossible to guard against them. Ancestor, don't worry. I know what to do. Mu Qing transmitted his voice. What do you have in mind? Didn't I say that you're not allowed to do anything in private? Mu Tianyang was furious. Mu Qing turned a deaf ear and looked at the demon ancestor and the others. His gaze finally landed on Dong Xingyang. He smiled and said, Old Dong, what do you think? Dong Xingyang was completely unaware of Mu Qing's plan. He looked at the battlefield from afar and seemed to be tempted. After all, no matter who it was, they all wanted to prove themselves. Seeing that Mu Qing was specifically targeting Dong Xingyang, Mu Tianyang immediately understood. He transmitted his voice, You want to scheme against Dong Xingyang and use him as bait to lure our old enemy out? Not bad. Firstly, there's no risk in doing so. Secondly, we can test whether Longchen lied to us or not. Mu Qing thought. You? Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows. Ancestor, why have you become so indecisive now? This is not your style. Mu Qing was a little displeased with Mu Tianyang's timidity. This is not a problem of indecisiveness. Do you think Longchen really wants to help us? It's all because Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the White-Eyed Wolf gave him too much pressure. He had no choice but to cooperate with us. This kind of cooperation is not reliable at all. Mu Tianyang secretly explained and pointed out the stakes. I know. But people like Qin Feiyang will fall out with us sooner or later. We have to think of a way out in advance. Mu Qing said. Silly. Don't you know what kind of person Qin Feiyang is? As long as we don't fall out with him, he will never fall out with us. The past grudges are no longer important to him. Mu Tianyang was very anxious. This boy had been completely bewitched by Longchen, and now there were signs of qi deviation. I don't care. Every time I see the arrogant attitude of the madman and the white-eyed wolf, I am full of anger. Mu Qing snorted coldly. Mu Tianyang clenched his hands slightly. It seemed that he had to wake this boy up. Otherwise, sooner or later he would cause a big trouble. Mu Qing's eyes flashed. Looking at Dong Xingyang, who did not respond for a long time, he said, Are you interested or not? If you are, then do it. You're a man, don't be so wishy-washy. Dong Xingyang was about to speak. Mu Tianyang put his arm around Dong Xingyang's neck and said with a smile, We can't beat him. It's just looking for trouble. Why bother? Let's go to Tianyue restaurant for a drink and thank our brother Wolf. Dong Xingyang was stunned. He shook his head and said with a smile, Okay. When Mu Qing heard this, a trace of anger immediately crept up on her face. But he did not dare to say anything more and followed everyone to Tianyue restaurant. However, the demon ancestor had always been paying attention to the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang. Since the two came back, he felt that the two's behavior was a little strange. Tianyue restaurant. In a private room. Brother Wolf. It's really been a long time. Yueqing looked at the white-eyed wolf and said with a smile. This is a little hypocritical. In your eyes there has always been little Qin Zi. When have you ever had a brother? The white-eyed wolf sat casually on the chair and looked at Yueqing teasingly. Yueqing's cheeks turned red. She said with grievance, How can there be such a thing? I treat you all as my brothers. That's what you said. Okay. Then you will drink with me today. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Meh. Forget it. There are a lot of things waiting for me to deal with every day. Yueqing hurriedly waved her hand. Everyone knew that the golden-winged wolf king was a wine immortal. Drinking with him was simply asking for trouble. Not sincere. Hurry up and serve the good wine and dishes you have here. Today you don't need to pay for free. Someone is treating. The white-eyed wolf chuckled and glanced at Mu Tianyang. Are you planning to rip me off? The corner of Mu Tianyang's mouth twitched. Of course. Do I have to rip you off? The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth and looked at Yueqing. Hurry up and arrange it. Okay. Yueqing nodded, turned around, walked out of the private room and closed the door. The white-eyed wolf retracted his gaze and looked at the demon ancestor and the others. He asked sneakily, What do you think of this, Yueqing? Of course. She's smart and capable. Of course it's good. The demon ancestor shook his head and smiled. More importantly, she's still single. You know what I mean, right? The white-eyed wolf chuckled. The demon ancestor and the others were slightly taken aback. When they reacted, they could not help but roll their eyes. Mu Qing's eyes flickered. He sneered and said, Since we're drinking today, let's set the rules in advance. No one can use divine power to refine the alcohol. Let's see who can last until the end. Isn't that what I want? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He laughed and said, then it's decided. No one can cheat. Mu Tianyang glanced at the white-eyed wolf and glanced at Mu Qing. He transmitted his voice, what do you want to do now? What else can I want? Drink? Don't you want to thank him? Of course you have to make it comfortable for him. Mu Qing thought to himself. Mu Tianyang looked at him deeply. Better be so. They drank for a day and a night. Everyone was dead drunk. In the private room there were hundreds of empty wine jars. In other words, each of them had drunk dozens of jars. If they used divine power to refine the alcohol, it was naturally nothing. They could drink it no matter how much they drank. But if they could not refine it, even a person like the white-eyed wolf who drank every day could not withstand it. The entire room was filled with the strong smell of alcohol. Come, come, come. Why are you all down? Quickly get up and continue. It seems that I'm still the best. The white-eyed wolf held a wine jug. His eyes were hazy with drunkenness. He looked at the demon ancestor and the others. When he found that the group of people were already lying on the table, he could not help but smile. He also fell down and immediately started snoring. At this time, the sky was white. The sun rose. A new day had begun. The friendly competition in the land of buried gods had begun again. In the private room. Not long after the white-eyed wolf fell down, Mu Qing, who was lying motionless on the table, suddenly slowly raised his head and looked at everyone present. Looking at the unconscious people, a cold smile appeared on his face. There was no trace of drunkenness at all. Obviously, he had been pretending before. Immediately, he slowly got up, looked at Mu Tianyang and walked straight to Dong Xingyang's side. He was about to pick up Dong Xingyang. But at this time, a hand pressed on his wrist. His body immediately stiffened. He slowly lowered his head and found that Mu Tianyang, who was lying on the side, slowly raised his head. His eyes were full of anger. He said in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Mu Qing panicked and said in a low voice, "I just want to see if what Long Qin said is true or false." "You are gambling with Dong Xingyang's life." Mu Tianyang said angrily. "Yes. Isn't that what you taught me before? Do whatever you want by hook or by crook." "Why? Have you forgotten this now?" Mu Qing's face was cold. "You?" Mu Tianyang was furious. "In fact, you are also eager to get the benefits that Long Qin promised us. Otherwise, you could have just directly told the white-eyed wolf and the others about what Long Qin told us. But you didn't mention it at all yesterday. What does this mean?" "It means that you are also hesitating," Mu Qing said. Mu Tianyang seemed a little annoyed. He said, "I am hesitating but I didn't take action. You don't dare to. Because now you are afraid of Qin Feiyang and the others. But I am not afraid. You can pretend that you don't know anything. If there are any consequences I will bear them alone." Mu Qing pushed away Mu Tianyang's hand and was about to pick up the unconscious Dong Xingyang. But suddenly, Dong Xingyang also slowly raised his head. At the same time, White-Eyed Wolf, Demon Ancestor, Pei Tianhong and the others also woke up and looked at Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing. Mu Qing's expression suddenly froze. What was going on? Why were they all awake? Phew. White-Eyed Wolf took a deep breath, leaned on the chair and looked at Mu Qing. "I'm really tired. I have been acting with you for a day and a night." "Acting for a day and a night?" Mu Qing was surprised. "That's right. We have been acting with you the whole time. It is for this moment." Pei Tianhong nodded, his eyes filled with a strong cold light. "It's you?" Mu Qing turned to look at Mu Tianyang, her eyes full of anger. Mu Tianyang shook his head. He was also very surprised by this sudden turn of events. "It's me," Demon Ancestor said. Looking at Mu Qing, his eyes were full of disappointment. "You?" Mu Qing looked at Demon Ancestor, her face full of confusion. How did Demon Ancestor know about this? Chapter 3997. Yesterday when you and Mu Tianyang came back, I felt that something was off. Because the two of you kept exchanging glances, as if you were secretly communicating about something. Also, when you urged Dong Xingyang to go to the battlefield, although you pretended to be calm, I noticed that your eyes seemed to be anticipating something. What puzzled me the most was that you repeatedly asked Dong Xingyang to go to the battlefield, but Mu Tianyang pulled Dong Xingyang back just as he was about to be tempted. He also tried his best to persuade him to come to the Tianyue restaurant to drink with the white-eyed wolf. The Demon Ancestor said slowly. Mu Qing's face became gloomier. Of course. The above doesn't prove anything. What really made me suspicious was that before you drank, you suggested that everyone not use divine power to refine the alcohol. After being together for so many years, I know a little about Mu Qing's alcohol tolerance. You can't drink much, let alone with the white-eyed wolf, the god of wine. If you don't use divine power to refine it, you're just looking for trouble. Moreover, what time is it now? The divine kingdom is facing a great enemy, and there could be major changes at any time. Anyone with a little common sense would know that you can't get drunk. So, after combining various factors, I guessed that there was a problem. So, I secretly told everyone to be careful. I didn't expect that we really found a problem in the end, and it didn't seem to be a small problem. After the demon ancestor finished speaking, he looked at the white-eyed wolf and said with a smile, "Did you see that? If it wasn't for me today, I'm afraid we would have been tricked by him. So, it's not unreasonable to say that drinking makes trouble. You should drink less in the future." "You think you're so great?" "Actually, I noticed it too. I just pretended not to know." The white-eyed wolf snorted. "Ah." The demon ancestor was stunned and said with a bitter smile, "As long as you're happy. Is it so difficult for you to admit that others are excellent?" Dong Xingyang glanced at Mu Tianyang, then at Mu Qing. His eyes flickered with coldness as he said, "Give us an explanation. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving the Tianyue restaurant today." He really didn't expect that they would scheme against him. One had to know. Back in Great Qin, if it wasn't for him dealing with Qin Yuan, Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang would have already been reincarnated. Furthermore, it was also because of him that the Forgotten Continent snow pythons. No. It should be called the White Dragon now. This was because the snow python used to be a white dragon. Later, it was cursed by the small beast and became a snow python. However, later on, she was very lucky. With Qin Feiyang's help, she consumed the disaster-crossing heavenly pill, broke the curse and recovered her white dragon body. Because of this, Dong Xingyang had always been grateful to Qin Feiyang. And back then, it was also because of Dong Xingyang that the white dragon risked its life to protect a drop of blood from Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang in the Forgotten Continent. In the end, with Qin Yuan's help, it was sent into the gate of rebirth and was reborn. Could be said that the reason why the two of them were able to live until now was entirely because of Dong Xingyang. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the grace of rebirth. But Mu Qing actually schemed against him now. Wasn't this ungrateful? How could a person be like this? Was his conscience eaten by a dog? Facing Dong Xingyang's questioning, Mu Qing lowered her head, very flustered. "Let me say it." Mu Tianyang sighed and picked up a jug of divine wine that he hadn't finished drinking. He raised his head and drank it in big gulps. This divine wine was the Black Tortoise divine wine, which was brought out from the Black Tortoise realm by Yueqing. Naturally, he had to take out the divine wine to entertain the white-eyed wolf and the others. After drinking, Mu Tianyang put down the wine pot, exhaled a breath of alcohol and said, "Actually, Long Qin came to find us yesterday and talked to us about something that made him a little obsessed." "Long Qin?" The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows and asked, "What did he talk to you about?" "Work with him," Mu Tianyang said. "Work with him?" The white-eyed wolf frowned. "That's right." Mu Tianyang nodded and said with a faint smile, "To put it simply, he asked us to lie in ambush by your side, and when you turn hostile in the future, we can give you a fatal blow from behind." "That bastard." The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed with killing intent. "What's the condition?" The demon ancestor was curious. To be able to make Mu Qing so crazy and even attack his savior, Dong Xingyang, Long Chen's condition must be irresistible. The inheritance of the ultimate profound meaning of the strongest law. He promised that as long as we agree, he will give each of us an inheritance of the ultimate profound meaning of the strongest law. Mu Tianyang smiled bitterly. In the face of such a temptation, it was really hard to resist. What a big deal. Pei Tianhong and the others were stunned. If each of them had an inheritance, the two of them would have two. Long Qin still had so many inheritances in his hands? As expected of Ice Dragon's son, he was rich and overbearing. Mu Tianyang continued, "There's an even bigger temptation, which is why I can't let it go." Everyone looked at each other. What was more tempting than the inheritance of the ultimate profound meaning of the strongest law? Our old enemy. Mu Tianyang paused after every word, then looked at Dong Xingyang and said again, "Our old enemy." What? Dong Xingyang suddenly stood up. The white-eyed wolf and the others could not remain calm. They looked at Mu Tianyang in surprise and asked, "You mean Long Qin has already found your old enemy?" "That's right. According to him, our old enemy is indeed from the divine kingdom." Furthermore, he had already investigated this matter 10 years ago. Mu Tianyang nodded. 10 years ago? The white-eyed wolf was stunned and said suspiciously, "Isn't that when I was in seclusion to integrate the inheritance?" "That's right. As for how he found out, he didn't say. But at that time, I heard that Longqin appeared on the battlefield 10 years ago." Mu Tianyang said. "Longqin?" The white-eyed wolf murmured, and a light gradually appeared in his eyes. He said, "I think I already know what's going on. Longqin has the ability to hear other people's voices. She probably went to the battlefield to eavesdrop on the secret conversation between Ryuko and the others." In other words, she confirmed this by eavesdropping on the secret conversation between Ryuko and the others? Pei Tianhong asked. "Yes." The white-eyed wolf nodded. Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and the others looked at each other. They really did not expect this woman to have such an ability. They really did not know about this before. Dong Jinyang calmed down, looked at Mu Tianyang and asked, "Did Longqin say who it was?" "No. But before he left, he said one sentence and told us not to go to the battlefield. From this, I judged that our old enemy should be hiding somewhere on the battlefield now." At this point, Mu Tianyang looked at Mu Qing and continued, "This is also Mu Qing's purpose. She wants to use you to lure these people out." When Dong Jinyang heard this, he turned to look at Mu Qing and said disappointedly, "In any case, I saved your life in the Great Qin Empire back then. Is this how you repay me?" Mu Qing lowered her head, extremely ashamed. "I know you're a ruthless person, but I didn't expect you to be so ruthless." Dong Jinyang sighed, extremely disappointed. It was really disappointing. The white-eyed wolf looked at Mu Qing, and the murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. He said, "Do you think that by keeping quiet you can forget about this matter?" Mu Qing trembled and did not dare to look at the white-eyed wolf. "I personally think that this kind of person should not be kept by our side," Pei Tianhong said. "That's what I think too. I don't want someone to stab me in the back when the time comes." Wang Changyuan snorted coldly. In an instant, Mu Qing became a rat crossing the street, and everyone wanted to beat her up. Mu Tianyang did not speak up for her. Because Mu Qing's actions this time were indeed too much. Although he was also very tempted, he would never plot against Dong Jinyang. Just as Dong Jinyang said, if it were not for Dong Jinyang's help back then, he would have died in the hands of Qin Feiyang. He could hate Qin Feiyang. But Dong Jinyang had to be grateful. This was his principle. If he did not even have principles, was he worthy of being human? Then kill her. Although it's a pity, it's better than harming us in the future. The white-eyed wolf said, and a wisp of law power appeared. "No." Mu Qing quivered and finally could not continue to be silent. She raised her head and looked at the white-eyed wolf, shouting. But the white-eyed wolf turned a deaf ear to her. But at this time, Dong Jinyang sighed softly, raised his hand to stop the white-eyed wolf and said, "Keep him." The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. There was something wrong with this person's brain. The other party had schemed against him and he was pleading for mercy for the other party? To be exact, he can't die. Because he has the all-seeing eye. He must be in the future. As for today's matter, I am also the biggest victim, but for the sake of the overall situation I choose to forgive him. Even I have forgiven him, so you should not pursue it anymore. Dong Jinyang gave the white-eyed wolf a forced smile. Obviously it was not his intention. "Are you sure?" The white-eyed wolf frowned. He was very displeased. The all-seeing eye, the strongest fighting soul in his opinion, was nothing at all. "I'm sure." Dong Jinyang nodded. The white-eyed wolf took a deep breath, looked at Mu Qing and snorted, "Did you see how others treated you? Don't you feel ashamed? I'm so thick-skinned, but I can't help but feel embarrassed for you." Mu Qing endured the humiliation and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Dong Jinyang also looked at Mu Qing and said, "But there is a condition. You have to make a blood oath. It's not too long ago, but at least before you get through that disaster, you can't plot against us behind our backs. In other words, you have to be of one mind with us." Disaster, the white-eyed wolf murmured. It was hard not to take this word seriously when it came from Dong Jinyang's mouth again. Could it be that this so-called calamity really existed? But suddenly, he looked at Mu Qing again, who was still pretending to be silent. He immediately slammed the table and said angrily, "Didn't you hear what Dong Jinyang said? Do you really want to die? Let me tell you, I don't care about any disaster. If you really want to die, I'll fulfill your wish right now." Mu Qing's body and mind trembled. She hurriedly looked at Dong Jinyang and nodded, "All right, I agree." Who didn't know the white-eyed wolf's character? Not to mention an unknown disaster. Even if the sky collapsed now, he would still do what he had to do. He made a prompt decision. He made a blood oath. The originally bright and sunny sky was instantly covered in a blood-red cloud, and the entire city instantly fell into chaos. On the streets, everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky with surprise and bewilderment. Swoosh. In a short while, an oath seal fell and disappeared from Tianyu restaurant. The blood cloud came quickly and left quickly. Chapter 3998. At the same time, Yueqing also noticed that something was amiss and immediately came out to check. In the end, she discovered that the place where the seal had disappeared was the private room where Qin Feiyang and the others were. What's going on? With a face full of doubt, she walked to the front of the room and knocked on the door. Come in. White-eyed Wolf's voice sounded from inside. Yueqing pushed the door open and entered. She immediately sensed that the atmosphere in the room was not right. There were wine jars everywhere on the floor. The room was filled with the smell of alcohol. However, no one looked drunk at all. Moreover, everyone was sitting on the chairs. Only Mu Qing stood beside Mu Tianyang with her head lowered, as if she had done something wrong. Brother Wolf, are you all right? Yueqing looked at White-eyed Wolf and asked. No. Get someone to clean up this place. White-eyed Wolf said. All right. I'll arrange it right away. Yueqing nodded and turned to leave quickly. Let's go to the tea room. White-eyed Wolf stood up and walked into the tea room. Devil Ancestor and the others followed. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go over. You must perform well next. Mu Tianyang glared at Mu Qing and quickly entered the tea room. Mu Qing looked at White-eyed Wolf who was sitting in the tea room and could only brace herself and walk in. Are you afraid now? What were you doing earlier? White-eyed Wolf took out a jar of unparalleled divine wine, coldly looked at Mu Qing, and then started to drink it. Pei Tianhong and the others sat at the side, not making a sound. Mu Qing was in a rather awkward situation. She could neither stand nor sit. Dong dong. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Wang Changyuan looked at the door. Yueqing brought a few waiters in and ordered, hurry up and tidy up. Yes. A few waiters responded. Some tidied up the table. Some tidied up the floor. Some tidied up the wine jars. Yueqing entered the tea room and looked at Mu Qing who was standing at the side. She walked to the tea table and smiled, I'll make you a pot of tea to wake you up. She squatted beside the tea table and cleaned the teapot and tea set. The atmosphere at the scene was quite depressing. Suddenly, Devil Ancestor opened the topic and looked at Yueqing. Yueqing stared blankly for a moment before nodding with a smile. That's right, don't you know? The Devil Ancestor smiled in praise. This is all thanks to Big Brother Qin. Yueqing quickly waved her hands. Why did he like to be so calculative? Devil Ancestor shook his head and smiled. Is Thousand Mountain City's Heavenly Joy building also opened by you? Thousand Mountain City? Yueqing was taken aback. It's the Thousand Mountain City of the Northern Continent. Devil Ancestor said. The Thousand Mountain City of the Northern Continent? Yueqing was stunned for a moment. After thinking carefully for a moment, she smiled and said, I opened it but I rarely go there. After all, Thousand Mountain City is just a small city. There's a little guy called Li Si in Thousand Mountain City's Heavenly Joy building. This person is not bad. There's a chance we can focus on training him. Devil Ancestor smiled. Is that so? Yueqing was surprised. Back then in Thousand Mountain City, he helped us a lot. A very clever young man. Devil Ancestor smiled slightly. Yueqing thought for a moment and asked, Is this matter you're talking about when Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang tried to assassinate you? Yes. Devil Ancestor nodded. Yueqing smiled and nodded. All right, I'll go meet this Li Si when I'm free and see if he's really as clever as you said. Very soon. A few servants cleaned the room until it was spick and span. When faced with a clean and tidy environment, one's mood would be much better. Then you guys chat first. I'm going to get busy. Yueqing poured the tea and stood up. Sorry to trouble you. Devil Ancestor smiled. Yueqing smiled and quickly left the room. She turned around and closed the door. She lowered her head and pondered for a moment before taking out the divine voice transmission stone. Buzz. Soon. A figure appeared. It was Miao. Miao Miao, where are you? Yueqing asked with a smile. The Northern Continent. What's wrong? Miao Miao smiled. That's good. Make a trip to Thousand Mountain City's Heavenly Joy building and find a worker called Li Si. Investigate his identity. If there's no problem, send him to Cloud Ocean City. Yueqing said. What do you mean? Miao was puzzled. We'll talk about it when we meet. Yueqing smiled. All right. Yi Miao nodded. In the private room, Mu Tianyang drank a mouthful of tea and looked at everyone helplessly. Let's talk. The atmosphere is a little depressing. What should we talk about? White-eyed Wolf glanced at Mu Tianyang and said, although you haven't taken action, your heart is hesitating. To us you seem to be a hidden danger. Ha! Mu Tianyang laughed dryly. White-eyed Wolf rolled his eyes and put down the wine jar. Long Chin, that kid is very dishonest. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Think about it. What good ideas do you have to let him have a taste of his own medicine? This. Pei Tianhong and the others looked at each other. They really didn't have any ideas. Because Long Chen was too strong. He was strong enough to destroy all schemes. How about this? Demon Ancestor thought for a while and looked at White-eyed Wolf. Let Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang pretend to agree to Long Chen's request. This way we can get the ultimate meaning of two supreme laws from him. Huh? Pei Tianhong and the others heard this and their eyes lit up. Dong Xingyang thought for a while and looked at Demon Ancestor. If that's the case, why don't we go together? We can also get the inheritance of 4 supreme laws. Sure. Demon Ancestor nodded. Sure my ass. Do you think Long Chen is stupid? White-eyed Wolf was speechless. Even Ryuko knew that they had to make a blood oath before they were willing to take out the inheritance, let alone someone as smart as Long Chen. If there was a way to break the blood oath, then the problem would be solved. If we really have to make a blood oath, it will be difficult. Demon Ancestor thought for a while and nodded. So this method won't work at all. Instead of doing these useless things, why don't we just go and settle the score with him? White-eyed Wolf laughed. With his personality, even if you go and denounce him, he might not care about you. Demon Ancestor shook his head. White-eyed Wolf frowned and looked at Demon Ancestor and Mu Tianyang. He asked, did Snow and Blood Blade tell you about the blood oath? Is there a way to break it? Basically no. But in my opinion, no matter what it is in this world, as long as you have power that surpasses the limit, you can break it with force. Demon Ancestor said. Although you're right, who among us has the power to break the blood oath? White-eyed Wolf was helpless. Even a sovereign divine weapon could not do it, let alone a body of flesh and blood. What about frenzy? Dong Xingyang suddenly clapped his hands and said, he has the root of all evil. Isn't that an ultimate power? I'm afraid it won't work. After all, we're talking about power that surpasses the limit. Besides, if frenzy can do it, then the god race can definitely do it too. If the god race can really do it, then the master of the divine kingdom won't care about the blood oath. White-eyed Wolf shook his head. Dong Xingyang shook his head regretfully and said, then it seems that we really can't set a trap for Long Chen. Don't be discouraged. This is just our guess. Perhaps Long Chen didn't even think about the blood oath. Second Commander looked at everyone and laughed. White-eyed Wolf heard this and looked at Demon Ancestor and the others. He asked, do you believe it? Demon Ancestor and the others shook their heads and laughed. Second Commander still didn't understand Long Chen. Because if he did, he definitely wouldn't say such naive words. White-eyed Wolf took a deep breath and waved his hand. Let's put Long Chen's matter aside for now. Let's talk about your old enemy first. Now that it's clear, we should start planning. Okay. Dong Xingyang nodded. White-eyed Wolf smiled mockingly and turned to look at Mu Qing. Actually, your idea is really good. Let one of them be the bait and the other 2 hide in the dark. Mu Qing smiled awkwardly. Why did it sound so ironic? I'm really not joking with you. But this time the bait has to be changed to you. White-eyed Wolf bared his teeth. What? Mu Qing's eyes trembled. To be the bait was to risk one's life. You know there's danger, so you're scared? Then for Dong Xingyang, there's no danger? Don't say that we're not moral. You reap what you sow. White-eyed Wolf snorted coldly. Mu Tianyang comforted him. Are you okay? We'll do our best to protect your safety. Mu Qing felt bitter in his heart. Now, did he still have the right to say no? At this moment, it was too late for regrets. He was really stupid. Why did he scheme against Dong Xingyang? Now, not only did Dong Xingyang not manage to scheme against him, but he also dragged him into the water. This was the consequence of his own sins. Demon Ancestor said, but now we can't take action. That's right. Because once the strongest war soul appears, it will inevitably lead to a bloody storm. With our strength, we can't face the geniuses of the divine kingdom. When the time comes, the older generation of the Scandinavian nation might even intervene. So, we have to wait for the young master to come out. Pei Tianhong nodded. Hearing Pei Tianhong's analysis, Everyone felt that it made sense. Because this wasn't a small matter. It could be said that the strongest war soul was more important than anything else. If Mu Qing and the other two's war souls were exposed, the older generation of the Divine Kingdom might not hesitate to pay any price. At that time, if Qin Feiyang wasn't there, they had no chance of winning at all. Not to mention that Frenzy was also in seclusion now. Anyway, the people of the Divine Kingdom won't give up easily if they don't find their old enemy. Let's wait for little Qinzi to come out. White-Eyed Wolf nodded. This matter was too important and he didn't dare to play around. But how long will it take for the young master to come out? When he comes out, how strong will the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death be? Wang Changyuan whispered. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were full of anticipation. The ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. They didn't know if the Divine Kingdom had it, but there was only one person in the Sky Cloud realm. Chapter 3999. Next. The demon ancestor brought Pei Tianhong and the others to the battlefield. Mu Qing, Mu Tianyang, and Dong Xingyang followed the white-eyed wolf into the demon palace to cultivate in seclusion. In short, now that Qin Feiyang had not come out of seclusion, the three of them would definitely not appear on the battlefield. However, there was a problem that the white-eyed wolf had been pondering about. How could he set a trap for Long Chen? This time, Long Chen had schemed against them behind their backs, which made the white-eyed wolf extremely unhappy. If he did not get back at them, he would panic. He had thought of sending a voice transmission to Qin Feiyang, because Qin Feiyang was smart. But after thinking about it, it was better not to disturb Qin Feiyang now. As for the demon ancestor, when he returned to the battlefield, he would directly start his winning streak. Whether it was the humans of the Divine Kingdom or the gods of the Divine Kingdom, they were no match for him. But, unless it was a critical moment, he would not activate the Eye of Despair. This friendly match was important to gain experience. He also wanted to comprehend the ultimate meaning of the strongest law, so that he could truly compete with Ryuko and the others. So while he was training, he was also humbly asking the white-eyed wolf for advice. The strongest laws that he had mastered were the time law and the death law. Just nice. The white-eyed wolf had already mastered the ultimate meaning of these two strongest laws. Similarly, although the white-eyed wolf was usually very arrogant, as long as you sincerely looked for him, he would not put on airs and make things difficult for you. So to the demon ancestor, the white-eyed wolf was now like a teacher. He was training in battle while asking the white-eyed wolf for advice. His comprehension of the two strongest laws was getting deeper and deeper day by day. Dong Xingyang and Mu Tianyang naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. After all, they were already in seclusion together. On the other hand, although Mu Qing was with the white-eyed wolf, she could not bring herself to look for the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf naturally couldn't be bothered with him. Since you took the initiative to come here, I will be kind and teach you. If you don't come, I can't ask for anything more. I can even hide in peace. Madman was also in seclusion. On the other hand, the place where he cultivated in seclusion was filled with the energy of death at all times, and it affected an area of a few hundred kilometers. Any divine dragon that approached this place would have their life force plundered by the power of death. As such, over time, the place where Madman was in seclusion became a forbidden area in the dragon lair. Almost no one dared to step into it. Everyone in the dragons were furious about this. Wasn't this akin to the dove taking over the magpie's nest? Day after day, year after year. Several decades passed. Shin Village. After decades of development, it had become the most powerful village in the area. The reason was, of course, Qin Feiyang. Almost all the younger generation in the village grew up under the guidance of Qin Feiyang. Even many of the older generation had been reborn under the guidance of Qin Feiyang and displayed outstanding talent. To the Qin family village, Qin Feiyang was no longer just a member of the village. He was also a highly respected old man that everyone respected. That's right. The current Qin Feiyang was already an old man. His long hair was as white as snow. His originally strong body was now as thin as firewood, and his face was full of wrinkles. He looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. The people in the village were puzzled when they saw the changes in Qin Feiyang. However, after Shin Mulan told them, they knew that Qin Feiyang was also nearing the end of his life. When Shin Dezhuang and Shin Xiaojia first received this news, it was like a bolt from the blue. Because in their hearts they respected Qin Feiyang very much. Especially Shin Xiaojia and the snotty baby. They were watched by Qin Feiyang as they grew up, so when they received this news, they immediately went to look for treasures to prolong Qin Feiyang's life. However, when Qin Feiyang received this news, he asked Shin Dezhuang to stop a group of people halfway. The reason was, he didn't want everyone to waste time. If he really had the heart, he would accompany him for the rest of his life. Early in the morning, Shen Dezhuang and Xin Xiaojia appeared outside Qin Feiyang's door early in the morning as usual. This was what they had to do every day. No one forced them. They voluntarily came to take care of Qin Feiyang. However, this time they found that Qin Feiyang was different from usual. His life force was extremely weak. Brother Gu Feng. Xin Xiaojia immediately ran up and grabbed Qin Feiyang's old and withered hand. She couldn't help but cry. Shen Dezhuang walked to the bedside and silently looked at Qin Feiyang. His eyes were also a little moist. After all, he was a man. He was stronger and kept all the grief in his heart. "What are you crying for?" Qin Feiyang said hoarsely, intermittently. He didn't even have the strength to speak. "I'm not crying," Xin Xiaojia shook her head. Qin Feiyang raised his trembling hand, wiped away Xin Xiaojia's tears and laughed. "You're not crying, what is this?" "I really didn't." Xin Xiaojia turned her head and looked at Shen Dezhuang. Her eyes were filled with despair as if she was saying, "Brother Dezhuang, quickly help Brother Gu Feng." Shen Dezhuang also turned his head and quietly wiped away his tears. He leaned over and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. "Big Brother Gu Feng, where do you want to go today?" "Today?" Qin Feiyang looked at the roof, pondered for a long time and laughed. "Today? I don't want to go anywhere, let's go to the village entrance to bask in the sun." "All right." Shen Dezhuang nodded, looked at Xin Xiaojia and said, "Xiaojia, make way first, I'll help Big Brother Gu Feng up." "I'll do it myself." Xin Xiaojia carefully supported Qin Feiyang's back, but Qin Feiyang was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to get up. At this moment, he had really reached his limit. His entire body was filled with an aura of death. "Let me do it." Shen Dezhuang gently pushed Xin Xiaojia away, bent down and picked up Qin Feiyang. Looking at Xin Xiaojia who was crying beside him, he sent a sound transmission. "Don't cry, Big Brother Gu Feng doesn't want to see others cry in front of him. Hurry up and prepare a recliner." "All right." Xin Xiaojia quickly nodded, turned around and ran out. "I'm sorry for making you take care of a lonely old man like me." Qin Feiyang smiled apologetically. "What are you talking about? I've already said that you're my brother. Isn't it my duty to take care of you?" Shen Dezhuang held back his sobs, turned around and walked out of the room. Although it was strenuous for Qin Feiyang to even move, the inside of this small house was very clean. Not a speck of dust could be found. This was all thanks to Shen Dezhuang and Xin Xiaojia. They had to clean the house once a day to keep it clean and tidy. Xin Xiaojia had already placed a recliner at the entrance of the village. This recliner was made of bamboo strips, and there was a layer of soft cushion on it. Xin Xiaojia stood in front of the recliner, looking at Qin Feiyang who was in Shen Dezhuang's arms, and couldn't help but tear up. At this moment, some more people came out of their houses. When they saw this scene, their faces immediately changed, and they all put down what they were doing and surrounded Shen Dezhuang. "Dezhuang?" a woman said worriedly. But before she could finish her sentence, Dezhuang gave her a look indicating for her to be quiet. The woman quickly shut her mouth and looked down at Qin Feiyang. She even lowered her breathing to the lowest, for fear of startling Qin Feiyang. Dezhuang carried Qin Feiyang and continued to walk to the entrance of the village. The woman looked at the group of people next to her and sighed. "It seems that Brother Gu Feng can't make it. Go and tell everyone to come out quickly. I'll go and find the village chief." "Okay." They nodded and their faces were full of sadness. Then they turned around and knocked on the door of each house. "What?" When the woman found Shen Mulin's house and told Shen Mulin about Qin Feiyang's situation, Shen Mulin's face changed drastically. He hurriedly ran to the entrance of the village without even putting on his coat. At this moment, many people had already come out of their houses. Everyone's expression was extremely pained. Good people don't live long, but disasters last 1,000 years. The sentence is really true. Yes. In the past few decades, if not for Brother Gu Feng's careful teaching, how could the young people in our village be so outstanding? And Brother Gu Feng, although he is very strong, he is kind and nice. He is also very respectful to us old people. How could such an outstanding person fall to this point? This is because the heavens are jealous of talents. Everyone gathered together and ran to the entrance of the village while discussing. At the entrance of the village, Dezhuang gently put Qin Feiyang on the reclining chair, and then he silently retreated to the side, quietly looking at Qin Feiyang. "Brother Gu Feng, do you want to drink water?" Xin Xiaojia squatted on the ground, gently holding Qin Feiyang's hand and asked. "No need." Qin Feiyang shook his head, his voice seemed particularly weak, and then he slowly looked up at the sky. At this moment, The sun was rising in the sky and the sun shone on the earth. Everything gradually recovered, but his life aura was getting weaker and weaker. However, he did not have any fear. On the contrary, a smile appeared on his face. Shen Xiaojia and De Zhuang could not help but follow Qin Feiyang's gaze and look at the rising sun on the horizon. The scenes of getting along with each other for the past few decades involuntarily appeared in their minds. In the end, they discovered that they were all beautiful memories. No matter when, this man's face was filled with a happy smile. Whether it was to himself or to others, there had never been a painful side to him. Even now, he did not have any fear in the face of death. Had he already seen through life and death? In this world, was there really nothing he was attached to? Shen Xiaojia retracted her gaze, looked at Qin Feiyang and said softly, "Brother Gu Feng, whether it is in the past or in the future, you will never be alone. We will always be with you. Yes, we are all your family." Shen Mulin walked over and squatted on the other side, holding Qin Feiyang's hand, enduring the sadness in his heart, and said, "Brother Gu Feng, we will always be with you until the last moment." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang's face revealed a smile. "Brother Gu Feng, don't talk, have a good rest." A middle-aged couple looked at Qin Feiyang and said softly. It was Shen Xiaojia's parents. But before they finished speaking, the two of them wished they could slap themselves in the face. What were they saying? His life was about to reach the last moment. What was there to rest for? Wasn't this a curse in disguise? "Brother Gu Feng, I'm sorry." The two of them hurriedly apologized. Qin Feiyang slowly raised his hand and gently waved it, indicating that it was okay. Chapter 4000. "Actually, I want to thank you all," Qin Feiyang said in a hoarse voice. Shen Mulin hurriedly said, "Why are you saying all this? We are family." Qin Feiyang waved his hand with great effort. Seeing this, Shen Xiaojia looked at Shen Mulin and sighed, "Grandpa Village Chief, just let Brother Gu Feng speak." Sigh. Shen Mulin sighed and retreated to the side. The others also quieted down and quietly looked at Qin Feiyang. "I want to thank you all. Thank you all for taking care of me all these years, especially De Zhuang and Xiaojia. These two children. If it were any other young man seeing me like this, they would have long run away, but they have always been by my side. This also proves that my eyesight. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. You all must work hard, I believe." As Qin Feiyang said this, he waved at De Zhuang. De Zhuang hurriedly walked over and squatted on the ground. Even he was already tearing up. Qin Feiyang grabbed De Zhuang's hand with one hand and Shen Xiaojia's hand with the other. He smiled and said, "I believe. Your kindness will definitely bring you good luck." And Shen Xiaojia nodded, holding back her tears. "I still have to thank you all. Let me spend all these years in the village without any worries. You might not understand, but these few decades, what I saw, heard, and felt here is very important to me. It was you all who allowed me to have a deeper understanding of the world. It was also you all who allowed me to complete the last step. Thank you all, thank you everyone. Thank you." When he said the last word of thanks, everyone could no longer hear Qin Feiyang's voice. Moreover, Shen Dezhuang and Shen Xiaojia could feel that Qin Feiyang's hand was gradually turning cold. "Please, don't cry. Let me see the last moment of the sun's rise," Qin Feiyang muttered, looking at the sun in the sky, his face still maintaining that smile as if everything was frozen there without any changes. Shen Xiaojia's body trembled as her tears flowed uncontrollably. However, she did not cry out loud. She turned her head and silently looked at the rising sun. Finally, the sun had risen completely and all living things had awakened. It was also at this moment. Qin Feiyang slowly closed his eyes, but the smile on his face never disappeared. Big Brother Gu Feng, Shen Xiaojia and Luo Ruoxin immediately felt Qin Feiyang's pulse stop beating. Tears flowed down their cheeks continuously. "Brother Ancient Wind, the sun has already risen," a middle-aged man spoke. However, when he looked at Qin Feiyang, he immediately lost control of his emotions. The others also finally realized that Qin Feiyang was no longer breathing, and they all silently shed tears. At this moment, no one spoke again and the entire village fell into a deathly silence. At the same time, Black Tortoise World. A group of people also gathered in the Devil's Land. Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus stood at the front. Little Wimp was there as well. Next was Fire Dance, the Five-Clawed Golden Dragon, the White Jade Qilin, the Big Black Wolf, the Sword Sovereign, Xia Yuan, and the others. Behind them, the 6,000 Dark Guards were all present. In short, everyone who lived in the Devil's Land was here at this moment. In the void in front of them there was a picture. The picture showed Qin Feiyang sitting at the entrance of the village. As early as when Shen Dezhuang and Shen Xiaojia entered Qin Feiyang's room, Little Wimp had already noticed Qin Feiyang's abnormality. Therefore, he descended to the Devil's Land and gathered everyone here. In other words, everyone had witnessed the entire process. Although they knew what Qin Feiyang was going to do at this moment, seeing Qin Feiyang stop breathing, they couldn't help but shed tears. Especially Mermaid Princess. She needed the support of Fire Lotus beside her to stand firm. I can't just stand by and watch. Fire Luan, quickly send me out. Suddenly, Mermaid Princess grabbed Fire Lotus's arm, looking extremely anxious. Sister-in-law, calm down. You have to believe in Qin Dage. Seeing that, Fire Lotus hurriedly comforted her. He's already not breathing. No heartbeat. How can I still calm down? Fire Lotus, I beg you, quickly send me out. Regardless of success or failure, I will always guard him, the Mermaid Princess pleaded incessantly. Fire Lotus looked at Little Wimp. Little Wimp glanced at Mermaid Princess and with a low sigh said, You go out with her. All right. Fire Lotus nodded, and immediately appeared in front of Qin Feiyang with Mermaid Princess. Who is it? Shen Dezhuang and the others were shocked, and immediately looked at the two of them. Don't be nervous. This is his wife. Fire Lotus looked at everyone and sighed. What? Everyone in the village immediately looked at Mermaid Princess in shock. Gu Feng actually had a wife. And she was so beautiful. Why hadn't they heard him mention this before? At this moment, Mermaid Princess completely ignored the surrounding villagers, and moved her feet, walking in front of Qin Feiyang. Seeing that, Shen Dezhuang nodded at Shen Xiaojia. Shen Xiaojia looked at Mermaid Princess suspiciously, but also let go of Qin Feiyang's cold hand, stood up and retreated to the side. Mermaid Princess squatted on the ground, grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand and muttered, Why do you have to do this? Is the ultimate profound of the law of life and death that important? A drop of tear fell on the back of Qin Feiyang's hand. In the next moment, Qin Feiyang's motionless body began to dissipate. What's going on? Shen Xiaojia and the others' expressions changed. Dezhuang even pushed Mermaid Princess away. Seeing that, Fire Lotus hurriedly went up to support Mermaid Princess. Brother Gu Feng, Shen Xiaojia grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand, and her face was full of anxiety. She looked at Shen Dezhuang and asked, Brother Dezhuang, what's going on? Why is Brother Gu Feng's body dissipating? Dezhuang looked at Qin Feiyang, whose entire body was dissipating, as if it had turned into a rain of light, and he couldn't stop it no matter how hard he tried. All of a sudden, he seemed to have transformed into an enraged beast, and turned to stare at Mermaid Princess and said in a low voice, What did you do to Brother Gu Feng? I didn't. Mermaid Princess shook her head and also looked at Qin Feiyang anxiously. She also didn't know what was going on. Why would his physical body start to dissipate all of a sudden? You're not Brother Gu Feng's wife, who are you? You didn't even let Brother Gu Feng's body go, do you still have any humanity? Shen Xiaojia glared at Mermaid Princess. You're wrongly accused. They're really husband and wife. Fire Lotus hurriedly explained. I don't believe it, all of you leave. Shen Xiaojia pointed outside the village and roared. Mermaid Princess was extremely anxious. Sister-in-law, let's retreat to the side first. Don't be angry, they're also worried about Qin Dage, you have to believe in Qin Dage, he'll definitely be fine. Fire Lotus secretly transmitted her voice. Sigh. Mermaid Princess sighed softly and with Fire Lotus's help she retreated over 10 meters, and looked at Qin Feiyang from afar, her eyes filled with worry. Brother Gu Feng, I won't let your body dissipate. Shen Xiaojia didn't care about the two anymore, and anxiously reached out to grab the rain of light, but she couldn't. The rain of light passed through her hands and floated in all directions. Brother Dezhuang, quickly think of a solution. Shen Xiaojia looked at Dezhuang helplessly. Dezhuang didn't speak and he looked at this scene in despair. How could he have a solution for this? In the blink of an eye. At this time, almost half of Qin Feiyang had dissipated, and there wasn't even a drop of blood, as if his entire body had been disintegrated by an invisible force. Xiaojia, calm down. Looking at Shen Xiaojia's tear-filled face, her parents hurried to comfort her. If they wanted to stop it, they had to first figure out the reason, but this scene was completely beyond their understanding. Perhaps for Gu Feng this was a good thing. 10 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang completely dissipated, turning into a rain of light that scattered between heaven and earth. But the Black Tortoise world was still there. The universe ring was still there. However, only these two things were still there. The other things such as the laws, the divine arts and even the clothes all disappeared. It was as if all of this didn't exist in the first place. Even Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus didn't know what was going on, let alone the people in the village. Chapter 4001. However, they didn't know. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was standing in a blood-red world. The sky was blood-red. The earth was blood-red. Even the void was filled with a bloody mist. Qin Feiyang was no stranger to this place. And this was also Qin Feiyang's destination. Because this was the hell that appeared when he entered the heavenly bell divine treasure and fell into the illusion. Nothing had changed. Countless wandering souls were rushing towards the gate of hell in front of him. From time to time, a blood-red lightning would fall from the sky. If the wandering souls in this world didn't enter the gate of hell, they would be obliterated by the blood-red lightning. He came here again. Qin Feiyang was no longer as desperate and fearful as last time. He took a step forward and walked towards the gate of hell. So, the gate of hell entered his sight, like a terrifying beast with its bloody mouth open, floating in front of him, waiting for him to take the initiative to send himself in. Qin Feiyang didn't stop and went straight into the gate of hell. Inside, it was also a blood-red world like a sea of blood. Crack. Boom. Compared to the outside, the lightning here was more concentrated and roaring in the sky. Any wandering soul that was struck by the lightning would howl miserably as if they had been tortured. All the wandering souls would be constantly bombarded by the lightning, and every time they were struck, the shape of the wandering souls would become a little fainter. Qin Feiyang was no stranger to this. Because the last time he came here he was constantly bombarded by lightning. The purpose of these lightning was to erase his memory. Qin Feiyang didn't avoid it. Even when the lightning struck him and caused him unparalleled pain, he did not let out a groan. And it didn't mean that he wasn't afraid of pain. It was that he could withstand it. However, his memory didn't disappear. No matter how many times the lightning struck him, his memory was still there. The last time he came here he had personally experienced it. Every time he was struck by lightning, part of his memory would disappear. But Qin Feiyang wasn't surprised by this. He seemed to already know the reason. After an unknown period of time, another stone door appeared in front of him. It was 999 zhang tall, like a towering mountain standing at the end. However, it was different from the ferocious and terrifying Hell's Gate. This stone gate was pure white and radiated a divine radiance. Before he even got close, Qin Feiyang felt a warm feeling in his heart. On the stone door, there were two large words, shining with boundless divine light. Samsara. That was right. This was the gate of reincarnation that Qin Feiyang had seen in the illusion last time. Everything was exactly the same as last time. However, last time, Qin Feiyang had reached this point and hadn't gone any further. This was because he had comprehended the law of life and death when he had seen the gate of reincarnation. After comprehending the law of life and death, he fused with the miniature version of the law of life and death and left this place. This time, he had come here to enter the door of reincarnation. From an outsider's point of view, this was simply courting death. Even Qin Feiyang himself did not dare to enter the gate of reincarnation the last time he came here. Because at that time he had the same thought. Once he entered the gate of reincarnation he would be reincarnated. But now he already knew. This gate of reincarnation wasn't the real reincarnation. The gate of hell wasn't the real hell either. These wandering souls weren't truly dead wandering souls. All of this was transformed by the will of the law of life and death's ultimate meaning. The gate of hell represented the destination of death. The gate of reincarnation represented the hope of life. In other words, this place was equivalent to a secret realm. Only those who had comprehended the law of life and death could enter. Someone might say, since this was the case, why didn't Qin Feiyang directly step into the gate of reincarnation? This way he could directly grasp the ultimate meaning of the law of death? But in fact this wasn't the case. Everything here was transformed by the will of the ultimate meaning. If back then Qin Feiyang hadn't chosen to leave when he comprehended the law of life and death but insisted on stepping into the gate of reincarnation, he would have been destroyed. Because at that time, Qin Feiyang's comprehension of the law of life and death wasn't enough. He couldn't withstand the will of the ultimate meaning. Just like his memory. Back then, when he entered here, his memory disappeared because his comprehension of the law of life and death wasn't enough. But this time, his memory didn't disappear again. This was because his comprehension of the law of life and death had reached a perfect level. Therefore, the will here couldn't erase his memory. In short, if one's comprehension of the law of life and death wasn't thorough enough, then stepping into the gate of reincarnation would directly be obliterated by the will of the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. Moreover, without comprehending the true intention of the gate of reincarnation, no one dared to step into this gate. After all, no matter who it was, When they first saw the gate of reincarnation, they would definitely think of reincarnation. It would be too late to avoid it. Who would dare to take the initiative to enter? Therefore, although people who had comprehended the law of life and death could enter this secret realm twice, the second time must be on the premise that they had thoroughly comprehended the law of life and death. Qin Feiyang had lived in seclusion in the Shen family village for many years and once again experienced the process of death in order to perfect his comprehension of the law of life and death. Similarly, this was also what the divine king of chaos said: put yourself in death and fight to live. The gate of reincarnation seemed to be a dead end, but in fact this was a bright path. A moment later, Qin Feiyang came in front of the gate of reincarnation. Although he was already very strong now, standing under the gate of reincarnation, he couldn't help but feel small. At the same time, at this moment, in his heart, there was some anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he didn't hesitate and stepped out of the gate of reincarnation. Immediately, a dazzling divine light shrouded him, making him unable to open his eyes. He closed his eyes and mentally prepared himself. Only then did he slowly open his eyes. A boundless world gradually came into view. Here there was an extremely strange scene. The world on the left was surging with waves of blood, the aura of death was monstrous and countless ghosts were screaming, as if it was a real purgatory. The world on the right was full of vitality, mountains and rivers, auspicious beasts galloped, as if it was a fairyland. Qin Feiyang could feel that this was also formed by the will of the law of life and death. The left represented death. The right represented life. Moreover, the will here was stronger than the world inside the gate of hell, and even he could feel a sense of oppression. There's still one last step. When this last step is completed, the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death will reappear in the world. Qin Feiyang murmured, took a step out and landed in the middle of the two worlds. What he had to do now was to integrate the will here. As his body and mind relaxed, the power on both sides immediately turned into a torrent, continuously rushing towards him. So powerful. When the power of life and death drowned him, there was a tearing pain, and his consciousness almost collapsed. Yes, the current him was just a consciousness. If his consciousness collapsed, then even if he comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, he would still die here. Because his physical body and soul had already dissipated outside. I've already come this far and you still want to erase me? Wishful thinking. All of you submit to me. He roared. A powerful will surged out from his body. This was his will and it was enough to shake this world. Life and death, two different forces, constantly collided in his body, making him feel worse than death. But in the end, under the suppression of his will, the two forces merged into one. At the same time, outside, the Shen family village also underwent a drastic change. The rain of light that Qin Feiyang's physical body turned into did not disappear, and it was like specks of crystal light floating between heaven and earth. Just as he was integrating the will of the law of life and death, the rain of light floating between heaven and earth gradually emitted a vast aura. This change immediately alarmed everyone in the village, including the mermaid princess, Fire Lotus, and the little brat from the Black Tortoise world. Originally, they were still sad. But suddenly, the rain of light that Qin Feiyang's physical body turned into actually erupted with such a terrifying aura. This made them immediately turn their sadness into joy. Of course, this was only limited to the mermaid princess and the others. Because they were experienced and knowledgeable, and they were extremely familiar with Qin Feiyang, they quickly identified that this aura was formed by Qin Feiyang's will. How could a dead person's will still exist? So, from this point they could determine that Qin Feiyang was not really dead. This rain of light was actually Qin Feiyang's undying will. However, the people of the Shen family village did not think of this. Previously, even Qin Feiyang turning into a rain of light was already beyond their understanding, let alone this magical scene. They all raised their heads, looking at the rain of light floating in the sky in shock. Sister-in-law, look. Suddenly, Fire Lotus seemed to have discovered something and scanned the surrounding mountains and rivers. Mermaid Princess quickly looked, and saw that the surrounding mountains and rivers, countless flowers and trees, were emitting a faint green aura. This is the life energy of the plants. Mermaid Princess mastered the law of life, and could tell at a glance. What's going on? Why is their life energy being extracted? Fire Lotus was surprised. But soon, she knew the reason. She saw that the life energy was all rushing towards one direction, and that was the sky above the village. Not long after, the majestic life energy rushed into the sky above the village, gradually drowning the rain of light that Qin Feiyang turned into. Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus discovered another shocking situation. The rain of light that Qin Feiyang's physical body turned into was actually absorbing the life energy. Did this mean that Qin Feiyang's will was actually extracting the life energy of the plants? Since his will was extracting the life energy of the plants, did it mean that he was being reborn? Thinking of this, whether it was Mermaid Princess or Fire Lotus, they could not help but cry tears of joy. This made the people of the Shin family village puzzled. What were they doing? At the same time, in the Black Tortoise realm, Little Wimp also saw the mystery and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, the situation outside was getting more and more intense. The flowers and trees near the village had almost all withered, and were spreading further away at an astonishing speed. But the strange thing was, the villagers standing at the entrance of the village, including Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus, did not feel that the life energy in their bodies was being extracted. Even the life energy that gathered above the village even took the initiative to enter their bodies. Chapter 4002. This life energy far exceeded the divine life pill. The old people in the village were all becoming younger. The wrinkles on their old faces gradually disappeared, and their white hair turned black. Shin Mulan also became more and more energetic. The children's faces were also glowing with health. Moreover, this life energy seemed to contain a kind of good fortune. The potential of everyone in the village was stimulated. Boom. At that moment, there were people constantly breaking through here. Shin Dezhuang directly soared to the perfect war god. He did not stop and was still soaring towards the perfect war god. Shin Xiaojia's cultivation also soared all the way to the warlord. Even those 4 or 5-year-old children also stepped onto the path of cultivation, erupting with terrifying potential. What's going on? Fire Lotus and Mermaid Princess looked at this scene in shock. This is the good fortune that Brother Gu Feng bestowed upon us. That's right. It must be related to Brother Gu Feng. Even if he died, he did not forget us. His heroic spirit will always exist to protect us and the village. The villagers' faces were covered in tears. Even though he had died, he did not leave. He was using his own way to protect everything here. No, this is indeed related to Feiyang. It's not his heroic spirit that is protecting the village. This is Feiyang's will, Mermaid Princess muttered. Yes. Qin Dage completed the last step here. This village has done him a favor, so he is repaying the people of this village. Fire Lotus nodded. The surrounding mountains and rivers had completely withered. But not only were the people in the village fine, but the nearby beasts were also fine. There was no sign of life force being drawn away. Only the life force of the plants was being drawn away. There were hundreds of villages of various sizes around the Shin family village. Soon, this scene also appeared in these villages. The essence of the plants rose into the air and rushed towards the Shin family village. But other than that, whether it was humans or beasts, they were not affected at all. Of course, the people of other villages could not enjoy the treatment of the Shin family village. What's going on? Many humans and beasts were chasing the life force and flying towards the Shin family village, wanting to find out what was going on. But no matter which direction they came from, when they were 10,000 miles away from the Shin family village, they were stopped by an invisible force and could not move forward. It seems to be the direction of the Shin family village. What happened in the Shin family village? Everyone was surprised. Farther away, there was a city. This was the city that Shin Dezhuang often. At this moment, the essence of the plants around the city was also drawn out and soared into the sky, gathering into a vast amount of life energy. It was like an angry wave crazily surging in the direction of the Shin family village, shocking everyone in the city. This news quickly spread throughout the western continent. How? Go check. No. Old Chi, go and investigate this personally. When the Alliance Master of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance received the news, he immediately ordered the Deputy Alliance Master and the Hall Master of the Hall of the Exalted. The two of them immediately left the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and followed the life force all the way to the Shin family village. Thousands of miles away from the Shin family village, countless ferocious beasts and humans gathered. What's the situation? The Hall of the Exalted asked. We don't know. But the source seems to be the Shin family village. Someone said. The two looked up at the Shin family village. With their cultivation, they could see the situation above the Shin family village clearly from 10,000 miles away. Looking at the sea of life above the village, the two immediately got up in shock. But there was no one in the sky. The light rain that Qin Feiyang's body turned into had been completely submerged by the life energy. Even if it was not submerged, They did not know that the light rain was Qin Feiyang's body. However, they felt familiar with the will that filled the sky above the village. Why do I feel a bit like Qin Feiyang? The Hall of the Exalted was surprised. Don't talk nonsense. The vice leader glared at him. It's true. If you don't believe me, feel it carefully. The Hall of the Exalted said. The vice leader's eyelids twitched. He quickly calmed down and felt it carefully. Suddenly, his eyes trembled. This was really Qin Feiyang's aura. What was going on? Let's go and have a look. The vice leader was anxious and rushed toward the Shin family village. However, he was also blocked by Qin Feiyang's will. The vice leader was surprised. The Hall of the Exalted tried to step forward but could not step into the 10,000 miles range. It was as if the 10,000 miles around the Shin family village had become a forbidden area that could not be set foot. Even they can't get close? The surrounding humans and beasts looked at this scene and could not help but show a trace of shock. These were the two giants of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The most powerful existence in the Western continent could not enter the Shin family village. What was happening in the Shin family village? Don't worry. Looking at the vice leader who was anxious, the Hall of the Exalted comforted him and then looked down at the people of the Shin family village. Suddenly, his eyes were locked on the backs of Fire Lotus and the Mermaid Princess. But because he could only see their backs, he could not be sure if it was the two of them. Fire Lotus? He called out tentatively. Fire Lotus heard the voice and could not help but be stunned. She turned her head and looked in the direction of the voice. Mermaid Princess and the people in the village also heard the voice of the Hall of the Exalted Leader and turned their heads to look. However, the people of the Shin family village did not have enough cultivation and could not see the situation 10,000 miles away. But Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus could see it clearly. It was not until this time that they realized that they had attracted so many creatures. These are the two girls. The Hall of the Exalted Leader was refreshed. He had entered the Black Tortoise realm many times. Of course, he knew Fire Lotus and Mermaid Princess. Besides, they were also Qin Feiyang's wife and sister. The vice leader was also very happy and shouted, "What's going on?" Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus looked at each other and looked at the sky above the village. They turned and cut through the sky and landed on the vice leader and Fire Lotus like lightning. Who are they? Their aura is so strong. And they are both so beautiful. The creatures around looked at the two of them in surprise. Master. Elder Qi. Mermaid Princess looked at the vice leader and Fire Lotus. What? She called the vice leader Master? Everyone was stunned. In fact, Mermaid Princess called Qin Feiyang. The vice leader was Qin Feiyang's master. So when Mermaid Princess met the vice leader, she also called him Master. Yes. The vice leader nodded and asked anxiously, "What's going on?" It's a long story. Mermaid Princess sighed and secretly told them about Qin Feiyang's situation in detail. What? Hearing this, the two of them immediately looked up at the sky above the Shen family village. It turned out that all this was because of Qin Feiyang. Did he have to pay such a high price to comprehend the ultimate meaning of the law of life? Is he really not dead? Don't lie to us. The Hall Master of the Hall of the Exalted looked at the two of them with a worried expression. I'm not lying to you. But now, we're actually very worried. After all, there has never been a precedent for the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. No one knows what the result will be. Fire Lotus shook her head. Hearing this, the vice leader and the Hall Master of the Hall of the Exalted looked even more worried. The vice leader sighed and said, "Take me to the village. I want to see his rebirth with my own eyes. Otherwise, I'll be restless if I go back to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance." Can't you go to the village? Mermaid Princess was stunned. We're blocked by this boy's will. The Hall Master of the Hall of the Exalted smiled bitterly. Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus looked at each other in surprise. They had been in the village all this time and did not know about this. Wait a minute. Could it be that even they could not go to the Shin family village now? The two of them hurriedly stepped forward. In the end, they were really blocked by this will. The expressions of the two men froze. The vice leader and the Hall Master's expressions suddenly became interesting. They did not say anything, but even their wife and sister were blocked outside? However, weren't they still in the Shin family village? Why couldn't they go in again after coming out? It seems that the will left by Qin Dage does not have consciousness. He may have expected that it would cause a great sensation, so he left this will to prevent creatures from entering the Shin family village. Fire Lotus secretly said. Yes. Mermaid Princess nodded. In other words, the will left by Qin Feiyang did not recognize who they were. They could stay in the Shin family village before because they had already appeared in the village before Qin Feiyang's will appeared, so they were not excluded. But now, they left the Shin family village and appeared thousands of miles away, so they would naturally be excluded. If the people of the Shin family village left now, it would be the same. Because this will protected the entire Shin family village, not a single person. It was simple. Now, within thousands of miles of the Shin family village, one could only leave but not enter. What should we do now? Are we just going to stand here and worry? The deputy leader asked. That's the only way. Mermaid Princess smiled bitterly. If she had known, she would not have left the Shin family village. Alas. The Vice Alliance Master sighed and transmitted his voice. Old Chi, tell the Alliance Master and the others not to worry too much. Okay. The Hall Master of the Hall of the Exalted nodded and took out the Divine Sound Stone. Fire Lotus saw this and quickly said secretly, don't send messages here, go to the Divine Space item. What? The Hall Master of the Exalted was suspicious. There are too many people here. If they know about the situation here, they will definitely spread it out. When the Divine Kingdom knows about it, they will definitely come to make trouble. Maybe at that time, it will affect Qin Dage's rebirth. Fire Lotus secretly said with a serious face. The Hall Master of the Hall of the Exalted heard this and could not help but shudder. If the geniuses of the Divine Kingdom really came to make trouble, the consequences would be unimaginable. Immediately, he entered the Divine Space item. He sent a message to the leader, telling him the details of the Shin family village and telling him to block the news. Chapter 4003. 1 day, 2 days. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In half a month, this situation had spread to the entire Western continent. That's right. The current Western continent had become a desolate continent. Except for humans and beasts, all the flowers and trees had withered. Heaven and earth were filled with death aura. With such a big movement, the news couldn't be suppressed at all. The Alliance Master had done his best, but he was powerless. The news of the Western continent spread to the Eastern continent, Southern continent, and Northern continent. Even the forbidden areas. Countless creatures poured into the Western continent to see what was going on. Among them were Elder Hua Hezhongtian and the leaders of the Heavenly Palace. There were also giants like the Feather Emperor, the Blood Ancestor, and the Little Rabbit. When they found out about the situation in the Shin family village, they immediately ordered to do their best to suppress the news. The Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus were both worried. They thought that this situation wouldn't spread too far and that they could hide it from the world. However, they didn't expect the situation to develop to this point. Sure enough, finally, this news spread to the battlefield in the land of buried gods. What? Such an abnormality happened in the Western continent? Send someone to investigate. Such a big matter, there must be something strange. Late at night. The core area. Ryuko looked at Jiang Yunshuang and said in a deep voice. Okay. Jiang Yunshuang nodded and was about to turn and leave. But suddenly, Long Zi stopped Jiang Yunshuang and said with a frown, let Wang Feng, Jiang Qin and the others go. They are more familiar with the Sky Cloud realm and are strong enough to deal with any sudden changes. However, they must change their appearances and let Jiang Qin and the others hide their god race imprints. Okay. Jiang Yunshuang waved his hand and 3 figures appeared. It was the blue-haired youth Wang Feng, Jing Qin, and Jiang Xing. Sure enough, they didn't return to the Divine Kingdom. They had been hiding in Jiang Yunshuang's spatial treasure. With a few words from Jiang Yunshuang, the 3 immediately changed their appearances, hid their identities, and secretly went to the Western continent. At the same time, Qi Xiaoyun and Long Qin also received the news. What's going on now? The 3 of them were puzzled. Teacher, I'll have to trouble you to personally investigate. Qi Xiaoyun looked at the white-bearded old man and asked. Qin, I'll have to trouble you this time. Long Qin looked at Long Qin and said. The 2 of them immediately set off for the Western continent. The moment they entered the Western continent, both Wang Feng's group and Long Qin's group could not help but feel shocked. Everywhere he passed was filled with a deathly aura, and it was as if he'd arrived at a purgatory of death. What exactly happened? Needless to say, the methods of these people need not be mentioned. Soon they found out that the root of the problem came from a place called the Shin family village, so they all went to the Shin family village. When they rushed over, they discovered that the big shots of the various forces in the Sky Cloud realm, including the Feather Emperor, were all gathered here. Strange. Long Qin and Whitebeard didn't hide their identities. They directly appeared beside the Feather Emperor and the others and asked in surprise, "What's going on?" The Feather Emperor and the others frowned as they looked at the 2 of them. If even the dragons and the Feng people had received the news, then the land of buried gods must have known as well. No. We must be prepared. Girl, quickly send a message to the white-eyed wolf and frenzied. Also, the demon ancestor must come and help us. The Feather Emperor looked at the mermaid princess and Fire Lotus. Okay. The two of them nodded. Seeing that no one answered him, Long Qin raised his head and scanned the sky above the Shin family village. A trace of surprise gradually appeared in his eyes. Although he didn't see Qin Feiyang, he seemed to sense Qin Feiyang's aura. Could it be that all of this was related to Qin Feiyang? The white-bearded old man and Wang Feng's group, who had disguised themselves and hid in the crowd, also noticed this. They were extremely surprised. Lord Feather Emperor, what's going on? Wang Feng suppressed his cultivation and disguised himself as an old man in his 70s or 80s. He looked at the Feather Emperor and asked. Nothing. The Feather Emperor shook his head. Hearing this, Wang Feng furrowed his brows subtly. Why would there be such a big commotion if there was nothing? Moreover, all of you are gathered here. Who are you ignoring? Something big must have happened. Wait a minute. Could it be that Qin Feiyang is now at the critical moment of comprehending the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death? All these years they had been guessing where Qin Feiyang was. They had also been investigating Qin Feiyang's whereabouts. They had also thought about where Qin Feiyang might be hiding and comprehending the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. So now, he couldn't help but think of this point, because the situation was too strange. The essence of the entire Western mainland had been extracted by Qin Feiyang. Apart from the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, he couldn't think of any other reason. Hurry up and inform Ryuko and the Divine Lady. Wang Feng said calmly through voice transmission. Okay. Jiang Qin and the Divine Lady replied and left quietly. But at the same time, Long Qin glanced at Wang Feng. A wisp of strange light could be vaguely seen in her eyes. In fact, she had secretly activated her battle soul to eavesdrop on the voice transmission of the Feather Emperor and the others. She didn't expect to hear this conversation. Inform Ryuko and the Divine Lady. In that case, the old man who had asked the Feather Emperor earlier was definitely someone from the Divine Kingdom in disguise. However, she didn't say anything. She glanced at the Feather Emperor and the others before leaving silently. Seeing Long Qin leave, the old man with the white beard also turned and left. Obviously he was going to inform Qi Shaoyin. Brother. I've already investigated clearly. The situation in the western mainland is caused by Qin Feiyang. Not far away. In the mountains. Long Qin looked at Long Chen's shadow and said. Long Qin said in realization, so it's this guy. No wonder Lunatic suddenly woke up from his seclusion and left without saying a word. But what is the reason for this? I haven't investigated clearly yet. The Feather Emperor and the others didn't mention the reason when they were secretly communicating. But I think it should be related to the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. Otherwise, such a big commotion wouldn't have happened. Moreover, the Feather Emperor and the others wouldn't have come here personally. They even let Lunatic come out of seclusion. Long Qin's eyes flickered. The ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. Hearing this, Long Chen's spirit was lifted. Why do you look so happy? Long Qin frowned. One had to know. If Qin Feiyang really comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, not only would he be a great threat to the Divine Kingdom, but he would also be a great threat to them. Of course I'm happy. Because this is what I'm looking forward to. As long as he comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, we will have the capital to contend with the Divine Kingdom. Long Qin smiled. Then aren't you afraid that he will deal with you in the future? Long Qin frowned. We'll talk about the future later. Long Qin shook his head and smiled. He asked, have you discovered anyone from the Divine Kingdom? I really have to hand it to you. Long Qin glared at Long Qin angrily and nodded. Yes, and they are also notifying Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang at this moment. What? They're moving so fast? Then, have you told Feather Emperor and the others about this? Long Qin was shocked and quickly asked. No. Long Qin shook his head, his face full of displeasure. You're silly. For this matter, we must help Qin Feiyang unconditionally. Give me the coordinates and I'll go there right away. You should also go to Feather Emperor and the others and tell them about the Divine Kingdom situation. Long Qin had a commanding tone that could not be disobeyed. Okay. I'll listen to you. Long Qin was furious. He gave Long Qin the coordinates, put away the Divine Sound Stone, turned around and flew toward Feather Emperor and the others. At this moment, Lunatic had already arrived in the sky. His terrifying aura made all the creatures present tremble uncontrollably. Lunatic were here. Fire Lotus waved her hand. Lunatic landed beside Fire Lotus and Mermaid Princess, looked up at the sky above the Shin family village and thought, what's going on? Qin Dage is at the critical moment of comprehending the ultimate law of life and death, so he needs your help. Fire Lotus transmitted her voice. As expected. Long Qin just happened to fly over and secretly heard this, and he immediately felt indignant in his heart. This bastard, what did he do to deserve it? To be able to comprehend the ultimate law of life and death. Lunatic heard this and said angrily, why didn't you tell me about such an important matter earlier? At first, we thought that we could control the situation, so we didn't want to disturb you, but we didn't expect it to develop to this point. Mermaid Princess sighed. What about Brother Wolf? Lunatic asked. I've also informed him and the demon ancestor. They will be here soon. Fire Lotus nodded. That's good. If the people of the Divine Kingdom really come to make trouble, with my strength alone, I really can't deal with them. Lunatic heaved a sigh of relief. As for Feather Emperor, Blood Ancestor and Little Rabbit, no matter what happened they couldn't do anything. This was agreed in advance and now was no exception. Not if, but they will definitely come. At this time, Long Qin landed beside them and said secretly. You eavesdropped on our conversation? Lunatic raised his eyebrows. If I didn't eavesdrop, would I have discovered the people of the Divine Kingdom? Long Qin secretly snorted coldly. What? You've already discovered the people of the Divine Kingdom? Feather Emperor was surprised. I've already discovered them before. But as for myself, I didn't want to tell you at all, but I had no choice. My big brother is a busybody, right? Long Qin pursed his lips. Yes. Can I thank you and your sister? Hurry up and tell us, where are they? Lunatic transmitted his voice and scanned the crowd. At this time, Jianghu and Blood Ancestor had also returned to Wang Feng's side. The three of them mixed in the crowd and were whispering to each other. It's the three of them. Long Qin secretly pointed at the three of them. Lunatic glanced at them intentionally and sneered secretly. They're courting death. Long Qin transmitted his voice. Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang will definitely come immediately after receiving the news. Let's kill as many as we can before they arrive. This time we're thinking of the same thing. Madman chuckled and transmitted his voice. Feather Emperor, Blood Ancestor, Big Brother, when I attack later, you must take the living beings here and quickly move to another place so that they don't get hurt by accident. Okay. The three of them nodded. Then let's do it. Chapter 4004. Quick. At the same time, the Feather Emperor yelled and rushed to the top of the crowd. As he waved his hand, countless creatures below were immediately restrained by a divine power. Then, the Feather Emperor took these people and flew away without looking back. Miss Long Qin, help everyone. At the same time, after saying this, the Blood Ancestor also rushed to the right. The little rabbit used the instant time and went past Wang Feng and the other two, sweeping up all the creatures behind them. Long Qin was a bit dissatisfied. But she didn't hesitate and left with hundreds of thousands of creatures. What's going on? At the same time, there were millions of creatures gathered here. Seeing the Lunatic suddenly go berserk and the Feather Emperor and the others suddenly sweep them away and escape into the distance, their faces were full of shock. Wang Feng and the other two were the same. Because at this moment only the Lunatic, the Mermaid Princess, Fire Lotus and the three of them were left. The Lunatic waved his hand and sent the Mermaid Princess to the Blood Demon Tower. He instantly turned into a giant and punched at Wang Feng and the other two. Are you crazy? Wang Feng's expression changed. Still pretending? Hurry up and show your true faces. The Lunatic sneered. What? The three of them were shocked. How was it possible that he had already discovered their identities? From the beginning to the end, they hadn't revealed any flaws. He must be trying to scare them. What did you say? Why can't we understand? Jiang Qin shouted. The madman's face was full of mockery. His fist was like a giant mountain that shattered the sky as it headed towards the three of them. Damn it. Wang Feng cursed and activated the ultimate power of the law of time and slashed at the Lunatic's fist. Clang. With a loud sound, the long sword formed by the ultimate power of the law of time shattered on the spot. Is this the power of the root of all evil? It's so powerful. Wang Feng's eyes trembled. Boom. Jiang Qin and Jiang Xing looked at each other and the mark of the god race appeared between their eyebrows. Then, the ultimate profundities of the spacetime law and the devouring law instantly appeared and attacked the madman. Even Long Qin, who had mastered 3 ultimate profundities of supreme laws, did not dare to clash head-on with the god clan's mark and 2 ultimate profundities of supreme laws. because with the support of the God race imprint, the power of the two ultimate mysteries had already surpassed the limits of this level. But Madman didn't retreat even half a step. His fist smashed towards the spacetime law's ultimate profundity, causing the galaxy to crumble on the spot. The Madman was also knocked back. His face was a bit pale, but he sneered and took a step forward. Accompanied by a thunderous boom, he stomped a large hole in the ground. He stabilized his body and threw another punch at the ultimate law of devouring. Rumble. The ultimate profundity of the law of devour also dissipated in the void. Madman was forced back a few steps as a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. After all, both of them had the mark of the God race. Whether it was the law of spacetime's ultimate profundity or the law of devour's ultimate profundity, their power was comparable to his. However, in the eyes of Wang Feng and Jiang Qin, the Madman was simply a godlike existence. The power of one punch had actually shattered the ultimate profundity of supreme laws. Furthermore, it was the ultimate profundity enhanced by the God race imprint. The power of the root of all evil was too terrifying. The power of the God race imprint was already heaven-defying and could raise the profundity of supreme laws by a level. But the power of the root of all evil could not only raise the profundity of supreme laws by a level, but it could also raise the Madman's physical body and strength to this level. With this strength, apart from Ryuko's 3,000 incarnations, who else could be the Madman's match? Rumble. At the same time, the shockwaves of the four people's battle crazily attacked the will left behind by Qin Feiyang. The people of the Shin family village had also sensed the terrifying shockwaves of the battle. Everyone's face was filled with shock. What kind of people were fighting? Who was protecting them? Could it be Gu Feng's heroic soul? Dezhuang, little Jia, go and take a look, but don't get close. Shin Mulan came back to his senses and hurriedly looked at Shin Dezhuang beside him. Okay. The two nodded and turned toward the battlefield. At the same time, the Madman also noticed that the shockwaves of the battle were clashing with Qin Feiyang's will. This caused his brows to furrow involuntarily. The will Qin Feiyang left behind was clearly to protect the Qin family village, and at the same time to protect himself. Once this will was shattered by the shockwaves of the battle, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Qin Feiyang's will was very strong, it was still a clash of supreme laws and ultimate profundities. If it continued, this will would definitely be destroyed. Don't worry. At this moment, Long Qin returned. With a wave of her hand, a 3-foot-long thin sword appeared. It was as thin as a cicada's wing and was surrounded by a holy light. This light transformed into 2 pure white wings, like a pair of angel's wings. This was her mid-level dominator weapon. Angel's sword. What are you doing? Don't forget our agreement. Seeing Long Qin take out her mid-level dominator weapon, Wang Feng and the others thought that she was going to use it to deal with them. Just you guys? You're not worthy for me to use the angel sword. Long Qin smiled contemptuously and looked at the angel sword. Protect the Shin family village. Clang. The divine light of the angelic sword bloomed and turned into a beam of white divine light that swept to the top of the sky. Beams of divine light poured down like a waterfall. In an instant, a 10,000-foot-long enchantment appeared and enveloped the Shin family village below. Qin Feiyang's will was also enveloped in this barrier. However, even if this barrier existed, it couldn't stop the life energy that came from all directions. It directly penetrated the barrier and gathered above the village. This bastard, what kind of monster is he? A mere will can actually ignore the barrier of the angel sword. Long Qin muttered. In the blink of an eye, the Madman looked at this scene and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He looked back at Long Qin and smiled. You're very cute today. As his voice fell, the Madman immediately charged toward Wang Feng and the others. He didn't hold back at all. The law of destruction and the law of space and time surged out. With the support of the origin of all evil, the power was even more terrifying. The two ultimate laws charged toward Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing cute. Long Qin was stunned and blushed a little. She was a little embarrassed. Don't just stand there. Quickly kill Wang Feng. The Madman shouted. This woman is really easy to satisfy. Just a casual compliment and she's happy. Long Qin came back to her senses and glared at the Madman. The law of death, the law of time, and the law of karma were activated. At the same time, she stepped on the moment of time and instantly arrived above Wang Feng. Boom. As she waved her hand, the 3 ultimate laws charged toward Wang Feng with the power to destroy the world. Damn woman. Wang Feng's face sank. Although he also grasped 3 ultimate profundities, there was only one ultimate profundity of the strongest law. It was simply impossible for him to contend with Long Qin. Decisive. A destructive aura rushed out of his body. Anyway, he left his divine soul in the divine kingdom. It didn't matter if he self-destructed. Self-destruct? Do you have no other moves besides self-destructing? The sky pride of the divine kingdom only has this much ability? Long Qin sneered. What are you being arrogant for? Wang Feng roared, feeling extremely ashamed. The three ultimate laws were activated. They were the law of time, the law of metal, and the law of earth. You think you're worthy of being called a sky pride with such a temperament? Long Qin's face was full of ridicule. A casual sentence had infuriated this person. What a brainless person. Boom. In an instant. When the six ultimate laws met, it was completely unstoppable. Wang Feng's three ultimate laws were annihilated on the spot. Then Long Qin's three ultimate laws crashed down. Ah! With a shrill scream, Wang Feng's divine soul was destroyed. Well done. The madman looked at this scene and laughed. Shut up. Hurry up and kill them. Long Qin stared at him. You're not cute at all now. The madman shook his head. He had already fought several rounds with Jiang Qin and Wang Feng. Jiang Qin and Wang Feng were already covered in wounds. Although they had the mark of the god race, the mark of all evil was stronger than the mark of the god race. Moreover, in terms of individual strength, the two added together were still inferior to Jiang Yunshuang. Even Jiang Yunshuang wasn't a match for the madman, let alone these two. Go to hell. The madman grinned and stomped down. The two screamed and turned into a pile of mud on the spot. That's too cruel. Long Qin muttered. What a waste of time. However, the madman had a look of displeasure. What waste of time? Long Qin was taken aback. These people resurrect each time they are killed. If this isn't a waste of time, then what is? The madman pursed his lips. Now that you mention it, it is indeed a waste of time. Long Qin nodded. They are, at this time. A cry of surprise sounded. The madman and Long Qin turned their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a man and a woman in the void inside the barrier. This man and woman were Xin Dezhuang and Xin Xiaojia. He seems to be. Xin Dezhuang looked at the giant standing outside in shock and exclaimed, Madman Mo? He is the legendary Madman Mo. What? Xin Xiaojia's eyes trembled as she raised her head to look at the madman in horror. Although he didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, his body was still huge, just like a giant spirit god. And Long Qin. Xin Dezhuang looked at Long Qin again and his breathing became rapid. Why would these 2 legendary figures come to their Xin family village? You are from the Xin family village? The madman bent his waist and lowered his head. He moved closer to the barrier formed by the heavenly god sword and sized up the 2 little ants like an elephant. Yes. We are from the Xin family village. Xin Dezhuang replied while trembling with fear. Even though there was a barrier between them and Qin Feiyang's will, they could still feel a great pressure coming from the madman's body. That was a godlike existence. Xin Xiaojia was even more flustered. Facing the madman's oppression, she almost suffocated. Don't be nervous. We won't hurt you. On the contrary, we are here to protect you. The madman bared his teeth and revealed a smile that he thought was very handsome. But he didn't know that this grin in the eyes of Xin Dezhuang and Xin Xiaojia was as scary as a monster. Chapter 4005. You'll scare them like this. Long Qin rolled his eyes. Why don't you look at your current size? Even experts of the same realm would be scared, let alone children like Xin Xiaojia and Xin Dezhuang. The madman froze for a moment and then laughed loudly. His body quickly shrank and returned to his original appearance. Now he looked much more pleasing to the eye, but Xin Dezhuang and Jiang Xiaojia were still very nervous. Because in their eyes, the madman and Long Qin were legendary figures, high and unreachable, so there was an instinctive fear in their hearts. Even at this moment they felt like they were dreaming. They were actually able to see these 2 in person. And they were here to protect them. Protect? This was a bit strange. The Xin family village was just a small place in a remote mountain. Why would such a big shot come to protect them in person? Shwa. At this moment, a space-time passage appeared. The madman raised his eyebrows and looked at Xin Dezhuang and Jiang Xiaojia. You 2 go back to the village. What happened here is not suitable for children. Not suitable for children? When Xin Dezhuang and Jiang Xiaojia heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. He actually said they were children? Although they were indeed very young, they had lived for decades. No matter how you look at it, they couldn't be considered children. They didn't expect the legendary Madman Mo to be such a humorous person. However, the 2 didn't dare to disobey the madman and turned to fly back to the village. At the same time, two figures walked out of the space-time passage. It was Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. As soon as the two appeared, they looked at the shattered earth below and the tragic aura in the void. An uneasy premonition rose in their hearts. You're only here now? Isn't it a bit late? We didn't even have time to send them off. The madman looked at the two with a mocking expression. When Ryuko and Jiang Xiaojia heard this, their faces suddenly sank. But there was also a problem. Not long ago, when Jiang Chen and Jiang Xiaojia sent them a message, they personally said that their whereabouts weren't exposed and they were very safe. But how come in the blink of an eye the three of them had already died? Did the three of them expose their identities? Impossible. Facing the madman, how could they expose their identities? I'm really curious. This is a matter of our sky cloud realm. What are you outsiders doing here one after another? Madman looked at the two of them mockingly. Their eyes flickered as they looked up at the sky above the Shin family village. Even with their temperament, when they saw the surging life energy above the village, they couldn't help but be shocked. The life energy gathered above the village had already surpassed the laws of life. Furthermore, they had indeed sensed Qin Feiyang's aura. It seemed that his guess was correct. Although he didn't see Qin Feiyang, he was definitely within this enchantment. He was comprehending the ultimate mysteries of the life and death laws, and had even reached the final step. Thinking of this, Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang looked at each other. Boom. Both of their auras erupted. The god race mark on Jiang Yunshuang's forehead glowed with dazzling light. I'll hold them back. You use your 3,000 clones to break the barrier and destroy the village. Jiang Yunshuang secretly instructed Ryuko before activating the ultimate mysteries of the three strongest laws and attacking the madman in Longqin. Haven't I taught you enough lessons before? The madman laughed and once again turned into a giant. Two ultimate mysteries, coupled with his pair of fists, attacked without hesitation. The two collided in an instant. Ryuko's eyes flashed as he took a step towards the enchantment. The 3,000 clones instantly activated. The two ultimate mysteries of the karma law and the destruction law all appeared. 3,000 clones, that was 6,000 ultimate mysteries. Seeing this scene, Longqin's expression changed. Looking at the madman, he shouted, "His target is the Shun family village." The madman's face also sank. However, Jiang Yunshuang clung to the madman, not letting him escape. Longqin gritted his teeth and stood in front of Ryuko shouting, "Don't even think about it. What's the point of this? I've investigated. You siblings have a blood feud with Qin Feiyang. Why are you risking your lives to protect him? We should be cooperating, but you're courting death." Ryuko's eyes flashed with killing intent. Boom. The 3,000 clones waved their hands, and 6,000 ultimate mysteries immediately attacked Longqin. I don't want to help them. But there's no other way. Who told me to have such a meddlesome brother? Longqin whispered, not retreating at all. 3 ultimate mysteries of the 3 strongest laws appeared and attacked the 6,000 ultimate mysteries like moths to a flame. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were moths to a flame. 3 ultimate mysteries against 6,000 ultimate mysteries, there was no hope at all. Boom. With a loud bang, the 3 ultimate mysteries were annihilated on the spot. Longqin spat out a mouthful of blood. His ruddy complexion instantly turned deathly white. Get out of the way. Seeing that Longqin was about to be drowned by the 6,000 ultimate mysteries, a space-time passage appeared in the sky. Accompanied by a furious roar, the white-eyed wolf charged out of the space-time passage. He stepped on momentary time and instantly landed in front of Longqin, pushing Longqin away. White-eyed wolf. Longqin's expression changed and he shouted, "You're no match for him. Get out of the way." The white-eyed wolf's fighting soul was terrifying, but it needed time. As for the white-eyed wolf's 4 strongest laws, they were meaningless in the face of the 3,000 clones. However, the white-eyed wolf turned a deaf ear and stared at Ryuko, saying in a deep voice, "Who was the one who said that we should get along peacefully? What are you doing? You believe me just because I said so?" Ryuko sneered. Very well. The white-eyed wolf was so angry that he laughed and looked up. A person stood in front of the space-time passage in the sky. This person was the ancestor fiend. He came with the white-eyed wolf, but he walked behind the white-eyed wolf, so he came out later than the white-eyed wolf. 3,000 clones can't escape the control of the Eye of Despair, the ancestor fiend said. His eyes instantly turned grayish-white. Whether it was Ryuko or the 3,000 clones, they immediately fell into the abyss of despair. Although the 3,000 clones were invincible in front of others, they had a fatal flaw in front of the ancestor fiend. This fatal flaw was that they had an independent consciousness. Having an independent consciousness was actually a very good thing. This was also the strength of the 3,000 clones. If they didn't have an independent consciousness, the 3,000 clones wouldn't be so powerful. Without an independent consciousness, they wouldn't be able to use all kinds of powerful techniques like the original body. But in front of the ancestor fiend, this was a fatal weakness. Because they had an independent consciousness, they would have feelings of despair, and naturally, they wouldn't be able to escape the control of the Eye of Despair. If the ancestor fiend was a puppet that had no consciousness, then the Eye of Despair would be useless. Because a puppet without consciousness wouldn't be able to feel despair. That was why the 3,000 clones' greatest advantage became the biggest flaw in front of the ancestor fiend. As Ryuko and the 3,000 clones were controlled by despair, the 6,000 ultimate mysteries that were attacking the white-eyed wolf immediately dissipated in the void. They had already fallen into the abyss of despair. How could they still control the ultimate mysteries? When Longqin saw this, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. But soon after she frowned. She frowned. Why was she worried about this damned wolf cub? This bastard should be the one who wanted him dead. It was probably because he had saved her previously that she felt some sympathy for him. That was what Longqin was thinking. But the white-eyed wolf wasn't in the mood to care about Longqin's thoughts. When it saw that Ryuko and the 3,000 clones were controlled by the Eye of Despair, it immediately activated the 4 ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws and charged at Ryuko. I'll take your life while you're down. You didn't expect that you wouldn't succeed, did you? Frenzy sneered as he fought with Jiang Yunshuang. What are you so proud of? The best part is yet to come. Jiang Yunshuang laughed angrily. With a thought, 9 young men and women suddenly appeared out of thin air. They were the other 9 prodigies apart from Wang Feng. These 9 people had already fought with Longqin, and Li Feng when they first came to the land of buried gods. However, when they faced Longqin's realm of divinity, the powerful Longqin, and Li Feng who controlled the true body of the puppet, they all ended up in a rather miserable state. But now, Longqin wasn't here and neither was Li Feng. For them, this was a chance to wash away their shame. Go stop the golden-winged wolf king and awaken Ryuko. Jiang Yunshuang shouted. The 9 people immediately activated their ultimate mysteries and charged at the white-eyed wolf. Seeing this, Longqin immediately rushed to the white-eyed wolf's side and activated his 3 ultimate mysteries. With the power to destroy the world, he charged forward angrily. The white-eyed wolf's 4 ultimate mysteries. Longqin's 3 ultimate mysteries. These were the ultimate mysteries of the 7 ultimate laws. Such strength could be said to be able to sweep away everything. But the other party? There were 9 of them. Moreover, all 9 of them had grasped 1 ultimate profundity of an ultimate law and 2 ultimate profundities of an ordinary law. Just the number of laws and mysteries alone was enough to crush them. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, the ultimate mysteries of the 2 sides collided with a loud bang. A destructive aura erupted, and the ultimate mysteries of the white-eyed wolf and Longqin were shattered one after another. Blood spurted out of their mouths. Ryuko, wake up. One of them shouted. His voice was like a bell, and it was transmitted into Ryuko's mind. Ryuko immediately jolted awake. He immediately looked up at the demon ancestor in the sky. Facing the demon ancestor again, despair rose in his heart. As long as the Eye of Despair was activated, he would be affected. But he desperately suppressed the despair. Murderous intent surged in his eyes as he roared, "You're courting death." Although the 3,000 incarnations were still half awake and half drunk, he did not need the help of the 3,000 incarnations to deal with the demon ancestor. With his own strength he could easily kill the demon ancestor. The 2 ultimate mysteries of the law of cause and effect and the law of destruction carried the power to destroy the world. They shattered the heavens and the earth as they charged toward the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor's expression changed. He hurriedly activated the moment of time and rushed toward the white-eyed wolf and Longqin. He too had mastered the 3 supreme laws. The first was the law of time, the second was the law of death, and the third was the law of devour. And he had already comprehended the ultimate mysteries of these 3 ultimate laws. And now he could only meet up with the white-eyed wolf and Longqin. Because with his strength, he could not compete with the ultimate mysteries of the 2 ultimate laws. However, just as he rushed toward the white-eyed wolf and Longqin, the 2 ultimate mysteries turned in the air and chased after them under Ryuko's control. At the same time, the 3,000 incarnations also completely shook off their despair. The 6,000 ultimate mysteries appeared again and charged toward the white-eyed wolf and the other 2. The 3 of them were in a precarious situation. Chapter 4006. To make matters worse, the 9 paragons attacked again. Each of them had 3 ultimate Dao meanings. 9 of them had 27 ultimate Dao meanings. Bastard, get out of my way! Lunatic roared. Every punch and palm contained lethality that surpassed the ultimate Dao meanings. But at this moment, Jiang Yunshuang was desperately restraining him, making it difficult for him to escape. Even if he could escape, he wouldn't be able to fight against the 3,000 clones. Retreat. The fiend ancestor rushed behind the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin and immediately shouted, "We can't retreat. We have to protect the Shin family village." The white-eyed wolf roared. Protecting the Shin family village was equivalent to protecting Qin Feiyang. Once they retreated, the angel sword wouldn't be able to deal with the 3,000 clones. Besides, the Sky God sword was a sovereign weapon. It couldn't attack Ryuko and the others. In that case, the fiend ancestor gritted his teeth and looked at Ryuko, the 9 paragons and the 3,000 clones. The 9 paragons instantly fell into the abyss of despair. They stood in the void and shivered. Their ultimate Dao meanings also dissipated. However, Ryuko and the 3,000 clones were almost crazy. Their eyes had turned red as they desperately suppressed the despair in their hearts. They had to admit that Ryuko's temperament was really terrifying. He could even fight against the eyes of despair. Fall into the abyss of despair for me. The fiend ancestor's eyes of despair were unleashed to the extreme. Drops of blood even dripped down from the corners of his eyes. Boom. Ryuko and the 3,000 clones' minds buzzed. They finally reached their limits and their hearts were drowned in despair. But at this moment, the 6,000 ultimate Dao meanings had arrived. Even though the 6,000 ultimate Dao meanings were also dissipating, it was enough to kill them before it dissipated. The white-eyed wolf didn't retreat. He activated his ultimate Dao meanings and attacked with all his might. But in the face of 6,000 ultimate Dao meanings, his 4 ultimate Dao meanings were just a drop in the bucket. They didn't even cause a single wave and were directly shattered. How annoying! Long Qin cursed angrily. She also activated her 3 ultimate profound meanings. Similarly, it was a hopeless situation. She was not afraid of a bloody battle. However, she was not happy that she was standing with the white-eyed wolf and risking her life with him. The aura of 6,000 ultimate mysteries alone was enough to send the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin flying. Their bodies were instantly drenched in blood. Fiend Ancestor, who was standing at the back, was also very unlucky. The 2 of them slammed into him like a meat cushion. The Fiend Ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood. Following closely, the 3 of them were sent flying like meteorites, crashing into the barrier behind them. They saw stars above their heads and blood gushed out. Although it was slow, everything happened in an instant. More than half of the 6,000 ultimates had dissipated, but they were still charging toward the white-eyed wolf and the other 2. Furthermore, even if most of it had dissipated, it was still enough to kill 3 people. Brother Wolf! Madman roared. He finally got rid of Jiang Yunshuang and rushed toward the 3 people. However, at this moment, it was too late. Seeing that the 6,000 ultimate mysteries were already in front of him, Long Qin smiled bitterly. I really didn't expect that I would die with a bastard like you. Do you think I want to die with you? The white-eyed wolf glared fiercely. However, at this moment, a mighty aura erupted in the sky. Following closely, a huge barrier appeared and instantly enveloped the white-eyed wolf and the other 2 in the 6,000 ultimate mysteries. At this moment, a shocking scene appeared. The 6,000 clones that had almost dissipated immediately disappeared within the barrier. Brother! Long Qin had already closed her eyes and waited for death. This sudden scene made her immediately open her eyes. She looked up in surprise and saw a young man in white standing in the sky. Who else could it be but Long Qin? And this barrier was God's domain. Why are you only here now? The white-eyed wolf's heart also surged with the joy of surviving a calamity. Then he raised his head and stared at Long Qin. Long Qin took a step forward and landed in front of the 3 of them. He smiled and said, "Isn't this just right? Good, your sister." The white-eyed wolf coldly snorted and turned to look at Demon Ancestor. He said in a deep voice, "Are you all right?" Demon Ancestor's face was pale and his eyes were full of blood. It was a shocking sight. "I'm fine. But my eye of despair has already reached its limit. I'm afraid I can't help you anymore." Demon Ancestor shook his head. There was a tearing pain in his eyes. There were still some differences between the Eye of Despair and the Eye of Heaven. It would take a long time for the Eye of Heaven to replicate the ultimate mysteries. In other words, it couldn't be replicated instantly. But the Eye of Despair was different. Could be used instantly. Because of this, when Demon Ancestor opened the Eye of Despair, he had to bear a huge burden. Especially when encountering someone like Ryuko, the Eye of Despair couldn't hold on for long. After all, no matter what method it was, there was a limit. I'm fine. Leave the rest to us. Long Qin waved his hand. Fortunately, there was Demon Ancestor. Otherwise, not to mention the White-Eyed Wolf and Long Qin, even Lunatic would have died in the hands of Ryuko and the rest. Yes, your mission has been completed. The White-Eyed Wolf nodded. Although Demon Ancestor only made a short move, he had irreplaceable contributions. As his voice fell, the White-Eyed Wolf activated the Law of Life. A majestic life force emerged. Without waiting for instructions, Long Qin and Demon Ancestor began to absorb the life force. The injuries on their bodies instantly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other side, Ryuko and his 3,000 incarnations had also awakened. Demon Ancestor's Eye of Despair had reached its limit. His feelings of despair naturally collapsed. After waking up, he immediately looked at the White-Eyed Wolf and the rest. Seeing that the White-Eyed Wolf and the rest were still alive, he couldn't help but feel a trace of anger. It was such a good opportunity, but he didn't manage to kill the three of them. Long Qin. Immediately after, he looked at Long Qin, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Didn't we agree to get along peacefully? Long Qin looked at Ryuko unkindly. Long Qin snorted coldly. We asked him just now. Not only did he not give us an explanation, but he even mocked us. Is that so? Long Qin whispered. Ryuko's eyes darkened. He looked at the 9 prodigies and shouted, "Wake up!" The 9 of them quivered as if they had just woken up from a dream. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. When they looked at Demon Ancestor again, their eyes were filled with fear. That Eye of Despair was too terrifying. If it weren't for Ryuko, they would definitely be corpses now. Fortunately, Demon Ancestor had not comprehended the ultimate meaning. Otherwise, with Demon Ancestor's own strength, he would be able to kill them when they were dominated by despair. Jianghu, you deal with Long Qin. Leave the rest to us. Murderous intent flashed in Ryuko's eyes. He decisively led the 9 prodigies and charged towards Lunatic. When Jiang Yunshuang heard that, he immediately charged towards Long Qin. You didn't want me to leave just now. Don't even think about leaving now. Lunatic smiled sinisterly. His huge body was like a fiend god descending to the world as he stomped towards Jiang Yunshuang. White-Eyed Wolf and the other 2 were out of danger. He could finally fight to his heart's content. At the same time, Long Qin also took a step forward. With his god's domain, he charged towards Ryuko and the others. Ryuko didn't dare to fight with Long Qin because his god's domain could restrain his 3,000 incarnations. That was why he let Jiang Yunshuang restrain Long Qin. That was because Jiang Yunshuang's god's mark could break through God's domain. Last time in the land of buried gods, Jiang Yunshuang relied on his own strength to break through God's domain, causing Long Qin to fall into an extremely sorry state. Similarly, Lunatic and Long Qin also knew this. Lunatic was facing off against Jiang Yunshuang. The source of all evil was facing off against the god's mark. Lunatic was confident of victory. Long Qin was also confident of victory against Ryuko. Therefore, they couldn't let Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang switch battlefields. Because once they succeeded, they would lose without a doubt. But Ryuko and the others weren't easy to deal with either. They didn't fight with Long Qin at all. Instead, they charged towards Jiang Yunshuang at full speed. Is this all you have? You don't even have the guts to fight with me? Long Qin frowned. However, Ryuko and the others weren't provoked by these words at all. They rushed in front of Jiang Yunshuang and charged towards Lunatic. Lunatic saw that the situation wasn't good and hurriedly retreated. Then let's have a chaotic battle. Long Qin took a step forward and landed beside Lunatic. Ryuko looked at Lunatic and Long Qin with flickering eyes. Suddenly he sent a voice transmission to the 9 prodigies. You guys go and kill Golden-Winged Wolf King. Long Qin and the Demon Ancestor, especially the Demon Ancestor, must die. The Demon Ancestor's threat was too great. If the Eye of Despair were to recover, it would be a disaster for them. As for the White-Eyed Wolf and Lunatic's battle souls, although they also had heaven-defying abilities, they needed time. In comparison, they were less of a threat. In a battle like this, the first thing they had to get rid of was the person who posed the greatest threat. Okay. The 9 nodded and immediately killed the White-Eyed Wolf and the other 2. Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang also immediately attacked. 3,000 incarnations, God race mark, ultimate intense. Such heaven-defying means were used without reservation. Lunatic glanced at the 2 and then looked at Long Qin. You won't stab me in the back, right? To this, Long Qin rolled his eyes at him and rushed towards Ryuko with his god's domain. Your opponent is me. Jiang Yunshuang shouted coldly. The three ultimate intents of the strongest laws carried an aura that could destroy heaven and earth as they blasted towards the god's domain. Boom. The god's domain collapsed. You also got the wrong opponent. Your opponent should be me. Lunatic laughed. His body and strength were his best weapons. He stepped in front of Long Qin and punched towards Jiang Yunshuang's three ultimate intents like a storm. At the same time, Ryuko and the 3,000 incarnations also activated their ultimate intents and charged towards Lunatic. But Long Qin's god's domain appeared again and enveloped Ryuko. It forced Ryuko and the 3,000 incarnations to retreat, because they did not dare to enter the god's domain. Once they entered the god's domain, the 3,000 incarnations could no longer be activated. Therefore, the battle between the four of them was quite strange. While avoiding the person who could restrain them, they went to kill the other person, constantly pulling back and forth. For a moment it was hard to tell who would win. But on the other side of the battlefield, it was a one-sided situation. The demon ancestor could not participate in the battle. Long Qin and White-Eyed Wolf's strength, although they could crush any one of the opponents in a one-on-one battle, but now the opponents were 9 people working together. The number of ultimate intents of the strongest was far above them. This made the two of them quite embarrassed. White-Eyed Wolf also wanted to activate his battle soul, but the opponents did not give him the chance. Long Qin alone could not stop the 9 of them. If not for White-Eyed Wolf's mastery of the law of life, which allowed him to constantly heal his injuries, they would have been defeated by these 9 people.